My mother is actually a cruel stepmother. She seemed to love me, but she forced me to marry a vegetative person. Unexpectedly, my comatose husband turned out to be the richest man in the world. By chance, I discovered that I could hear his inner voice, and I was shocked. Since then, I have had to take charge of his multi-billion-dollar company. At this moment, my ex-boyfriend who loves money suddenly appeared and begged me to get back together. Chu Tio, he is a vegetable. I can't make you happy. Come back to me. I yelled at him, get lost. Chapter 1. Ms. Chu, the operation is about to begin. Relax and don't be nervous. Dr. Song's voice came softly. Chu Tio opened his eyes suddenly, and in front of him was a smiling Dr. Song. She was shocked. Dr. Song? Is she still alive? She clearly remembered that she was dead. So how could she be on the operating table? Mr. Liu has hired the best medical team. Don't worry, I will perform the surgery myself. Dr. Song's gentle look comforted her a little, but her heart was still beating violently. She touched her left breast and still felt that familiar softness. She was really alive. She was reborn and returned to the beginning of the nightmare. Memories came back to her. In her previous life, she met Lu Song at a blind date arranged by her parents. He pursued her passionately, and after marriage, she transferred all her property to him and even helped him save his bankrupt company. Even though she lost one breast due to breast cancer, Lu Song still did not despise her. 3 years of sexless marriage made her a firm believer in what he called platonic love. It was not until she discovered that Lu Song had an improper relationship with her stepsister Chu Yanran that she realized she had been played with. Her breast cancer was a scam designed by them together, and her mother was one of the masterminds behind it. All her property was drained away, and she eventually chose to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. However, by God's mercy, she was reborn and returned to the moment before the surgery. Miss Chu, don't worry. Mr. Liu has specifically instructed that you will be insured to enter the operating room safely. Dr. Song's smile made her feel a little relieved, but the fear in her heart did not dissipate. Now that she was reborn, she would never be deceived like she was last time and let them cut off her left breast. However, everyone seems to be under Lu Song's control. She cannot directly refuse the operation and must find a way to escape. Dr. Song, wait. Dr. Song looked at her with a smile. Any other questions? I suddenly feel the urge to pee. Chu Tio said in a panic, his heart beating like thunder. Didn't you just go to the bathroom? The female assistant asked coldly with an impatient tone. Chu Si's heart tightened with worry. That was Chu Yanran's voice. She was actually here too. Anger and fear intertwined. Her palms were sweating, and she felt even more uneasy. She tried her best to sit up. I may be too nervous. Wait a moment. No need, just insert the catheter. Chu Yanran instructed coldly. The anesthesiologist had the needle ready, and once she lost consciousness, she would be at his mercy. Dr. Song, I suddenly remembered that I haven't told Lu Song the password to the safe. Chu Tio said in a panic. I have to see him. When Chu Yanran heard the word property, her expression changed slightly. Chu Tio owned 30% of the company's shares since birth, while Chu Yanran had nothing. But soon, everything that belongs to Chu Tio will become Chu Yanran's. Mr. Liu is outside. I'll ask him to come in, said Dr. Song. It's not convenient here. I'll go see him, and the operation can be delayed. Chu Tio said as he walked out. Due to fasting for a long time, Chu Tio's blood sugar was low, his eyes went dark, and he walked unsteadily. The door of the operating room was opened, and Lu Song, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, was talking to his men. When he saw Chu Tio coming out of the operating room, his face changed instantly, but he immediately concealed his expression and walked over with a smile. Tio, why are you out? Chu Tio held onto the door frame, and when she saw his expression change, she couldn't help but feel happy. He panicked and felt guilty. Asen, I'm so scared. Lu Song adjusted his glasses and comforted him gently. Don't be afraid. Dr. Song will help you, and everything will be fine. I'm really scared. Can you wait a little longer? Chu Tio's eyes were full of fear. She hoped to delay the surgery to give herself a chance to escape. Lu Song's smile gradually froze, and his tone became cold. Can this kind of thing be delayed? I spent so much effort to arrange it, and now you don't want to do it? Hurry up and get in. A song. I might be too nervous. I feel like I need to pee, and my stomach hurts. Since I still need to change clothes, I'll go to the bathroom and calm down. Lu Song frowned, but didn't care. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. He arranged for a nurse to accompany her to the bathroom, not caring about her excuse. She was so naive that she didn't realize that this operation was a trap for her. Her going to the bathroom did not affect his plans at all. However, suddenly, the nurse came running to report. Mr. Liu, Miss Chu is missing. What? Liu Song's face changed instantly. Chu Yanran was also shocked. She wouldn't really run away, would she? Don't worry. Everything is under control. She's afraid of pain and won't run far. I will comfort her when I find her. However, suddenly he saw a thin figure disappearing around the bend ahead. It's her. Liu Song was stunned for a moment and led his men to chase after her. Chase her quickly. Chu Xiao ran stumblingly, her body weak and powerless. She had no cell phone and no money. Her only hope was to find the police station near the hospital as soon as possible. However, her physical strength could hardly support her, and her steps became heavier and heavier. Looking back, she saw the voices of Liu Song and the bodyguard getting closer and closer, and it was obvious that they had tracked her through the surveillance. She was so panicked that she almost fainted. She tried her best to speed up her pace, but her body was overwhelmed and she couldn't run very far. At this moment, Chu Xiao suddenly saw a special ward. She remembered that this was the ward of Hua Tingshan, the eldest grandson of the Hua family in Jingxing. Hua Tingshan, a business tycoon, became a vegetable due to a car accident and has been in a coma for 3 months. The door of the ward was ajar and there was no one guarding it. Chu Xiao was worried and came up with a plan. He quickly rushed in and closed the door. Where are the people? Where do they run to? Liu Song's voice was getting closer and closer. Her heart beat faster and faster, and she couldn't find a place to hide. She suddenly had an idea and quickly lifted the quilt and got in. Roll! The sudden roar almost frightened Chu Xiao to the point of falling off the bed. Was it an auditory hallucination? How could a vegetative person speak? She got close to Hua Tingshan's body, trying every means to make herself look like the person lying on the bed. As long as the quilt was not lifted, people outside would not be able to detect her presence. Hua Tingshan's temperature was very high. Chu Xiao clung to him, and suddenly she felt sad. Her once trusted mother, fiancé, and sister were all her enemies. What did she do wrong to be betrayed and hurt by them like this? Mr. Liu, Miss Chu broke into Mr. Hua's ward. Jiang Bei's voice came from outside, and Chu Xiao's heart suddenly tightened. Although Hua Tingshan was a vegetable, her status was still noble. If Liu Song broke in, her fate would be completely over. Hua Tingshan, what do you think I should do? Chu Xiao grabbed Hua Tingshan's clothes tightly, his face full of worry. Suddenly, Hua Tingshan spoke up. It has nothing to do with me. Get out of here. Chu Xiao was stunned. This voice was actually real. She was very surprised. Hua Tingshan, are you awake? Hua Tingshan closed his eyes and did not move his mouth. Did he talk to her in other ways? Chu Xiao placed his hand on his abdomen, feeling the slight rise and fall of his body with his breathing, and felt confused. You can talk to me, can't you? She couldn't help but whisper. As she waited for a response, the argument outside resumed. Mr. Liu, this is Mr. Hua's ward. Assistant Jiang, my fiancé has trespassed. I must take her away. Chu Xiao's heart was hanging. Although Hua Tingshan was in a vegetative state, the Hua family had a strong background. If Liu Song forced his way in, she would really have nowhere to escape. Assistant Jiang, you can't let anyone enter Mr. Hua's room casually. Jiang Bei responded firmly, please don't interfere with my work. She has been spoiled since she was a child and is afraid of pain, so she ran away. I hope you can be flexible and take her back for surgery. Liu Song's tone became more and more impatient. Chu Xiao nervously grasped Hua Tingshan's clothes, her body trembling slightly with fear. She prayed in her heart that Jiang Bei could stop Liu Song. Assistant Jiang, you're also worried about Mr. Hua's safety, right? My fiancé has the virus, and it would not be good if it were to be transmitted to Mr. Hua. Liu Song continued, trying to use this as an excuse. Chu Xiai was so worried that she almost exploded. She was not sick at all, and Liu Song's malicious accusation made her angry. Just then, the lock on the outside of the door began to turn. Woman, where are you touching? Hua Tingshan's sudden shout startled Chu Xiao. She looked down and found that she had grabbed Hua Tingshan's waistband. She panicked and quickly retracted her hand. I'm sorry. She apologized in a low voice in shame, her face turning red like fire. I heard her voice. Liu Song said excitedly, ready to rush into the ward. Finally found her. We must bring her back to the operating table today, no matter what. Chu Xiao's heart sank. and he felt that the tragedy of his past life seemed inescapable. Mr. Liu. Jiangbei suddenly stood up to block Lu Song. You heard it wrong. Where is the woman's voice? Just now, Lu Song said anxiously. I didn't hear anything, and it's clear at a glance that there's no one else in this ward except Mr. Hua. She must be hiding. I'll look for her. No. Jiang Bei stood still, his eyes showing determination. You can't just enter Mr. Hua's ward casually. Several bodyguards quietly stood at the door, blocking Lu Song's way. Lu Song knew that he couldn't get in at this moment, so he stepped back with a wry smile. Sorry to bother you. Jiang Bei walked gently to the bed and lifted the quilt. Chu Xiao was exposed, his eyes were blurred, and his heart was almost in despair. Miss Chu, you are too bold. Jiang Bei frowned and looked at Chu Xiao on the bed. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about Hua Tingchun and paused in surprise. He hurriedly picked up the phone and called Hua Tingchun's doctor. Dr. Rong, come quickly. Chu Xiao quickly got up from the bed, pleading in her tone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Lu Song wanted to arrest me for surgery, but I'm not sick at all. Jiang Bei widened his eyes in surprise. Miss Chu is not sick? Yes, I'm not sick. Chu Xiao's eyes were slightly red, and he recalled everything in his previous life. Lu Song doesn't love me at all. He's been lying to me. Everything he did was to get my shares. Jiang Bei frowned, with some sympathy in his heart, but without too much emotional fluctuation. The Hua family is in chaos now, and he knows it is not appropriate for Chu Xiao to stay here. Miss Chu, you can go now, Jiang Bei said lightly. Chu Xiao's heart tightened, and she didn't dare to go out at all. She knew that once she walked out of Hua Tingchun's ward, Lu Song's net would imprison her. She begged, Assistant Jiang, please let me hide for a while, or help me call the police. I'm sorry, I'm from the Hua family. My duty is to take care of Mr. Hua, not to cause him trouble. Jiang Bei rejected her request. Chu Xiao bit her lip, the despair in her heart surging like a tide. At this time, Hua Tingchun's Dr. Rong Feng and a lady in her 50s walked into the ward. Jiang Bei talked to them in a low voice. Chu Xiao felt a little anxious, but still chose to cover his ears. A few minutes later, the lady walked towards her with a smile. Miss Chu, right? I am Tingchun's mother. Hello, Mrs. Hua. Chu Xiao's heart tightened, and he forced a smile. Assistant Jiang told me that you are having some difficulties? Mrs. Hua asked in a gentle and concerned tone. Chu Xi felt a headache and couldn't help kneeling down. Mrs. Hua, please help me call the police. For something like surgery, a direct relative must sign. If your parents sign, they will no longer protect you. Even if you escape today, what about in the future? Mrs. Hua's words pierced Chu Xiao's heart like a needle. Chu Xiao lowered her head, her eyes full of helplessness. She could no longer bear the viciousness of her stepmother and stepsister, but her father, her biological father, was unwilling to stand up for her. She is alone and helpless. How long can she escape? Mrs. Hua chuckled and said, I have a plan. I wonder if Miss Chu is willing to do it. What method? Chu Xiao asked anxiously. Marry my son and become the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Chu Xiao was stunned. Ah, Mrs. Hua said gently. Although Tingchun is unconscious now, there is no guarantee that he will wake up one day. Even if he never wakes up, the Hua family will still protect you. As long as you become a member of the Hua family, Lu Song will never dare to touch you again. Chu Xiao hesitated for a moment, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Okay, I do. I don't want to. Suddenly, Hua Tingchun's angry voice rang out. Chu Xiao turned back suddenly. His heart was shocked. Hua Tingchun actually spoke? But Hua Tingchun still closed his eyes and lay quietly on the bed, as if nothing had changed. Chu Xiao was even more confused and asked softly, Did you hear Hua Tingchun speak just now? No. Everyone was confused. Miss Chu, a vegetative person can't talk. Jiang Bei frowned and said, You must be scared silly. Chu Xiao frowned. She was the only one who could hear Hua Tingchun's voice. What was going on? However, she still chose to believe in herself and decided not to miss this opportunity. If he doesn't wake up, at least I can get the protection of the Hua family. Let the doctor come and check Tingchun's condition. Mrs. Hua continued to make arrangements. Ms. Chu, please tell us your ID number and we will handle the marriage procedures right away. Huh? Now, Chu Xiao suddenly widened his eyes. Hua Tingchun is still in a coma. How can he go through the marriage procedures? Leave the certificate application to Assistant Jiang. Let's go back to the Hua family first. Mrs. Hua said with a smile. Chu Xiao had no choice but to nod and follow Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua noticed that she was wearing a surgical gown, so she took off her coat and put on her. Thank you. Chu Xiao was so moved that she almost cried. If she also had her own mother, she would probably protect her at all costs like Mrs. Wood did. From now on, we will be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. You should call me Mom, Mrs. was said with a smile. Chu Xiao's throat tightened, and it was difficult for her to say the word Mom. It's okay, take your time. Mrs. was smiled, took her hand, and led her out of the ward. However, Hua Tingchen's angry voice came from behind. Chu Xiao, stop. Chu Xiao was so frightened that he stopped, and his heart beat faster. Mrs. Hua asked in confusion, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did you hear any sound? Chu Xiao asked in a low voice. She wasn't sure if she was hallucinating again. No. Mrs. Hua looked around and looked at Jiang Bei in confusion. No. Jiang Bei shook his head. At this time, the ward specially arranged by the hospital was empty except for the four of them. Chu Xiao, take me away from the hospital. Hua Tingchen gritted his teeth, extremely angry. Chu Xiao suddenly realized that maybe he was not hallucinating, but could hear Hua Tingchen's inner voice. Oh my god, after rebirth, she actually gained this ability. Chu Xiao, did you hear that? Hua Tingchen's voice became more urgent. Chu Xiao finally realized that she was not dreaming. Hua Tingchen was really talking to her. This was truly a godsend opportunity. She could finally take control of the situation and no longer be the woman who was at the mercy of others. Mom, why don't we take him home? Chu Xiao suddenly suggested. Qin Rufang immediately rejected it. No. Tingchen must stay in the hospital until he wakes up. Chu Xiao responded helplessly. That's right. But she couldn't help feeling secretly happy in her heart. After her rebirth, she finally gained the power to control the situation. Hua Tingchen continued to stay in the hospital. She had the protection of the Hua family and was no longer alone facing Lu Song. Her resolve grew stronger, no longer constrained by the fears of the past. Chu Xiao. Hua Tingchen's voice was full of anger, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Anyway, no one at the scene could hear him talking except her. Hua Tingchen was ignored and felt extremely angry, but he was powerless to resist the woman's decision. Chu Xiao, wait for me. Chu Xiao chuckled, with a provocative look in his eyes. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Hua Tingchen couldn't bear it any longer, but he softened his tone. I'm in danger here. She was stunned for a moment, then asked, Danger? Who dares to harm you? Hua Tingchen said coldly. If I die, can Lu Song let you go? This sentence made Chu Xi's heart tremble, and he subconsciously hugged his chest tightly. She finally understood that Lu Song and Chu Yanran would not let her go easily for the inheritance. Thinking of this, she held Qin Rufang's hand and said, Mom, Tingchen has been treated for so long, but he still hasn't woken up. Maybe we should try another way, take him home, and influence him with family affection. Qin Rufang sighed. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. The doctor also mentioned this method. I come to the hospital to talk to Tingchen every day, but the effect is not obvious. Maybe you could be a turning point. Chu Xi's feeling of uneasiness became more and more serious. Qin Rufang's gaze was too deep, making her want to escape. Jiang Bei, go and handle the formalities. Qin Rufang said in a firm tone. Yes. Jiang Bei responded quickly. Hua Tingchen finally learned that he could be discharged from the hospital, and the tension in his heart was relieved. He couldn't wait to leave the hospital. However, as soon as Chu Xiao left the ward, Lu Song blocked her way. Xiao, I finally found you. Where have you been? I was almost going crazy. Lu Song's face was full of anxiety, and his eyes were full of affection. If she hadn't been reborn, Chu Xiao would have almost believed him. But now, she looked at him and felt only irony and ridiculousness. Xiao, the operation has been delayed for an hour. Let's go quickly. Lu Song pressed forward, trying to pull her away. The Hua family's bodyguard immediately stepped forward and blocked him seriously. Xiao. Lu Song raised his eyebrows and his heart tightened. He suddenly realized, could it be that she had discovered the truth and even got the support of the Hua family? No, if this goes on, he can't act rashly. The Hua family is not someone he can afford to offend. He calmed down and continued to persuade. Xiao, your uncle and aunt were terrified when they found out you were missing, and they are rushing to the hospital. Just come back with me and stop worrying everyone. Chu Xiao was filled with disgust when she mentioned her father and stepmother. She knew very well that what they did was just for the inheritance in her hands. Mr. Liu, right? Xiao is now the daughter-in-law of my Hua family. Please don't disturb her anymore. Qin Rufang said coldly. Lu Song was stunned. What? I am Hua Tingchen's wife now. Chu Xiao declared firmly, with a pale look of determination on his face. She straightened her back, her eyes full of indomitable spirit and determination. In this life, she would never let herself be deceived by anyone again. She wanted to live a wonderful life and fight for what belonged to her mother. Qin Rufang noticed her inner turmoil and hatred, smiled slightly, and said to Lu Song, "Mr. Lu, please make way." "No, Xiao is my fiancé." Lu Song gritted his teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness. He knew that Chu Xiao must have realized the truth that she was not ill and found the whole family as her support. He couldn't let this fat sheep slip away. "Xiao, I know you are afraid of pain and don't want to have surgery. Then let's not do it. Let's go home and talk about it slowly." Lu Song compromised, with a hint of calculation in his eyes. "Humph, as long as she follows him, he will tie her to the operating table immediately." Chu Xiao's eyes were cold and he refused. "Lu Song, stop acting. I know I'm not sick at all. I won't go with you today." Lu Song was slightly stunned, then pretended not to understand. "Xiao, what are you talking about? You're not sick, then let's go home." "I won't go." Chu Xiao's eyes were full of determination and his teeth were clenched. She knew in her heart that the Chu family was nothing more than a huge trap, and everyone was waiting for her failure and downfall. She could never go back and let herself continue to be their pawn. "Xiao, stop being so angry, okay?" Lu Song adjusted his glasses, his tone sounding helpless. "Let's not let Mrs. Will laugh at us anymore. Let's go home and talk about it. My home is the whole family." Chu Xiao looked directly at Lu Song and secretly glanced at Qin Rufang. Qin Rufang smiled and gave her an encouraging look, making her feel unprecedented warmth and support. A surge of strength surged in Chu Xiao's chest, and she said firmly, "I'm already married to Hua Tingchun. How is this possible? Hua Tingchun is just a living dead." Lu Song stopped talking before he could finish his words. A few cold gazes made him feel a chill that spread from the soles of his feet to his heart. "Mr. Lu, Xiaoyu is the daughter-in-law of the Hua family." Qin Rufang continued. Lu Song cursed in his heart at this time. Damn it, Chu Xiao, that little bitch, actually found the protection of the Hua family. However, he still kept a smile on his face and tried to reason with Qin Rufang. "Mrs. Hua, you are wrong. Xiao is my daughter-in-law of the Lu family." "Are you engaged?" Qin Rufang asked. "No." Lu Song shook his head quickly, with a hint of impatience in his tone. In Jingcheng, engagement is an important matter. Although Chu Yanran disliked this form, the two families did not hold a formal engagement ceremony in the end. "So are you married?" Qin Rufang continued to ask. "Neither," Lu Song answered again. "Then, what makes you say that Xiao is the daughter-in-law of the Lu family?" The smile on Qin Rufang's face became more and more decent. Chu Xiao finally understood that her future mother-in-law was not just gentle. She also had great wisdom and the ability to fight back. Perhaps, this sudden marriage is her chance to restart her life. "Mrs. Hua, everyone in Jingcheng knows it." Lu Song had a hint of helplessness on his face, but he was unwilling in his heart. "Really? How come I didn't know?" Qin Rufang's eyebrows curved slightly, and she said meaningfully, "I suggest Mr. Lu go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check first." Lu Song's face changed, and he hurriedly called to confirm. When he learned that Chu Xiao and Hua Tingchen had officially registered their marriage a few minutes ago, he almost went crazy. Chu Xiao was right in front of him, and Hua Tingchen was a living dead. How could such a thing happen? "Mr. Lu, do you have any doubts?" Qin Rufang asked calmly. Lu Song's eyes became colder and colder, and the mask of pretending to be affectionate finally broke, revealing his calculation and coldness. "Xiao, are you just going to abandon me and try to climb up the social ladder?" Chu Xiao sneered and responded. "Abandon you? The child in Yinran's belly is waiting for you." Lu Song's expression suddenly changed. He had already kept the fact of Yinran's pregnancy a secret, so how could Chu Xiao know about it? "Xiaoyu, let's go home." The whole family bodyguard led the way and led her out of the hospital. The sunlight shone on her body. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, looked up at the blue sky, and her heart was clear. "Lu Song, Chu Yanran, just wait for me." Chu Xiao sat by the bed, staring at the unconscious Hua Tingchen, still unable to believe it. Qin Rufang's voice broke her contemplation. "Xiaoyu, you and Tingchun will live in this room from now on." "Sleeping in the same bed with him?" Chu Xiao asked in shock, feeling uncomfortable subconsciously. Qin Rufang nodded gently. "You are husband and wife. It is normal for you to sleep in the same bed." Although this was the truth, Chutzio felt resistance in her heart. She frowned slightly and held back her discomfort. Xiaoyu, don't you want to? Qin Rufang noticed her hesitation. Chutzio hesitated for a moment, struggling her heart, but in the end she forced a smile. No. Although she resisted in her heart, the protection of the whole family was vital to her at the moment. Then I'll trouble you to take care of Tingchen. Qin Rufang said with a smile. Chutzio responded, okay. Her smile was a little forced, but her mind was filled with embarrassing images. She had to help Tingchen wash his body, which was undoubtedly a big test for her. Qin Rufang looked at her, with a flash of calculation in her eyes. She knew in her heart that all these arrangements were to allow Chu Xiao and Hua Tingchen to have more contact, enhance their relationship, and even continue the Hua family's lineage. The hospital gown is too ugly. Help Tingchen wash it and then change him into pajamas. Qin Rufang said, with obvious instructions in her words. Chu Xiao did not hesitate any longer. Although she felt uneasy, she still agreed. Okay. She walked towards Hua Tingchen with gritted teeth, ready to start this series of care. Hua Tingchen still didn't react to her actions. He lay on the bed, as if he was asleep, but Chu Xiao couldn't help but look at his figure a few more times. Hua Tingchen's body was still strong, and he didn't look like a person who had been bedridden for a long time. Chu Xiao stopped moving unconsciously, feeling a little flustered. She had never been in close contact with a man's body, and at this moment she felt extremely embarrassed. However, Hua Tingchen did not respond, and her movements gradually became bolder. Her little hands moved on his body, and every time she touched a little muscle line, she couldn't help but feel a vibration and her heartbeat accelerated. Her cheeks quickly flushed, and her mood was extremely complicated. Every wiping movement seemed to be accidentally touching Hua Tingchen's muscles, and she herself could not bear such intimacy. Although Hua Tingchen still didn't respond, Chu Xiao could feel that he didn't seem to be completely unconscious. She began to wonder if she had misunderstood something. Hua Tingchen could hear her voice and sense everything around him, but he just didn't want to wake up. Just as she was trying to change her clothes more carefully, she suddenly heard Qin Rufang's voice coming from outside the door. Xiaoyu, the lady asked you to go downstairs to arrange flowers. Chu Xiao was startled and quickly stopped what she was doing and agreed. Okay, right away. She took a deep breath and barely completed the action. When she turned around to change her clothes, she suddenly noticed a strange reaction in Hua Tingchen's lower abdomen. You rascal! Chu Xiao cursed angrily, her face red as if it was burning. She didn't expect that this vegetative person would have such a reaction. Hua Tingchen was actually full of embarrassment. He himself knew very well that although he could not move, there was always a desire growing quietly in his heart. When Chu Xiao's body touched him, his consciousness began to react. He had no way to stop it. The only thing he could do was pretend he felt nothing. You pervert! Even a vegetative person can't stop your lust. Chu Xiao cursed angrily, with mixed emotions, but the blush on his face never faded. Hua Tingchen still didn't respond. He just tried his best to control his breathing and pretend that he felt nothing. Chu Xiao's doubts grew stronger. She lowered her head, tentatively put her hand on Hua Tingchen's waist, and gently pulled his belt. I'm helping you change your pants now. I'm not taking advantage of you. She forced herself to calm down and started doing these things that made her extremely uncomfortable. As her pants were gradually pulled down, Hua Tingchen's two long legs were finally exposed. Chu Xiao couldn't help but turn his face away and took a deep breath. She tried to convince herself. He is a vegetable and should have no feelings. However, she could not calm down in her heart and still doubted whether Hua Tingchen was really as completely unconscious as he appeared. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. It turned out to be just an accident. She pulled her pants down to the bottom, revealing Hua Tingchen's body in front of her, and she herself was in an unprecedented predicament. Hua Tingchen didn't expect that Chu Xiao actually started to take off his pants. At this moment, he was filled with regret, as if he had lost the ability to communicate. In the past, he always thought Chu Xiao was naive and shy. Even Lu Song's slight approach could make her too shy to raise her head. But now, she actually took off his pants. He completely underestimated her courage. The cold air swept across his exposed skin, and Hua Tingchen realized that he was completely exposed in front of her, with only his underwear on. He had never been so naked in front of any woman, and at this moment, his embarrassment was almost unbearable. But now, the only thing he could do was to continue pretending to be asleep, hoping that Chu Xiao would not do anything excessive again. In fact, after Chu Xiao took off Hua Tingqian's pants, she did not continue to be bold. She stood by the bed, lowered her head, her heartbeat accelerated, and her face flushed. Taking off pants was easy, but putting on pants put her in a deeper predicament. How should she deal with it? She even hesitated a little whether she should lift his body to put on his pants. Thinking of this, her heart was filled with incomparable distress. Hua Tingqian felt her struggle on the bed, and it all seemed like torture to him. Chu Xiao was completely out of his control. He didn't know what she would do next, and he became more and more anxious. I think it's troublesome to wash him and change his clothes every day, so I might as well just let him not wear any. Chu Xiao said softly. Hua Tingqian's chest heaved violently, and he couldn't help but panic in his heart. Would she really let him stay naked all the time? However, after getting rid of all these troubles, Chu Xiao whispered to him, "Today's work is done. I'm going to arrange flowers. You have a good sleep." Hua Tingqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was weak all over, he at least escaped the embarrassing situation temporarily. Downstairs, Qin Rufang was busy arranging flowers. Seeing Chu Xiao coming downstairs, she asked softly, "Is it finished?" "Yeah." Chu Xiao answered hesitantly and lowered his head guiltily. "If I take off my clothes but don't put them back on, does that count as completing the task?" Qin Rufang smiled gently. "Today we have the lilies that Tingqian likes. Put a vase in a room." Chu Xiao nodded and replied softly, "Okay." She was still feeling uneasy about the embarrassing situation just now, and there was some sweat on her face. "It must be tiring to take care of Tingqian." Qin Rufang asked again, with concern in her eyes. "It's okay." Chu Xiao recalled the unbearable situation just now, and his tone was a little vague. "It's just that he was too heavy, I couldn't pull him, so I fell down. As a man, it's better to be strong." Qin Rufang smiled. Then her expression changed, with a little worry. Tingqian has been learning martial arts since he was a child, and gave up many opportunities for further study, all in order to protect the family business. Chu Xiao's heart trembled slightly. It turned out that people standing at the pinnacle of power also have sad stories. She always thought that successful people like Hua Tingqian could do anything, but she didn't expect that he also had unspeakable pain. Qin Rufang's expression became even gloomier. This time, Tingqian got into trouble, and the pressure on the first house is even greater. If he doesn't wake up, I may not be able to protect this family. Chu Xiao's mood suddenly became heavy. She didn't expect that such a crisis would befall Hua Tingqian. The Hua family was founded by Mr. Hua and has no direct relationship with the first family. How is it possible? Chu Xiao tried to refute. Qin Rufang sighed. "It doesn't matter, but I only have Tingqian as a son. The first wife thinks he is dying and wants to wipe out the whole family." Chu Xiao was filled with anger. Hua Tingqian was not dead yet, but the people in the first house were already planning his funeral. This made her deeply disgusted with the ugly calculations of the Chu family. "Xiaoyu, you must work hard." Qin Rufang's eyes were full of expectations, as if she was the last hope. Chu Xiao asked in confusion, "How do you work hard? Can't you move him with your emotions? Try to wake him up." Qin Rufang's tone was full of anticipation. Chu Xiao was stunned. She and Hua Tingqian had just met. Where did the feelings come from? What she said in the hospital just now was just an emergency word. There was no emotion at all. If it really doesn't work, then leave him a child. Qin Rufang held her hand tightly. With a child, the second house won't be extinct. Don't you think so? Chu Xiao looked at her in astonishment, finding it hard to accept it all. It turns out that everything Qin Rufang did was to let her give birth to a child for Hua Tingqian. She always thought she was protecting herself, but she didn't expect to be forced to this point. "Xiaoyu, I know this is too difficult for you, but we have no choice." Qin Rufang sighed deeply. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Chu Xiao was shocked by her words and fell into a deep silence. At this moment, the housekeeper came to report, "Madam, someone from the Chu family came and said they wanted to see the young lady." Chu Xiao's body trembled slightly, and the anger in her heart surged. The pain of her previous life seemed to resurface, and she wanted to rush out immediately, confront them, and make them pay the price. "In-laws." Qin Rufang raised her eyebrows and asked, "Xiaoyu, are you planning to go back with them?" "I don't want to," Chu Xiao answered without hesitation. She knew clearly what returning to the Chu family would mean to her, falling into the abyss and allowing them to harm her again. "Okay then." Qin Rufang smiled faintly. "Butler, let them in." Chu Shiwakuin and Lin Meihua entered the living room, and saw Chu Xiao snuggling up to Qin Rufang. Their faces turned gloomy. Mrs. Hua, excuse me. I'm here to take my daughter home. Chu Xiuequan cleared his throat, trying to keep his tone polite. My dear relatives, Xiaoyu already has his own home. You can come and visit often in the future, but Xiaoyu cannot go with you. Qin Rufang answered calmly, with a gentle yet firm attitude. Chu Xiuequan and Lin Meihua looked at each other, obviously shocked by this answer. Mrs. Hua is such a joke. Xiaoyu and Lu Song are the engaged couple. Lin Meihua said, I've already negotiated with Lu Song and will not repeat the same words. Qin Rufang responded calmly, elegantly, and calmly. Chu Xiao's anger gradually subsided with her mother-in-law's calm and composed answer. She understood that true revenge was not about arguing loudly, but about winning slowly through wisdom and patience. But Mr. Hua and Xiaoyu have never met each other. How could they be husband and wife? Chu Xiuequan asked puzzledly. I knew him before. Chu Xiao replied calmly. She and Hua Tingshun had indeed had contact, although they were not familiar with each other, but she knew that her words were enough to leave them speechless. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Lin Meihua asked nervously, feeling secretly regretful in her heart. You are not worth my mentioning. Chu Xiao responded coldly, his eyes full of determination. In that case, I have no objection, but we still need to discuss the wedding carefully. Chu Xiuequan tried to gain some benefits by changing the subject. Chu Xiao sneered. I don't need a wedding, nor do I need your dowry. Her voice was cold and firm, which directly cut off the Chu family's thoughts. Lin Meihua's face changed, and she quickly changed her words. Xiaoyu, how can you say that? Men and women get married, and they should follow the rules. Rules? What rules does the Chu family have? Chu Xiao stared at her coldly. You are not my mother. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about this? Lin Meihua felt Chu Xiao's cold gaze, and her heart trembled. How could this girl, who had always been gentle and obedient, become so cold today? She couldn't help but wonder. Did Chu Xiao know the truth? Impossible. Yaoan died silently, and the people in Jingsheng didn't know that Chu Xiao was Yaoan's daughter. However, Lin Meihua quickly calmed down and still pretended to be a gentle and loving mother. Xiaoyu, Mom is just worried about you, she said softly. You are my mother. Chu Xiao sneered, anger flashing his eyes. You are not worthy. Her eyes were filled with anger and sadness. On the surface, he treated her well, but in fact, he wanted to train her to be a naive and innocent girl so that he could be manipulated. In her previous life, she was too naive, recognized the wrong person, and eventually lost her life. Xiaoyu, how can you talk like that? Apologize to your mother quickly. Ju Sugun's Glet Fdao. Okay, Dad, tell me where my mom is buried, and then I'll go and apologize. Chu Xi's eyes turned red, and her heart was filled with anger. Chu Xiuequan was stunned, but still pretended to be calm. Xiaoyu, how could you curse your mother? Yes, Xiaoyu, Mom is so good to you, Lin Meihua said sadly, with tears in her eyes. Ms. Lin, your daughter is Chu Yanran, and I am Yao An's daughter. Chu Xiao raised his voice excitedly. This sentence broke their disguise, and Chu Xiuequan and Lin Meihua were shocked. When Chu Xiuequan married Lin Meihua, he already knew Yao An. In order to get Yao An's jewelry, Chu Xiuequan pretended to be nice to her and married her. After Chu Xiao lost his memory, he mistakenly took Lin Meihua as his biological mother. Today, the truth is finally revealed. Qin Rufang watched all this in shock. She had thought that the Chu family had 2 biological daughters, but it turned out that all this was just a false arrangement. Qin Rufang's heart was boiling with anger. She coldly hugged Chu Xiao into her arms and said sternly, It turns out that Madame Chu is not Xiaoyu's biological mother. Then you are not worthy of being the mother-in-law of the Hua family. Lin Meihua and Chu Xiuequan were panicked. Their original plan was completely disrupted, and Yao An's inheritance became an unresolved issue. Lin Meihua began to cry loudly and hugged Chu Xiuequan. I have treated Xiaoyu as my own daughter all these years, but this is how I treat her. Chu Xiuequan calmed himself down and sternly rebuked. Xiaoyu, why are you so ignorant? We do all this for your own good. Your biological mother died early, and we didn't tell you the truth for your own better life. He went on to say, Meihua treats you better than her own daughter Yanran. How can you say that? Apologize to your mother and come home with us. Chu Xiao shook her head sadly. Ultimately, their goal was to get her to go back and accept the fake surgery and marry Lu Song. Lin Meihua is not my biological mother, but you, Chu Xiuequan, are my biological father. Chu Xi was worried. She didn't expect her biological father to plot against her like this. I'm already married into the whole family. You guys can go now, Chu Xiao said firmly. Xiao Yu, don't you even listen to what your father says? Chu Xuequan raised his voice. He always knew that his eldest daughter was most afraid of him. But today something seemed to have changed. I won't listen. Chu Xiao closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and was full of determination. From now on, she would not only leave the Chu family, but also ruthlessly retaliate against them and take back everything that belonged to her mother. Chu Xuequan was angry, but when he saw Qin Rufang's cold eyes, he immediately restrained his arrogance. Mrs. Hua, I'm just educating my daughter. Xiao Yu is the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, and I should be the one to discipline her. Qin Rufang sneered. If you disturb Tingchen again and something goes wrong, you can't bear the consequences. Please go back. The housekeeper came forward with bodyguards and drove Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua away. Chu Xuequan was unwilling to accept this, but he could only swallow his anger. Xiao Yu, when you come home, Dad will take you to see your mom. There was a threat in his words. Chu Xiao felt a sharp pain in his heart and stared at Chu Xuequan's back, his eyes full of hatred. So you have such a background. Qin Rufang sighed and looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao lowered her head and held back the tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. I just found out today. I can leave the Hua family now. Silly child. Where can you go if you leave the Hua family? Qin Rufang hugged her gently. You are already the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. We will protect you. Chu Xiao couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they welled up. She was touched by Qin Rufang's understanding and warmth. Mom, can you do me a favor? Chu Xiao asked. You say, my biological mother left me a priceless jade hairpin, which I can only receive after I reach adulthood and get married. Now that I have my marriage certificate, I want to take it out and keep it as a souvenir. Okay. Qin Rufang agreed without hesitation. Back at the Chu family, Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua were filled with anxiety. She refused to come back. Chu Xuequan said angrily. She must have been in a hurry to marry Hua Tingchen just to protect herself. Chu Yanran added hastily. She made the decision just for the jade hairpin. Lu Song said worriedly. She seemed a little strange after she was discharged from the hospital. Did someone say something in the operating room? None of us four told her the truth. Dad, should we report her? Chu Yanran asked tentatively. Report? Are you crazy? We can't afford to offend the whole family. Chu Xuequan said fiercely. What should we do? Didn't Chu Xiao marry into the Hua family just to see that we didn't dare to resist? If we don't find a solution, she will take all the inheritance. Chu Yanran felt unwilling. The family is on the verge of bankruptcy, and now they only hope that the antiques left by Yao and can help the Chu family tide over the difficulties. If they fail, the Chu family will go bankrupt, and they will be left with nothing. We must get the inheritance. Chu Xuequan gritted his teeth with a fierce look in his eyes. Does she know about the inheritance? Lu Song asked. Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua sighed at the same time. She already knows her life story. I'm afraid she can't hide the inheritance anymore. That's troublesome. Lu Song frowned. Since she already knows the truth, she can take the inheritance herself. If I had known Chu Xiao would know the truth, I shouldn't have gotten together with Chu Yanran. Lu Song secretly regretted in his heart. I should at least coax her into marriage and take the inheritance first. No, she can't take it away. Chu Xuequan rubbed his brows. The will drawn up by Yao and clearly stated that both husband and wife must sign together to receive the inheritance. That's great. Hua Tingchen is now a vegetable and cannot sign at all. Lu Song was delighted after hearing this. The grudge between the Chu family and Chu Xiao is their own business. As long as he draws a clear line between himself and Chu Yanran now, he will definitely be able to coax her to change her mind, and then the inheritance will still be his. The more Lu Song thought about it, the happier he became. So he said, Uncle Chu, I have an idea. Hurry up and tell me. Chu Jiandan uget impa tinti. But Yanran will be wronged. Lu Song was a little embarrassed. Chu Yanran was slightly stunned. A song, what do you mean? Xiao Yu and I have been dating for a year, and she has feelings for me. She turned against me today because she found out that you were pregnant with my child. If I told her that it was a misunderstanding and that you had already aborted the child. Chu Yanran interrupted Lu Song before he could finish his words. I don't agree, she said loudly. I will never abort the child. He is the fruit of our love. Lu Song comforted her. Yinran, I just wanted to lie to her. I didn't really want to abort the child. That's fine. Chu Yinran pouted unhappily. But you are not allowed to really like her, and you can't hurt me for her. Of course, of course. Lu Song smiled and gently scratched her nose. I will marry you when things are settled. Yeah. Chu Yinran smiled happily. As the sky gradually darkened, Qin Rufang asked the kitchen to prepare a large feast to celebrate her wedding. She also opened a bottle of red wine and drank it with Chu Xiao. The groom Hu Tingqian was lying alone in the bedroom, with thousands of thoughts in his mind, but he could do nothing. He desperately hoped that Chu Xiao could come back as soon as possible and say a few words to him. I don't know how long I waited, but Chu Xiao finally came back. After being slightly tipsy, she became relaxed. She staggered to the bed, threw back the quilt, and lay down. The smell of alcohol made Hu Tingqian feel a little unhappy. On the first day of marriage, she threw him down a drink. I'm not drinking alone. My mom and I are drinking together. Chu Xiao burped and continued to squeeze towards the source of warmth. Hu Tingqian felt a warm body approaching, and a part of his body unconsciously tensed up. He roared, "Get out. I won't leave." Chu Xiao not only did not step away, but instead hugged Hu Tingqian's neck and rubbed him gently. Hu Tingqian's body became hotter and hotter under her actions, and his desire was instantly ignited. He didn't dare to express it because she could hear his thoughts. He took a deep breath and tried to control himself. Hu Tingqian, you are so lucky to have your mother supporting you behind the scenes. Chu Xiao said softly, with a playful look in his eyes. Hu Tingqian's heart suddenly tightened. Is the eldest house in trouble? That's right, and not just once. They think you will never wake up and want to swallow up the whole family. Chu Xiao smiled, so you have to wake up quickly and don't let them succeed. Hu Tingqian's heart suddenly sank. He knew the hardships and difficulties of Hua's enterprise. His father founded this huge family business and went through many hardships to achieve today's achievements. Even when the family was in trouble, his uncle's family never lent a hand. Now they want to occupy Hua's. How can he tolerate it? He must wake up. He must not let those people succeed. Hu Tingqian tried his best to open his eyes and move his body, but he couldn't control his body and remained motionless. He gave up in frustration until he was exhausted. Hu Tingqian, your chest is so hard. Can learning martial arts help you build muscle? Chu Xiao stretched out her slender fingers and poked his chest. The hatred in Hu Tingqian's heart at this moment made him endure her mischief. Chu Xiao, help me do something. Hu Tingqian said coldly. What is it? She asked, poking his chest as if it were a toy, and the more she poked it, the more proud she became. Hu Tingqian could hardly bear it, but he could only endure it. Stop your hand for a moment. Okay. Chu Xiao withdrew his hand obediently. Help me find Bai Jing and ask him to come back for treatment. Also tell Jiang Bei that my car accident was not an accident, but someone did it on purpose. Ask him to investigate the matter thoroughly. These are two different things. Chu Xiao frowned and said unhappily. Hu Tingqian was already furious. It doesn't take a minute to pass on a message. Chu Xiao, if you still want my protection. Hu Tingqian added coldly. You're wrong. It was your mother who protected me when you were unconscious. Chu Xiao interrupted him with a smile, a cunning gleam in his eyes. Hu Tingqian's chest rose and fell violently, and he was furious. He was actually played by this woman. As long as you do as I say, you will no longer be bound by the Chu family in your life. Hu Tingqian finally held back his anger and spoke. Even if you wake up, we will get divorced. Chu Xiao's eyes flashed with hope. Yes. Hu Tingqian responded coldly. Okay, deal. Chu Xiao's my happily. This is what she was waiting for. She knew that Hu Tingqian would wake up sooner or later, and when he woke up, he would definitely divorce her. This promise made her feel much more at ease. I'll call right away. Chu Xiao quickly threw off the quilt and got out of bed, completely forgetting that Hu Tingqian was still half naked, wearing only underwear. At this time, the night temperature was extremely cold. Ichu. Hu Tingqian couldn't help but sneeze, and half of his body was exposed to the cold air. At this time, Chu Xiao reacted and hurriedly covered Hu Tingqian with a quilt, but accidentally pressed a place that he shouldn't have touched. Hu Tingqian couldn't help but take a breath. Chu Xiao immediately realized that something was wrong and hastily retracted his hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Hu Tingqian took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. There is air conditioning in the room. Oh, okay. Chu Xiao hurriedly turned on the air conditioner and then continued to unlock Hu Tingqian's phone. Hu Tingqian closed his eyes and the facial scan failed. He coldly spat out the power-on password, 920303. This password is so strange. Does it have any special meaning? Chu Xiao asked curiously. Hu Tingshan said nothing. After turning on the phone, Chu Xiao found Bai Jing in the address book and dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Bai. Who are you? Bai Jing on the other end of the phone was shocked. Although it was Hu Tingshan's number, the person who called was actually a woman. I'm Chu Xiao, Hu Tingshan's new wife. Chu Xiao said cautiously. Bai Jing suddenly raised his voice. Hu Tingshan got married? He didn't even invite his childhood friend to the wedding. If you have something to say, just say it now and stop talking nonsense. Bai Jing replied angrily. Hu Tingshan is in trouble and has become a vegetable. He needs you to come back and help him with his treatment. Chu Xiao said. What? Bai Jing's voice was filled with a bit of disbelief, shocking Chu Xiao to the point of being at a loss. Yes, the car accident was man-made. Hu Tingshan specially appointed you as his family doctor. Without you, his life would be threatened. Chu Xiao said anxiously. The car accident was premeditated. Who knows if someone will tamper with it again during the treatment process. This is why Hu Tingshan specifically chose Bai Jing. I understand, madam. I will book a ticket back home immediately. Bai Jing agreed. Okay, thank you. Chu Xiao put down the phone. Once the mission was completed, she would find Jiang Bei next. When Jiang Bei heard that Hu Tingshan's car accident was man-made, he was stunned. Madam, how did you know this? Chu Xiao looked at Hu Tingshan and hesitated. If Hu Tingshan told her, what if Jiang Bei suspected her of being the murderer? Just say that you found something unusual, but you don't dare to tell anyone else, so you can only go to him. Hu Tingshan said in a deep voice. In hands-free mode, Hu Tingshan heard the conversation clearly. Jiang Bei, I found something fishy. Chu Xiao said truthfully. What's going on? Jiang Bei's tone was a little puzzled. What's going on? Chu Xiao almost cried out in pain. This special assistant really had a million questions. When Hu Tingshan had the accident, the brakes were broken and Hu Zhongjie did something about it. Hu Tingshan added. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added. Assistant Jiang, Hu Tingshan's brakes were broken when the accident happened. What, Zhongjie tampered with it? Please go check it out. Young madam, how do you know the brakes are broken? Jiang Bei seemed a little suspicious. There are only a handful of people who can touch Hu Tingshan's car, so it's not difficult to find the murderer. But how does Chu Xiao know about the brake problem? Is she related to this matter? Chu Xiao was a little stunned. She didn't quite know how to answer. Hu Tingshan smiled helplessly, thinking that this woman's IQ was not good enough. Tell him that I just said that he should not spread the news that I might wake up. Hu Tingshan reminded. Chu Xiao was worried and knew that he might become a suspect, so he carefully conveyed. He just said a few words to tell me the truth, but he is still unconscious. Don't let anyone know for the time being. Mr. Hua is awake. Jiang Bei was a little excited. No, he just said a few words suddenly and then lost consciousness immediately. Don't make this matter public for the time being to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. I understand, madam. Jiang Bei agreed immediately. At this time, Jiang Bei also had hope in his heart. Although Hu Tingshan had not fully woken up, he could already say a few words, and the hope of waking up was not far away. Chu Xiao completed the task and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she felt the residual warmth of the alcohol, making her even more sleepy, so she quickly lay down and fell asleep. Hu Tingshan felt the slight shaking of the bed, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. But Chu Xiao unconsciously approached him, touching him with her fingers from time to time, which made him upset. That night, Hu Tingshan's mood was up and down, and he finally fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes and suddenly realized that he was lying in Hu Tingshan's arms. Oh my God, she screamed, quickly broke free from his arms and ran into the bathroom. Her face in the mirror was still flushed, and her ears were unconsciously hot. She stared at herself in the mirror. I'm so beautiful. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Since her left breast was removed, she has been plagued by low self-esteem. Even Lu Song often mentioned this incident, which made her feel even more low self-esteem, and she even dared not to participate in social activities. After the divorce, she almost lost the courage to cheer up again and completely forgot that she was once a beautiful woman praised by everyone. Chu Xiao, come on. Make those who hurt you pay the price. She made up her mind in front of the mirror. After washing up, she quickly changed her clothes and prepared to go find Li Yujiang, the lawyer arranged by Yao before his death. Xiaoyu, have you washed Tingshan's face? Qin Rufang came in and asked tactfully. Chu Xiao was stunned and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to do this. Tingshan is very clean and washes his face every morning and evening. Qin Rufang said as she walked to the bed and touched Hu Tingqian's quilt. The warm quilt proved that Chu Xiao was indeed with Hu Tingqian last night, and Qin Rufang was secretly happy. Chu Xiao was a little shy, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, I haven't put clothes on him yet. Oh, so that's the case. Then hurry up and help Tingqian get dressed. Qin Rufang smiled like a kind elder, turned around, and walked away with satisfaction. Chu Xiao had no choice but to deal with it according to her misunderstanding. Just as she was about to put clothes on Hu Tingqian, someone else walked in unexpectedly. Brother Chun, Bai Jing stood at the door, stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Hu Tingqian was turned into a vegetable, but he was actually being held by someone. Chu Xiao suddenly became nervous and ordered, Come over and help. You are Chu Xiao? Bai Jing was furious. You are the Chu Xiao who is engaged to Lu Song? Yes, it's me. Chu Xiao frowned and looked at him coldly. Who are you? Bai Jing, he said through gritted teeth. Dr. Bai, come over and help. Chu Xiao anxiously supported Hu Tingqian's back and hurriedly helped him put on his clothes. Hu Tingqian closed his eyes quietly, leaned tiredly on Chu Xiao, and let her be busy. Seeing this scene, Bai Jing's heart was filled with humiliation, and he couldn't help but shouted, Get out of the way. I will help Brother Chen get dressed. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately moved away. Although Bai Jing looked gentle, he was surprisingly strong. Soon, he dressed with Tingqian and looked at Chu Xiao coldly. What is your relationship with Brother Chen? Chu Xiao coughed lightly, feeling a little flustered. Well, it's a long story. Let's not talk about it anymore. Bai Jing felt disgusted. This woman was Lu Song's fiancée yesterday, but she became Hu Tingqian's wife today. Everyone thought she was a fickle woman and unworthy of a distinguished person like Hu Tingqian. I have plenty of time to listen, Bai Jing said coldly, waiting for Chu Xiao's explanation. Why did she, a married woman, suddenly marry Hu Tingqian and even take care of him when he was in a coma? Chu Xiao was a little embarrassed, but I'm in a hurry now. She was in a hurry to collect the inheritance. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Jing asked with gritted teeth in dissatisfaction. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment. Did you deliberately take advantage of the opportunity to sleep with Brother Chun when he couldn't resist? Bai Jing refused to give in. Cough, cough. Chu Xiao was suddenly choked by his own words. No, absolutely not. Hu Tingqian couldn't listen anymore and said impatiently, Tell him that we are old acquaintances. I contacted her before the accident. Chu Xiao nodded hurriedly. Her mind was much clearer after drinking. She tried to relay the story more tactfully. Dr. Bai, Tingqian and I have known each other for a long time. Before he got into trouble, he asked me to marry him. Bai Jing was stunned. Hu Tingqian said to Chu Xiao again, If someone asks you again in the future, just say this. Okay. Chu Xiao agreed decisively. Bai Jing suddenly looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Who are you talking to? You. Chu Xiao smiled guiltily. Dr. Bai, it's great that you're here. Bai Jing still couldn't completely accept Chu Xiao and still felt that she was not worthy of Hu Tingqian. At this time, Qin Rufang walked in with a smile. Bai Jing is here? Aunt, why did Tingqian suddenly become like this? Bai Jing asked. It's a long story. Qin Rufang said casually. The corners of Bai Jing's lips twitched slightly. Why does everyone like to say it's a long story so much? Qin Rufang handed over the marriage certificate. Xiaoyu, go do your thing. Bai Jing and I will talk later. The marriage certificate clearly reads, Hu Tingqian, Chu Xiao, and there's even a photo of them together. Chu Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The power of the Hu family should not be underestimated. According to her memories of her previous life, she went to Fengxian Haitian law firm. Lawyer Li Yujiang was over 50, with deep eyes and a kind face. When he saw Chu Xiao, he recognized her at a glance. Are you Yao An's daughter? Hello, Lawyer Li. Chu Xiao felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The moment Li Yujiang recognized her, Chu Xiao realized that her face was so similar to her mother's. Because of a high fever, she had forgotten her mother's face. You are finally here. Are you here to claim Yao An's inheritance? Li Yujiang asked while pouring water for her. Chu Xiao nodded and took out the marriage certificate. Yes, I got married yesterday, so I should be eligible to receive the inheritance. Congratulations, Miss Chu, on finding a good match. Li Yujiang smiled. Where's her husband? He didn't come. Chu Xiao was a little embarrassed. That won't work. To claim the inheritance, both you and your spouse need to sign and take photos at the same time. Li Yujiang said regretfully. Chu Xiao was stunned. In her previous life, She and Lu Song came together to claim the inheritance and didn't pay attention to these details. She originally thought that she could claim it smoothly with her marriage certificate. Hua Tingxian is now in a vegetative state and is unable to be present in person to sign and take photos. Ms. Chu, are you just going to marry someone just to collect the inheritance? Liu Jiang asked half-jokingly. Chu Si lowered his head in worry and guilt. I am not. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a little flustered. Liu Jiang frowned, his eyes revealing a trace of worry. Miss Chu, your mother has made many arrangements for you before she died, all for your protection. If you marry just for the inheritance, you will be letting her down. I'm not like that. Chu Xiao's eyes were slightly red. My marriage is real. I came to collect the inheritance to protect the jade hairpin left by my mother. Ms. Chu, please bring your husband with you again, Liu Jiang said in a firm tone. Chu Xiao had no choice but to leave the law firm. Unexpectedly, not long after leaving the law firm, Liu Jiang was kidnapped. After returning to Jingsheng, she was about to look for Yao En's matter, but was blocked by a familiar figure. Xiaoyu, I finally found you. Lu Song looked at Chu Xiao tenderly. Xiaoyu, let's not be angry anymore. Come home with me. Chu Xiao's face darkened instantly. He took 2 steps back and looked at Lu Song with disgust. Get out of the way. Xiaoyu, what happened between Yinran and me is not what you think. I mistook her for you after drinking. I have already told Chu Yinran that I have no feelings for her, and the person I love has always been you. Lu Song said in one breath, his eyes full of anticipation. Chu Xiao looked at him and felt it was ridiculous. How could she possibly believe these lies that were full of loopholes? Did he really think she was a fool? Although she had been soft-hearted in her previous life, now she would never easily forgive the apology of such a scumbag. To her, his apology was like the stench of a garbage dump. Xiaoyu, please forgive me this time, okay? Lu Song grabbed her hand eagerly, trying to pull her back. Chu Xiao avoided his hand and said coldly, Chu Yanran is already pregnant. As a father, you should be responsible for her. Please don't disturb my life anymore. Xiaoyu, I was really drunk that night. I only love you, not her. Lu Song's face was full of anxiety, and his tone was a little impatient. Chu Xiao sneered. It doesn't matter anymore. Now, I'm a member of the Hua family, and you are the father of Chu Yanran's child. Are you still angry? Lu Song's face darkened. Why are you angry? You and I have become strangers. Chu Xiao turned around and prepared to leave. However, Lu Song suddenly grabbed her hand, forcibly pulled her into his arms, and bent down to kiss her. She knew that he must be angry that he didn't dare to touch her, but had sex with other women. Now, he decided to put himself in a difficult position and fulfill her wish. However, Chu Xiao's reaction was unusually quick, and he slapped him hard in the face. Lu Song stood there in a daze, covering his face, totally unable to believe what he saw. Xiaoyu, don't touch me, I think it's dirty. Chu Xiao took out a tissue to wipe his hands with disgust and looked at Lu Song coldly. Lu Song's self-esteem was severely damaged. He had never thought that he would be disliked by her. She didn't dislike him for not being a virgin, so why did she dislike him? But for the sake of the inheritance, Lu Song suppressed his anger and pretended to be affectionate and said, Xiaoyu, don't be angry. I was wrong. You could do whatever you want. I just ask you to forgive me. Chu Xiao sneered. Don't you understand what people say? I have already obtained the marriage certificate with Hua Tingxian. Lu Song's eyes were complicated. I know you're angry, but we can still get a divorce after getting the marriage certificate. I won't despise you. I dislike you, is that okay? Chu Xiao lost his patience and replied coldly. She knew the truth and married Hua Tingxian, but this persistent man is still pretending to be affectionate, which is disgusting. Xiaoyu, Lu Song's eyes showed pain. What do you want me to do to forgive me? No matter what. Chu Xiao responded without hesitation. Lu Song's eyes were instantly filled with anger, and he almost exploded. I know you came here just for the inheritance. Chu Xiao sneered. My mother's inheritance has nothing to do with you. Lu Song pretended not to know. What inheritance? I don't know. Chu Xiao turned around and prepared to leave, and Lu Song followed closely behind. Xiaoyu, I just found out yesterday that you're not Aunt Lin's biological daughter, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. What's wrong with my background? I'm the eldest daughter of the Chu family. There's nothing shameful about me. Chu Xiao said coldly. You misunderstood. Lu Song was helpless. Chu Xiao's cold eyes made him unable to form his words. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to misdiagnose. I'm really sorry. Misdiagnosis? She knew very well that it was a scheme planned by him and Chu Yanran. Xiaoyu, please forgive me. I will be extra nice to you in the future and make up for the shock you suffered yesterday. Lu Song suddenly knelt down. Passers-by watched, and some took photos. The man has gold under his knees. He must love her very much. Lu Song's knees were in unbearable pain, but he knew in his heart that Chu Xiao was weak and would pull him up sooner or later. 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. Chu Xiao stood there unmoved. Lu Song finally couldn't stand the pain anymore and looked up at her. Xiaoyu, if you don't forgive me, I will keep kneeling and not get up. A passerby sympathetically advised, You have been kneeling for so long. Just forgive him. Chu Xiao sneered and looked at the ant next to him. Is it possible that he made a mistake? And he was stunned. What's wrong with him? He slept with my sister for half a year and even got her pregnant. Chu Xiao said loudly and bluntly. The surrounding discussions disappeared instantly. The ant who had just tried to persuade her spat angrily. Bah! You shameless bastard. Lu Song's face turned red. He was so ashamed that he quickly stood up and ran away in shame. Chu Xiao was in a good mood and hummed a little tune. Since the inheritance could not be obtained for the time being, he would first settle the account for the misdiagnosis. She came to the hospital, ready to sue Dr. Song, but the medical records were missing. It was obviously the work of Lu Song and Chu Yanran. After arguing with the hospital for a long time, Chu Xiao failed to get a piece of paper evidence and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. They thought she was helpless? She would never let them succeed. If I remember correctly, Lu Song is negotiating a piece of land in the eastern suburbs. 3 months later, the land price will skyrocket, and the Lu family will be on the list of the richest people in Jingxing. And the money for this piece of land is exactly the money she got from selling the jade hairpin left by her mother. In this life, she would never let him succeed. She must intercept him. After returning to the Hua family, Qin Rufang asked with concern, Xiaoyu, is the matter settled? No. The couple must sign together to claim it. Zhu Xiao Sai. Hua Tingchun has not woken up yet, so the jade hairpin cannot be collected for the time being. Don't worry, the jade hairpin is safe in the bank. Qin Rufang comforted. Chu Xiao nodded, but there was some unspeakable bitterness in her heart. There was little money left in her mobile phone, and she could not invest. But she could not always rely on the protection of the Hua family, and she had to have her own career. Xiaoyu, have the people from the Chu family bullied you again? Qin Rufang asked sensitively. Chu Xiao replied in a low voice. I went to the hospital to get my medical records today. I wanted to sue Dr. Song for misdiagnosis, but they deleted the medical records. That's easy. I just need to make a phone call. Qin Rufang said with a smile. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? Leave this little matter to me. You just stay at home with Tingxin, and I promise to give you good news. Qin Rufang comforted her with a smile. Chu Xiao was moved and said, Thank you, Mom. Qin Rufang touched her head and smiled gently. Mom will always be by your side. When everything goes well, we will welcome a better future together. Chu Xiao said softly, Mom, I have a secret to tell you. Hey, you still have secrets. Qin Rufang looked at her lovingly. Chu Xiao whispered, There's a piece of land in the eastern suburbs, and its value will soar tenfold in 3 months. Qin Rufang was stunned for a moment. A complicated look flashed across her eyes, and she sighed silently in her heart. This child is really sensible. As soon as Chu Xiao entered the room, Hua Tingchun couldn't wait to speak. Where have you been? I've been waiting for a long time. Something? Chu Xiao asked as he prepared to change into his pajamas and take a shower. The wardrobe is filled with brand-name new clothes. As the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, she has no material worries. The only regret is that her mother-in-law does not give her pocket money, and she is too embarrassed to ask for it. I don't know how far the marriage can go, so it is more practical to make money on my own. After waiting for a long time without getting a response, Chu Xiao asked again, Hua Tingxin, what do you want? Tell me quickly. Can I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Humph, do you still have me as your husband in your eyes? Hua Tingxin replied angrily. You're so sarcastic. Chu Xiao frowned. I remember you didn't like to talk much before. Hua Tingxin was stunned. He used to be bad at speaking, but since he became a vegetable, he realized that talking more can make him feel alive. Maybe it was the silence during this period that made him begin to yearn for every conversation with her. I want to claim the inheritance my mother left me today, but failed. Chu Xiao suddenly said. What inheritance? Hua Tingxin was surprised when he heard it. The 2 elders of the Chu family are gone. Chu Xiao nodded and briefly talked about his life experience. Hua Tingxin was stunned. You are not Lin Meihua's biological daughter? The surgery was just a plot against me for the inheritance. They teamed up to bully me. Chu Tio sighed and sat down beside the bed to give him a massage. The lawyer said that you need to sign together before you can withdraw the inheritance. Her words made Hua Tingchun a little anxious. Wake up quickly. Hua Tingchun snorted coldly. Do you think I don't want to? The people in the big house are ambitious. They took advantage of me falling down to push all the pressure on my mother. I have to wake up earlier to turn the situation around. I know you want it to. Chu Tio gently massaged his legs with moderate strength, and Hua Tingchun closed his eyes comfortably. When I wake up, I will not only help you get the inheritance, but also help you clean up the Chu family. Hua Tingchun suddenly spoke with a comforting tone. Chu Tio smiled. That's what you said. Although she knew he was just talking big, his words made her feel happy for a moment. Hua Tingchun was immersed in her massage, so comfortable that he almost fell asleep, until her hand stayed near her thigh. Suddenly, an electric current spread throughout her body. Hua Tingchun quickly woke up and shouted hurriedly. Enough, no need to pinch. Oh, okay. Chu Tio shook his hands and stood up. Then I'll go take a shower. Hua Tingchun breathed a sigh of relief and watched her walk to the bathroom. Although the air conditioner was on in the room, the air seemed to be getting hotter and hotter, and every time she undressed, his heartbeat quickened. He could almost feel her movements, the warmth of the air and her scent impossible for him to ignore. The sound of water coming from the bathroom made Hua Tingchun's thoughts drift away again. Chu Tio's face suddenly appeared in his mind. The face that he had bumped into in a hurry at the banquet was now as vivid in his memory as yesterday. Although the memories are short, they're like a sharp blade that makes Hua Tingchun deeply trapped in them. After Chu Tio finished her shower, she got into his bed. Hua Tingchun felt her warmth and fragrance, and even though she was asleep, he could still clearly feel her presence. Hua Tingchun, are you asleep? Chu Tio asked softly, leaning on him. Hua Tingchun did not answer, but closed his eyes and silently felt her approach. Her warmth made him feel at ease, and a soft feeling rose in his heart. Actually, it's pretty good this way. We can keep each other warm, and you won't hurt me. Chu Tio muttered to himself and leaned closer to him. Hua Tingchun did not move, but an inexplicable emotion rose in his heart. She leaned on him, bringing him a long-lost comfort, as if all the fatigue and loneliness were dispelled by her warmth. However, Chu Tio's restlessness made him realize that his inner inhibitions seemed to be torn apart by her bit by bit. Her small hands began to wander over his body and finally stopped on his abdominal muscles. Hua Tingchun had to take a deep breath and resist the desire in his heart. Although she didn't know about it, he still felt a desire he had never felt before. The next morning, Hua Tingchun had dark circles under his eyes when he got up. Chu Tio touched the corners of his eyes curiously. Why are your eyes so dark? I didn't sleep well. Hua Tingchun answered helplessly. He was bothered by her touch the whole night last night. How could he sleep well? Haven't you been sleeping the whole time? Chu Tio asked. Hua Tingchun took a deep breath. Just because I have thoughts and consciousness doesn't mean I'm sleeping when I close my eyes. Oh. Chu Tio was stunned for a moment, then realized that he had snuggled in his arms last night, and a panic surged in his heart. Starting tonight, you are not allowed to get on my bed again. Hua Tingchun said unhappily, you are not sleeping well. Chu Tio blushed immediately, lowered her head, and dared not speak again. She was just seeking a little comfort, but she didn't expect that she went too far. In the morning, Chu Tio opened her eyes and found herself lying on Hua Tingchun like an octopus. She hurriedly peeked at Hua Tingchun's waist and abdomen and found some unnatural bulges under the quilt. Her face flushed instantly, and her heartbeat accelerated. She hurriedly explained, well, I didn't mean it. I've never been a good sleeper since I was a child. Hua Tingchun snorted coldly. I know. Chu Tio breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little comforted. You girls are not honest when you sleep. Hua Tingchun added. She was stunned. Knowing so clearly, had he slept with too many girls? From then on, her impression of Hua Tingchun was greatly reduced. She felt that he was no longer so perfect and even a little annoying. In order to hide her inner discomfort, Chu Tio increased her movements when washing her face, and the ping-pong sound made Hua Tingchun unable to fall asleep. She finally took a towel and wiped his face casually. The action was rough, and Hua Tingchun felt a little pain. He frowned. Are you angry? She replied softly. I've washed my face and am going to have breakfast. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. Hua Tingchun reminded. Chu Tio smiled and said, You're not eating anyway, why brush your teeth? Hua Tingchun was stunned and suddenly had nothing to say. Then change my clothes. Hua Tingchun said again. You're not sweating much, so you don't need to change. Chu Xiao responded coldly, feeling full of dissatisfaction. Hua Tingqian's face darkened, and a sense of loss surged in his heart. On the second day of her wedding, she no longer wanted to serve him. I'm leaving. Just continue lying down. Chu Xiao prepared to leave. Hua Tingqian hurriedly called her. Wait. Mr. Hua, do you have any other instructions? She spoke in a bad tone. She no longer called him by his name, but called him Mr. Hua directly. It was obvious that she was still angry. Hua Tingqian didn't want to lie in bed alone again today. He hoped she would stay. However, he had no experience in coaxing people, so he could only bow his head and ease the atmosphere a little. Bai Jing said that my body is gradually recovering, and it has nothing to do with you. Chu Xiao rolled her eyes, feeling helpless. Although she had never had sex with a man, she understood the details with her 3 years of marriage experience. If the body hadn't reacted, how could it move? Don't go out today. Take care of me at home. Hua Tingqian changed the subject. There are servants. Ju Xiao Di Saga. You are the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. It is your responsibility to take care of me. Hua Tingqian reminded again. Chu Xiao curled his lips. Got it. That day, she didn't want to take care of Hua Tingqian, so she asked the servant to move him to a lounge chair in the yard to bask in the sun, while she read a book on the side. The breeze blew gently, and the flowers and trees in the garden rustled. Hua Tingqian leaned on the recliner, and the warmth of the sun made him drowsy. He hadn't been so relaxed for a long time since the accident. Even though Chu Xiao still didn't talk to him, he felt a sense of security he had never felt before. She was by his side, and even if she was still angry, he felt less anxious. Xiaoyu, I have asked someone to contact the seller of the land you mentioned yesterday. Qin Rufang came over with a cup of hot milk, smiling. Mom is so efficient, Chu Xiao said admiringly. It's great to have money. You can buy whatever you want. But she, who used to be the eldest daughter of the Chu family, can't even afford a bag now. Hua Tingqian frowned and asked, what place? Chu Ci said worriedly, Mom, the Liu family can't afford so much money to buy land in the eastern suburbs now. She knew that Liu Song was waiting for her to claim the inheritance and for her funds to buy the land. Qin Rufang didn't care. It's just a piece of land. If you like it, buy it. It's the Hua family's betrothal gift to you. Ah? Chu Xiao was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Rufang to give the land to her directly. She was a little surprised. The land price was not small, 1 billion. When you give birth to a child for the Hua family, Mom will give you something better. Qin Rufang smiled and looked at Chu Xiao's lower belly. Chu Xiao's face flushed immediately, and she wanted to cover Hua Tingqian's ears. She really didn't expect Qin Rufang to be so direct. Hua Tingqian sneered. Chu Xiao, it turns out you are doing this for money. Chu Xiao hurriedly explained, I'm not doing this for money. She lowered her head and dared not look at Hua Tingqian again, fearing that she would say something wrong. Qin Rufang patted her hands. I know that life has costs, and you also need money. Chu Xiao shook her head in fear, but it's too much. Buying the land costs 1 billion, and it will increase to 10 billion in 3 months. She was a little dazed and found it difficult to accept such a huge number. That's even better. You'll be a billionaire. Qin Rufang said in a relaxed tone. Chu Xiao was shocked. How could the Hua family be so rich that they regarded 10 billion as a small amount? Hua Tingqian was also a little surprised. He knew that the location in the eastern suburbs was not good, but from what Chu Xiao said, it seemed that the land price would increase tenfold in 3 months. Did she have any inside information? Mom, to be honest, I did this mainly to take revenge on Liu Song. Chu Xiao was a little embarrassed and lowered his head. You helped me achieve my goal, and the remaining profits should belong to the Hua family. Qin Rufang smiled. What belongs to the Hua family is yours. Can't you just write your name on it in advance? Chu Xiao glanced at Hua Tingqian secretly, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't marry into the Hua family for money, but the way he looked at her made her wonder if he underestimated her. Qin Rufang turned to Hua Tingqian. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a sad look. The foundation created by Hua Tingqian and your father is more than 10 billion, but I can't keep it anymore. Hua Tingqian's heart was shocked, and his anger rose. He shouted angrily. Ask what the eldest wife did? Mom, is uncle putting pressure on you again? Chu Xiao asked with concern. Alas, Qin Rufang sighed. This time it's your grandmother. She wants your uncle to join the board of directors. No, Hua Tingqian roared. He knew what it meant for his uncle to join the board of directors. It would undermine Qin Rufang's power. Mom, our Chu family's business is small, but I also know the power of the board directors. Uncle now says that he only wants an empty title, but after he takes office, he will definitely ask for real power. Chu Xiao looked at Qin Rufang and felt sympathy in his heart. Hu Tingshan was in a heavy mood. He knew that the struggle had just begun. If possible, Mom, I hope you can get pregnant with Tingshan's baby as soon as possible. Qin Rufang finally said in a low voice, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. This, Chu Xiao did not respond. This loveless marriage was originally a transaction. So how could she use the child as a bargaining chip? She didn't want the child to become a victim. Hu Tingshan waited for her reply coldly, already having a guess in his mind. She only came for fame and fortune. According to the character of Hua's mother, a betrothal gift of 1 billion yuan is required for marriage, and at least 2 billion yuan is required for having a child. If the land in the eastern suburbs really appreciates in value, she will have 10 billion yuan, live a comfortable life, and enter the peak of her life. She could accept this marriage for self-protection, but she never thought about having children. Mom, I'm not ready yet. Can we consider this later? Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and refused. Hu Tingshan was shocked. Not having children? Doesn't she want more money? Xiao Yu. Qin Rufang was a little disappointed. Do they sleep in the same bed just to sleep? Okay, Mom won't force you. Qin Rufang pretended to compromise. Had you been getting along well with Tingshan these past 2 days? Yeah. Chu Xiao lowered his head and suddenly remembered that he had made Hu Tingshan unable to sleep well, and his ears felt hot. Shouldn't this kind of shyness only exist between husband and wife? Qin Rufang seemed to have noticed that Chu Xiao might be trying hard but just couldn't break through yet. It's okay, I'll help you. After Qin Rufang left, Chu Xiao quickly explained to Hu Tingshan, I really didn't mean it. I will wake up. Hu Tingshan snorted. I'm the boss of my child. Okay. Chu Xiao nodded quickly, feeling a little nervous. Hu Tingshan was not a character she could deal with easily. I'm afraid my mother can't bear the pressure from Grandma. Tell Jiangbei to hand over the evidence to the board of directors within 3 days. Hu Tingshan said, Can we fight against my uncle that way? Chu Xi asked worriedly. Hu Tingshan took a deep breath, his voice filled with anger. If I'm not mistaken, the person who messed up my car was Hu Zhongjia. Your cousin? Chu Xiao asked in surprise. He didn't expect that it was a conspiracy of his uncle's family. The battle for the inheritance rights of the Hua family became more complicated. Mom, my dad didn't really faint. Chu Xiao's phone suddenly rang, and Lin Meihua's voice came from the other end. Xiao Yu, the dad fainted. Come back quickly. Her heart tightened, but she quickly calmed down. If you faint, send you to the hospital. It's no use looking for me. I'm not a doctor. Xiao Yu, the dad fainted because he missed you. Come back soon. No. Chu Xiao refused decisively. She knew in her heart that Chu Xuequan had already had a physical examination and was in good health. They were just trying to trick her into going home. Xiao Yu, do you want to watch your father die? Lin Meihua said anxiously. Chu Xiao sneered. The grace of giving birth to me? Her tone was full of sarcasm. The grace was long gone when you and Lu Song sent me to the operating table. That was a misunderstanding, Lin Meihua explained hurriedly. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, the court will decide. Chu Xiao said decisively. Lin Meihua was stunned. You sued? Yes. Chu Xiao did not hesitate at all. She had to get justice. Dr. Song had already escaped, and she could not let them get away with it. Hu Tingshan moved his eyebrows slightly, seeming to be satisfied with her counterattack. Chu Xiao did not notice his change. Hu Tingshan, tell me, is it possible that there is no true love in wealthy families? Chu Xiao sighed. Hu Tingshan remained silent. Indeed, people's hearts are revealed in front of their interests. The Hua family is such a large family, and even the side branches are fighting for power. Who can guarantee that there will not be more changes in the future? The Chu family is like this, and the Hua family is like this too. Chu Xiao said again, looking at Hu Tingshan, you should wake up quickly and take charge of the situation. Of course. Hu Tingshan clenched his teeth and suddenly felt a real power. He tried to clench his teeth again and could actually feel the pain. This means that his body has recovered a little. As long as there is enough time, he will be able to stand up again and return to the former Hu Tingshan. Wake up soon. Hu Tingshan was very excited and wanted to share his joy with Chu Xiao. At this moment, Chu Xuequan's voice came from the phone again. Evil creature, don't you even care about your own father's life or death? Get back here immediately. Awake? Still cursing. Chu Xiao sneered. You're still strong. There shouldn't be any big problem. Come back immediately. Otherwise, you will never know where Yao An's tomb is. Ju Sukun, Thiten. Chu Xiao's heart tightened. Her fingers grasped the rocking chair, and she trembled slightly. For 18 years, she had been carrying the burden for her mother. Now that she had finally escaped from the fire pit, she was threatened by her father again. Hua Ting-chan sneered, "If it were me, I would just block it." Chu Xiao frowned, "But then I will never find my mother's grave." "You are only 21 years old. Can you withstand Chu Xiuequan's threat?" Hua Ting-chan said sarcastically. "When he can't bear it anymore, he will tell you." Chu Xiao suddenly understood, hung up the phone, and blocked Lu Song and all the people from the Chu family. She had long been tired of their PUA and verbal battles, and the family affection had long since disappeared. She looked at Hua Tingchen and suddenly asked, "Can you, the Hua family, help me check my birth certificate from 21 years ago?" "Whose?" Hua Tingchen frowned. "Chu Yanran." There was a hint of determination in Chu Xiao's words. At the Chu family, Lin Manhwa gently massaged Chu Xiuequan's temples and comforted him softly. "Husband, don't be angry. She has climbed up the high branches of the Hua family, and her wings are strong. Even if you're angry to death, she will not come back. She is determined not to give us Yao and anything that was left behind. She wants to see the Chu family go bankrupt." Chu Xiuequan was not only angry, but also upset. The current situation of the Chu family is urgent. If he does not get financial support, the business he founded will be finished. Lu Song is useless. He can't even coax a woman. Chu Sukun's Colette. Chu Yanran complained for her lover. "Dad, this is not Lu Song's fault. It's Chu Xiao who is too cold-blooded and wants to bankrupt our Chu family. You are also reckless. Can't you wait until they are married before getting pregnant?" Chu Xiuequan scolded whoever he met, which made Chu Yanran very angry. She stamped her feet in grievance. "Dad, this is an accidental pregnancy. I didn't do it on purpose. If I sleepless a few times, could this happen?" Chu Xiuequan closed his eyes, worrying so much about the money that he got a headache. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he waved away Lin Meihua's hand and sat up straight. "Don't press it. Go prepare some gifts and come with me to the Hua family. Husband, since Xiaoyu is already married, let's bless her." Chu Xiuequan pinched his chin and narrowed his eyes shrewdly. He was so angry that he only thought about the antiques left by Yao and didn't even think about currying favor with the Hua family. The little that leaked out from between the Hua family's fingers is not better than that antique jade hairpin. The air was still fresh at night. After drinking the milk bird's nest stewed by Qin Rufong, Chu Xiao went to the bathroom to take a bath. As usual, she did not avoid Hua Tingchen and stood by the bed to undress. The sound of clothes falling off rang softly, and Hua Tingchen felt annoyed. He coughed lightly and said, "You should go to the bathroom to undress. You can't see it, so what are you afraid of?" Chu Xiao smiled indifferently with a relaxed tone. Hua Tingchen frowned helplessly, thinking to himself, "Forget it, she is so willful. Anyway, if you're seen all over one day, don't cry again." He tried hard not to pay attention to the sound around him, hoping to have a good and peaceful sleep tonight. But when he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard Chu Xiao's intermittent voice, as if coming from a distance. "It's hot. I feel so uncomfortable." Hua Tingchen suddenly woke up, his heart tightened, and he couldn't help asking himself, "What's wrong with her?" He hurriedly stood up, but only heard her gasp. What happened to her? Could it be? Who was she with? She couldn't help doing this after only 2 days of marriage? Hua Tingchen felt a mixture of anger and confusion, with an inexplicable sense of being out of control. He struggled hard, but couldn't move. Suddenly, a dull sound of falling broke the silence, followed by Chu Xiao's cry of pain. "Ouch! It hurts." Hua Tingchen cursed in his heart. "You deserve to fall. I feel uncomfortable. Do I have a fever? I want to drink some water." Her voice gradually became clearer. Hua Tingchen frowned as he listened. She didn't seem to have a fever, but something else. She staggered to her feet and went to get some water. Gudong, gudong. The sound of flowing water broke the tranquility of the night, and Hua Tingchen felt confused. Was she alone? He listened carefully, and it seemed that she was the only one moving. "It's still hot. What's wrong with me?" Chu Xiao complained, his eyes blurred and his steps shaky. The burning sensation all over her body seemed to make her feel uncomfortable, especially the burning sensation in her lower abdomen, which made her almost unbearable. She had never felt this way before. She felt anxious yet helpless. Suddenly, she misstepped, lost her balance, and fell forward. "Ah!" Her exclamation made Hua Tingchen's heart tighten, and his whole body was alert in an instant. Before he could react, a soft body, crashed into his arms. There was definitely something wrong with her tonight. Hua Tingshun hurriedly shouted, Chu Xiao? Chu Xiao. Hua Tingshun, I have a fever. I feel so uncomfortable. She muttered to herself, frantically grasping at her surroundings, trying to stand up. Her hand accidentally touched Hua Tingshun's face and stopped. Your face feels so good. Her consciousness was hazy, and she was totally unaware of her behavior at the moment. She felt that touching his face made her feel more comfortable. Hua Tingshun frowned silently, feeling helpless. Soon after, Chu Xiao's hand began to move downwards. She gently touched his Adam's apple and stopped at his collarbone, as if she had discovered a new world, and said in a surprised tone, Hey, you still have a collarbone. Hua Tingshun's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized that she was not having a fever, but had been poisoned by some kind of drug. Only his mother could do all this. Chu Xiao, stop. Hua Tingshun shouted hurriedly, his voice low and nervous. She didn't stop, but began to explore further. Your muscles are so strong, and your skin is so smooth. Yeah, your mermaid line is out, she said mischievously, continuing the action without any hesitation. Hua Tingshun's heart tightened, and he couldn't control himself at all. He knew that if Chu Xiao continued like this, he might collapse. You're playing with fire. Stop it, he roared. Chu Xiao didn't stop because of this. Instead, she pouted, looking a little aggrieved. Just don't touch me. Listen, call by Jing and ask him to send the antidote over. Hua Tingshun almost squeezed these words out through his teeth. Chu Xiao's eyes were blurry. She just responded casually and then locked her gaze on his chest. Hua Tingshun was extremely nervous and couldn't help but ask again, Did you hear that? Chu Xiao responded lazily, but her attention was obviously not on this. Call, Hua Tingshun ordered in a low voice. Chu Xiao finally reacted, nodded, and quickly dialed by Jing's number. I've been drugged. Give the antidote to the maid quickly, she said casually. After hanging up the phone, her eyes lit up again, and she began to touch Hua Tingshun again. Hua Tingshun felt despair in his heart. He could no longer stop her. As the drug took effect, Chu Xiao seemed no longer satisfied with just touching. She began to climb onto the bed, fitting tightly against Hua Tingshun. There was a huge wave in Hua Tingshun's heart, with longing and desire intertwined, but his body was bound, and he could do nothing. Chu Xiao began to look for a comfortable place on him. Hua Tingshun's muscles were tense, almost pushed to the limit. His inner anxiety almost reached its peak. He kept calling by Jing in his heart, looking forward to the arrival of the antidote. However, all he could do was endure. Every minute and every second of waiting, Hua Tingshun felt endless torment. Chu Xiao's body was out of control, the effect of the medicine continued to take effect, and he felt like he was about to collapse. Finally, there was a knock from the maid at the door. Madam, Master Bai asked me to bring you some medicine. Hua Tingshun urged anxiously. Chu Xiao, bring the medicine quickly. You won't feel uncomfortable after taking it. Chu Xiao seemed to be controlled by something, sticking to Hua Tingshun. Her movements were like a naughty puppy, rubbing against him constantly. Her softness and warmth made Hua Tingshun almost unbearable, especially when her lips gently swept across his chest. The feeling was simply uncontrollable. Well, it's uncomfortable. Chu Xiao was unable to think. The drug had almost made her lose her mind. She only knew how to look for something that could bring her a little comfort. Hua Tingshun roared, Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao. The maid outside knocked on the door again. Madam, Master Bai has brought your medicine. Finally, Chu Xiao woke up slightly with a knock on the door and Hua Tingshun's call. She staggered to open the door, her pajamas torn into a mess by herself. Fortunately, the maid was used to this, and she silently handed the medicine to her and left. Afterwards, the maid returned to Qin Rufang's room and reported in a low voice, Madam, it's done. Qin Rufang's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, Really? Yes, it was the medicine sent by Master Bai. When Madam opened the door, her clothes were disheveled, but her face was full of smiles. Qin Rufang was so happy that she almost cried. That's great, that's great. God bless me, I succeeded in one try. But, I'm sorry Xiaoyu Zhongbei, I will give her the land in the eastern suburbs tomorrow. With the help of Hua Tingshun, Chu Xiao finally took the medicine. The feeling of heat in his body slowly subsided, and his consciousness gradually became clear. When she saw her messy clothes, her face turned red. She quickly put her clothes in order and wrapped herself tightly. Then she secretly glanced at Hua Tingshun on the bed. The messy bed, Hua Tingshun's half-naked body, and some marks on his body, Chu Xiao could almost guess that they were left by her. She was stunned. Oh my god, she actually did such a thing? Yes, I'm sorry. Chu Xiao's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, full of guilt. You almost raped me, and you still want to apologize? Wu Tingshun joked weakly. Although he said this, he felt relieved in his heart. He originally thought Chu Xiao should have some experience, but he didn't expect that she was still a blank slate. This made him feel inexplicably happy. Chu Xiao lowered his head, not daring to look at him. I'm sorry. My mother did what happened today. I don't blame you. Chu Xiao didn't expect that he would make excuses for her. She felt touched and wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes instantly. My mom has always wanted to have a grandchild. Can you just pretend tomorrow? Good. Go to sleep. You'll be fine tomorrow. After Hua Tingshan finished his explanation, he was finally too tired to fall asleep. Chu Xiao curled up on the sofa. Every time he thought about how he almost did that last night, he felt ashamed. Luckily, that didn't actually happen. The next day, Chu Xiao successfully got up late. Qin Rufang was not angry at all. Instead, she was as happy as if she were her own daughter. Xiaoyu, why don't you sleep a little longer? Are you hungry? Come and eat. She had an auntie-like smile on her face. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Let her misunderstand. At least for the next period of time, Qin Rufang should not torment her anymore. The maid who delivered the medicine last night brought the astragalus chicken soup. Madam, today's chicken soup is especially delicious. Would you like to try it? Seeing her, Chu Xiao couldn't help but think of the embarrassment of last night, and his face suddenly turned red. She went to open the door with a lustful look on her face and her clothes in disarray. It was so embarrassing. Qin Rufang thought she was shy and smiled even more proudly. Red date cake is not bad. Homemade, sweet but not greasy, can nourish qi and blood. Thanks. Chu Xiao smiled bitterly in her heart. She couldn't say anything. After drinking the chicken soup, I was forced to eat some red date cake to replenish qi and blood. Jiang Bei came in with a document package. Madam, the land in the eastern suburbs has been bought. So fast. Chu Xiao was stunned. Yes, Jiang Bei will take you to transfer the property later. Qin Rufang flipped through the contract and handed it to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took the contract and felt it was heavy in her hand. The figures of billions to tens of billions made her feel dizzy. She doesn't want the money. She just wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge on the Chu family and Lu Song and cut off their financial resources. Madam, Mr. Chu is here. The housekeeper came in to report. Chu Xiao's face suddenly darkened, and he clenched the contract in his hand. In the previous life, the Lu family did not have the ability to spend 1 billion to buy the land, so they acquired it in cooperation with the Chu family. She sold her mother's jade hairpin and provided Lu Song with 200 million yuan in funds, which eventually allowed Lu Song to emerge in the business world. However, the money earned was used by Lu Song to support Chu Yanran and his illegitimate child. In this life, she would never give them another chance to get rich. She will keep this piece of land first and give it to Hua Tingshan when he wakes up. Thank you, Mom. I'll go change my clothes. Chu Xiao said calmly. Go. If you feel sleepy, lie down for a while. Qin Rufang waved her hand. The Chu family has always bullied Chu Xiao because she is young and has no mother's protection, but Qin Rufang does not indulge her. At this time, Chu Xuequan and Lin Manhua walked into the Hua family, carrying large and small bags. Qin Rufang frowned. What are you doing? My dear relatives, we were disrespectful a few days ago, so we came here today to apologize. Chu Xuequan put down the gift. It's indeed rude, but you and Xiaoyu don't have much relationship anymore, so there's no need to apologize. Qin Rufang sneered. The day before yesterday, they wanted to take Chu Xiao back for surgery, but today they realized that the Hua family's background was stronger than the Lu family, so they came to establish a relationship with them. She didn't want them to affect Xiaoyu's mood, especially since it was a critical period of pregnancy. Mr. Chu, since Xiaoyu has entered the Hua family, she will be protected by the Hua family. You don't have to worry about it. Please go back, Qin Rufang said lightly. Chu Xuequan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just then his phone rang. It was Chu Yanran calling. Dad, it's bad. The land in the eastern suburbs has been taken away. Chapter 17, She is a Small Landlady. Chu Xuequan and Lin Manhua hurried to the Guogue Bureau, trying to struggle a little longer before the land was transferred. The piece of land in the eastern suburbs is related to the future of the Chu family and the Lu family. Asserting, who stole our land? Chu Xuequan asked as soon as he got out of the car. Lu Song also arrived and said with a bitter face, Old Deng refused to tell me who the other party was. so I can only stay here. No matter who it is, we have to take the land away. Chu Shiuequan was furious, and every word he said came out from between his teeth. Dad, we don't have enough money. Chu Yinran stood behind Lu Song and reminded him in a low voice. The new buyer paid 1 billion in cash at one time. Even if they could stop him, they couldn't come up with 1 billion. How much can a Lu family come up with now? Chu Shiuequan calculated in his mind, determined to take over the land even if it meant losing everything he had. 3 months later, that's 10 times the profit. 1 billion becomes 10 billion. At most 400 million. Lu Song was angry and worried. Chu Shiuequan remained silent after hearing this. He could only take out 300 million after searching his pockets. The original plan was to sell Yao An's inheritance for 200 million, with Chu and Lu each contributing 500 million. Since things have changed, let the Lu family pay a little more and take the land first. As a result, the Lu family could only offer 400 million. They were still short of 300 million. Where can I raise so much money in such a short period of time? Asong, ask your dad if he can contribute a little more. We'll contribute 30% and use 70%. In the future, the profits will be split 30% and 70% respectively. Lin Manhwa said. This way, they can still earn 3 billion, which is enough for the Chu family to live a prosperous life for the rest of their lives. I asked, but they couldn't produce it. Lu Song shook his head tiredly. The land value in the eastern suburbs will soar in 3 months. The Lu family got this inside information in Kyoto through several connections. He was determined to win. The only thing he lacked was the money. That's why he wanted to marry Chu Xiao as soon as possible and exchange Yao An's inheritance for funds. Who knew that Chu Xiao ran away and the earth flew away? If my father knew about this, he would definitely punish me according to the family rules. Maybe his inheritance rights will be deprived. Young madam, please. Jiang Bei's voice suddenly came from nearby. Chu Shiuequan turned around suddenly, only to see Jiang Bei respectfully asking Chu Xiao to get out of the car, and the two walked into the Land and Resources Bureau together. He realized something and hurried over to stop them. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Buy land. Chu Xiao did not hide it, and there was no emotion on her tense little face. What land do you want to buy? Chu Yanran also ran over and asked nervously. At this moment, the owner of the land, Lao Deng, also arrived and greeted Jiang Bei with a smile. Assistant Jiang, you got here before me. Mr. Deng, this is my young mistress Chu Xiao. You just need to complete the handover procedures with her. Jiang Bei said. Old Deng was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and greeted her generously. Young madam, please. Mr. Deng, please. Chu Xiao put away his indifference, smiled back politely, and followed Lao Deng to handle the formalities. Wait. Chu Yanran grabbed her, her lips trembling with excitement. You stole our land? Rah! Chu Xiao smiled coldly and pushed Chu Yanran's hand away. It's free trade. My land was traded with Mr. Deng. What does it have to do with you? That's the land we've been negotiating for a long time. Chu Yanran raised her voice, pointed at Chu Xiao, and ordered, I order you to cancel your deal immediately. Old Deng got anxious when he heard this. Second Miss Chu, the deal that was already paid for cannot be canceled. Then you transfer it to us. Dad gave birth to you and raised you, so you should transfer the land to him. Chu Yanran said confidently, not feeling that there was anything wrong with it. Chu Ci smiled sadly. I still have some debts. Do you want to transfer them to the person who gave birth to me and raised me? What debt do you owe? Chu Yanran was stunned. Usually 10 billion. That won't work. You have to pay back what you owe. Chu Yanran refused immediately. This idea of shouldering the debt by oneself and returning the property to the family made old Deng laugh. Miss Chu Air is so cute. That's enough. Lu Song pulled Chu Yanran to stop her from embarrassing herself again. Chu Xiao dug a hole, and she jumped into it. Why didn't I realize how stupid she was before? Xiaoyu, did you really buy this land? Chu Shiuequan asked. This is the wedding gift that the whole family bought for me. Chu Xiao curled her red lips and looked at her biological father. She knew he wouldn't give up easily, but it didn't matter. She had the protection of the whole family now and was not afraid of him. Xiaoyu, you are still young and don't have much financial management ability. Let your father manage this land for you, said Chu Shiuequan. Lin Manhwa also echoed. Xiaoyu, this land must be used by Mrs. Hua to test you. You must not mess it up. Just leave it to your father. Don't worry. Yanran and I will never be jealous. It's no use being jealous. This is mine. Chu Xiao sneered. No one else can even think about it. Jiang Bei nodded approvingly and said, the whole family is a big family with a lot of wealth. so it doesn't matter if they lose money. Then let's go through the formalities. Old Deng was so afraid that the duck in his mouth would fly away, so he stood between Chu Xueqin and Chu Xiu, persuading and protecting Chu Xiu as they walked in. With the escort Jiang Bei and the whole family bodyguards, Chu Xueqin and the other four could only watch Chu Xiu and allowed Dango to handle the formalities. Chu Yanran stamped her feet in anger. Dad, why didn't you stop her? Can we stop it? Chu Xueqin was also depressed, but he was not very anxious. The whole family has never participated in the East Suburbs land. It must have been bought by Chu Xiu in order to take revenge on Lu Song. His daughter's things are his things. There are still 3 months for the land to appreciate in value, so he can slowly coax Chu Xiu to give him the land. By then, the 10 billion profits will all be his. Lin Manhwa had the same idea and sighed. Since it's a done deal, let it go. Mom, why do you say that too? Chu Yanran asked in disbelief. You've been favoring her since she was little. I don't mind her little things. But this time it's 10 billion. What should we do? We can't afford to rob them. Lin Manhwa glared at her daughter secretly. Chu Yanran was short-sighted and couldn't figure it out. But Lu Song was not stupid, and he immediately understood the purpose of the Chu couple. He relaxed as well. Chu Yanran is the apple of the Chu family's eye. No matter how much money she earns, it will all belong to her in the future. And Chu Yanran is already pregnant with his child, so wouldn't everything she has belong to him after marriage? Oh, no matter how vengeful Chu Xiu is, he is only working hard to make money for them. Okay, stop arguing. Lu Song pulled Chu Yanran into his arms and looked at her tenderly. Have you forgotten the doctor's advice? You're going to be a mother soon, but you're still so childish. The doctor said you shouldn't get too emotional. Lu Song's gentleness quickly made Chu Yanran fall for him. She nodded shyly and snuggled into his chest. I know. When Chu Xiu finished the formalities and came out, the annoying family of 4 had already left. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt very happy. With the current strength of the Chu family, it cannot last for 3 months. She was waiting for Chu Xueqin and Lin Meihua and her daughter to come and apologize to her. Young madam, they will definitely coax you into handing over the land. Jiang Bei reminded kindly. Chu Xiu chuckled disdainfully. I won't be fooled again. Young madam is very brave, but I just received some bad news. Chapter 18. Dr. Song commits suicide out of fear of punishment. I rushed to the police station and saw only Dr. Song's body. Hua family's lawyer Zong is taking notes. Chu Xiu's face turned pale, and he asked unwillingly, Did Dr. Song say anything before he died? No. Zong shook his head. Chu Xiu clenched his fists angrily. It was obviously not his plan, but he wants to die for it. Is it worth it? Young madam, no matter what, I have helped you vent your anger. Jiang Bei advised. He is not the mastermind. He accepted the bribe, and the person who bribed him is the mastermind. Chu Xiu took a few steps forward and wanted to report to the police. Zong stopped her and said, Madam, I checked his account, and there has been no large amount of money coming in the past 6 months. What? Chu Xiu was stunned. This is impossible. Maybe it was a cash transaction, but the money was hidden. If there is no evidence of guilt, then there will be no charges. As was lawyer, Zonia is very experienced in handling cases. The person who did this was very cautious, and no trace was left even after the incident. If it is really Lu Song, then this young man is really scary. Mr. Zong, is there no other way? Chu Xiu was unwilling to give in. It was Lu Song and Chu Yanran who harmed her, and Dr. Song was just an accomplice. But Dr. Song died, and the adulterous couple went unpunished. Young madam, this matter is over. Zong said. Lawyer Zong didn't lie. Chu Xi's eyes turned red with worry. She has lived 2 lives, so she knows it clearly. Chu Yanran was worried that Lu Song would be attracted to her after marriage, so she insisted on cutting off her left breast before marriage. In order to please Chu Yanran, Lu Song agreed without hesitation. Young madam, everything requires evidence. Do you have any other entry point? Zonia asked. Chu Xiu thought about it and shook his head. No more. That's it for now. We'll talk about it later when we have evidence. Zonia gave Jiang Bei a look. Jiang Bei also advised, Madam, you have already slapped him in the face today. Calm down. There will be many opportunities in the future. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth in endurance. Lu Song was so cunning that he made Dr. Song abandon his family and commit suicide to save him. Today she seized the land in the eastern suburbs, and Lu Song will definitely not let it go. She must be more cautious in the future. You don't have to be afraid. but you can't be unprepared. Influenced by this incident, Chu Xiao was depressed all day. Hua Tingshan lay in the sun, basking in the sun while waiting for Chu Xiao to talk to him. In just 3 days, he had already begun to rely on her. He always felt that life was normal and complete when she was around. If she was out for a few hours, he would get mad. But after waiting for a long time, Chu Xiao ignored him. He even lost his massage job. Hua Tingshan kept asking, Chu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Dr. Song committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Chu Xiao answered sadly, he is guilty and deserves to die. Hua Tingshan didn't care much. Chu Xiao pinched him angrily. He didn't give Lu Song, and Chu Yin ran away. That's right. Hua Tingshan smiled. The girl is so bold that she even dares to do something dirty to him. What's right about that? He only took 2 million. If he had told the truth and returned the dirty money, he could have been released after serving a few years in prison. He just gave up his life like that. It means he is under a threat more terrible than death. Hua Tingshan interrupted Chu Xiao. In fact, he had thought of this as early as when Chu Xiao said he wanted to sue Dr. Song. Although the Hua family did not cooperate with the Lu family, he knew Lu Song. He looks gentle, but he is actually a sinister and cunning person who will do anything to achieve his goals. When he first ran into Chu Xiao and Lu Song together, he was puzzled. How could a beautiful flower be stuck in poisonous dung? It must be Lu Song who threatened him. Chu Xiao used force to pinch Hua Tingshan's leg muscles until they were dented. Hua Tingshan couldn't help but remind him, I just can't move, not that I don't feel pain. Oh, sorry. Chu Xiao quickly let go. Don't meet Lu Song alone in the future. Hua Tingshan reminded. Chu Xiao said, and regained his energy to help Hua Tingshan massage. The sun was shining brightly, making his clothes and pants warm. Her little hands massaged rhythmically from bottom to top. Hua Tingshan's sensory abilities became stronger and stronger, and he felt drowsy with comfort. Suddenly, his thighs tightened, and he woke up with a start. What are you doing? I pressed it accidentally. Chu Xiao stuck out his tongue guiltily. Hua Tingshan, are you sure it wasn't intentional? I was thinking about something and forgot. Hua Tingshan took a deep breath. What could possibly make you think of his thigh? Your mother transferred the land in the eastern suburbs to me. But don't worry, I will return it to you when you wake up. Chu Xiao got up and walked around the recliner to massage his shoulders and neck. Hua Tingshan was stunned. She was actually thinking about this? It was just a piece of land, so I gave it away. Don't underestimate that piece of land. It will soar to 10 billion in 3 months. Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows complacently. Hua Tingshan, I help you make 9 billion. Hua Tingshan didn't even want to say anything to hit her. That piece of shabby land in the eastern suburbs has been on sale for a long time, but no one has bought it. The reason is that there is not enough room for appreciation. How is it possible to increase from 10 billion to 10 billion in just 3 months? Just bragging. But it's no big deal, as long as she's happy. Hua Tingshan, why don't you say anything? Don't you believe me? Chu Xiao didn't get a response and pouted unhappily. Hua Tingshan smiled lightly. Believe it. When I make money, I'll give you half. That's what you said. Chu Xiao blinked cunningly. He still didn't believe her, so he said that. Humph, let's wait and see. Don't let him feel the pain when the money is divided in the future. At this time, Hua Tingshan found out that the land in the eastern suburbs was worth tens of billions 3 months later. By the way, Jiang Bei asked you to talk more about official matters. He can't take it anymore. Chu Xiao said worriedly. Hua Tingshan pondered for a while and asked, Chu Xiao, what did you study in college? Financial management. Then do you dare to go to Hua's to take charge of the situation for me? Chu Xiao was so frightened that he almost bit his tongue. She doesn't dare. Although she studied financial management in college, she has never practiced it. Even if she has ideas, they're just theory. A large group like the Hua group is not something that a novice like her can manage. Choose between joining the board of directors and having a baby. Hua Tingshan put forward the conditions meaningfully and also wanted to test her actual purpose of coming to him. Do I have to choose? Chu Xiao said with a sad face. Is there a third option? No. Then, Chu Xiao bit his lower lip and hesitated for a long time before saying, I will join the board of directors. But the premise is that if you lose your company, don't blame me. This answer surprised Hua Tingshan and made him feel fortunate. Very good. She is still the innocent girl when they first met, and she came to him just to seek shelter. Don't worry, you can't lose all my assets. Chapter 19, Entering the Company. The president's wife is so impressive. 2 days passed peacefully, and the Chu family and Lu Song did not come to disturb them again. Chu Xiao started a new mission, to go to Hua's to take up his post on Monday. Jiang Bei was shocked when he heard that it was Hua Tingchen's intention. Madam, did President Hua really say that? Chu Xiai nodded worriedly. In order to prove that what she said was true, she also gave an example, as Hua Tingchen instructed. Has the engineering payment by the river been delayed and not settled? The young lady knows about this. Jiang Bai Stunt. There was a project on the riverside that Hua Tingchen had personally followed up before the accident. However, the other party did not abide by the ethics of martial arts, and Hua Tingchen refused to pay the debts as soon as the accident happened. The balance of 200 million is not much, but this is no longer a matter of money, but about rubbing the Hua family's face into the ground. Jiang Bei and a number of senior executives were so worried about this that they were going bald, but there was nothing they could do. If Chu Xiao can solve it. Young madam, what good idea do you have? Jiang Bei asked. Hua Tingchen said that Lao Wang has a weakness that can be attacked. Chu Xiao blinked. Lao Wang's granddaughter, who just went to kindergarten, is actually his daughter. Scott. Jiang Bei covered his mouth in shock. I completely believe that it was Hua Tingchen's idea for Chu Xiao to join the company. Only Hua Tingchen can dig up such a big melon. Young madam, you are a blessing to the Hua family. Jiang Bei immediately went to find Qin Rufang. Chu Xiao was a little nervous. She was not sure whether Qin Rufang would agree. After all, the main purpose of Qin Rufang asking her to come was to have a baby. Don't worry, Jiang Bei will convince my mother. Hua Tingchen said lazily as he basked in the sun, comfortably. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then stepped back in shock, holding his chest. You can't hear my voice too? Guess. Hua Tingchen chuckled. You have walked back and forth in a room 5 times, 17 steps each time. Prove that you are uneasy. Chu. To attack someone, you must first attack their heart. He is so powerful even when he is asleep, and even more so when he is awake. No wonder he is at the peak of his life at such a young age. If she were half as capable as he was, why would she have to worry about supporting herself? I have something else to tell you. Take note of it on your phone. Hua Tingchen said. Okay. Chu Xiao quickly opened his notebook and wrote down every word Hua Tingchen said. After Hua Tingchen finished his explanation, Jiang Bei also came back, looking very happy. Young madam, the madam has agreed to let you join the company. Then let's go. Chu Xiao glanced at Hua Tingchen. In fact, I really want to bring him to the company so that I can ask him questions on the spot. She thought so and asked, Jiang Bei, can I take him with me? That won't do. Jiang Bei was frightened. Madam, you don't know how dangerous Mr. Hua's situation is right now. You must not leave the house without permission. Oh, all right then. Chu Xiao had to give up. Go ahead. I'm rooting for you. Hua Tingchen said tiredly. It's so strange. I don't feel tired when she's using her beauty to tempt me, but I get so tired when we talk about work. In her previous life, Chu Xiao was arranged by her scumbag father and stepmother to have a blind date with Lu Song before she even graduated from university. After graduation, they told her to start a family first, and then a career, and asked her to join the Chu family after getting married. She was immersed in Lu Song's tenderness and affection, and had no idea of the conspiracy. And now, standing in front of the whole group building, Chu Xiao is full of ambition. Young madam, are you ready? Jiang Bei asked. All right. Chu Xiao held her head high and chest puffed out, posing like the president's wife, and walked into the whole family. Just as the receptionist was about to step forward to stop them, Jiang Bei announced loudly, Everyone, the president's wife is here. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Mr. Hua got married? When did it happen? Why is there no news at all? Hello, everyone. Chu Xiai nodded slightly with pride. Without giving anyone a chance to look at her, she walked into the president's special elevator and went straight to the president's office. The news that Hua Tingchen was married and the president's wife was visiting quickly spread in the whole family. In the president's office, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man was sitting on the boss chair that originally belonged to Hua Tingchen. He was shocked when he received the call. Ridiculous. Tingchen doesn't even have a wife. Hello, uncle. Chu Xiao walked into the office under the guidance of Jiang Bei. Hua Jianshu straightened up and looked at the young girl who broke into the office. What did you say? Say it again. Chu Xiao received the education of a lady from a noble family since she was young, and she was never afraid of the stage wherever she went. The same applies to Hua Jianshu now. She always kept in mind her identity as the president's wife and walked to the sofa and sat down. Jiang Bei Dao. Mr. Hua, this is our president's wife. Nonsense. Tingchen not only has no wife, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Hua Jianshu interrupted Jiang Bei harshly. Boy, you think you can fool me by just finding a random woman? Bah, dream on. Jiang Bei was spitted all over his face and wiped his face with a tissue in disgust. Zhu Xiao Vao Wen, the eldest uncle of the Hua family, has such low quality. You get out right now. Hua Jianshu pointed at Chu Xiao and yelled. Chu Xiao said calmly, Uncle, it's not your turn to question my identity. Mr. Hua, this is indeed the president's wife. If you don't believe me, you can ask my wife. Jiang Bei said and dialed Qin Rufang's cell phone. Hua Jianshu took it in disbelief and asked loudly and rudely, Sister-in-law, did you get that woman? This was too disrespectful. Jiang Bei was afraid that the spoiled Chu Xiao would not be able to bear it, so he wiped the sweat off his face and whispered to comfort her. Madam, this is how Mr. Hua is. No problem. Zhu Xiao's Lai In Dai Fun. She had heard much more nasty words in her previous life. Chu Shuequan once scolded her. Little bitch, you are as unlucky as your short-lived mother. You were born by your mother, but not raised by her. You deserve to die for your worthless life. Lu Song said, the wound on your knife is as ugly as a maggot. It makes people feel sick just by looking at it. After being reborn, she is immune. It was unknown what Qin Rufang said to Hua Jianshu over there. When he put down his phone, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. You are really Tingchen's wife. You married him even though you knew he was a vegetable. Are you after money? Tell me, how much do you want? Uncle, you worry too much. I'm after people, not money. Chu Xiao stood up and patted the wrinkles on his trousers with dignity. Now that we've made it clear, please let me go. I have official business to attend to. Hua Jianshu stared at Chu Xiao and wished he could kill her. Chu Xiao looked at him without fear. After a while, Hua Jianshu changed his position. He stood up angrily and said sarcastically, my nephew's wife is young and has high aspirations. Be careful not to fall. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Chu Xiao walked behind the office desk and wiped the chair with alcohol wipes. Hua Jianshu's face turned red with anger as his disdain was so obvious. Nephew's wife? What do you mean by that? Ting Chan said that only he and I can sit on his chair. Uncle, be careful next time and don't make mistakes. Disinfecting with alcohol too many times will damage the leather. Chu Xiao sat down with dignity, his thin body looking petite behind the huge desk. But she has a strong aura and doesn't look like a college graduate at all. Jiang Bei was secretly surprised. This is a good candidate. The Hua family is saved. Hua Jianshu was furious. He picked up the ashtray on the coffee table and threw it at her. How dare you despise me, you stinky bitch? Chapter 20. False Accusations. Ma'am, be careful. Everyone screamed in horror. Even Jiang Bei didn't expect Hua Jianshu to dare to commit a crime in public. Chu Xiao's face changed drastically. At the critical moment, a female secretary flashed out, stood in front of the desk, and caught the ashtray. Ma'am, are you okay? The secretaries were terrified and rushed forward to express their concern and condolences. Chu Xiao's face was a little pale, but overall she was fine. She tilted her head to look at the woman who saved her. Rong Yu, Hua Tingchen's bodyguard. She has a slender and agile figure and looks very much like a female general in ancient times. Chu Xiao felt extremely safe and nodded at her. Sister Rong, thank you very much. This is what I should do. Rong Yu bowed and stepped back with no expression on his face. Hua Jianshu pointed at Rong Yu as if he'd seen a ghost. You actually protected her? It is my duty to protect Mr. Hua and his wife. Rong Yu still had a cold expression on his face, but his eyes became as sharp as a sword when he looked at Hua Jianshu. Well done, you all. Hua Jianshu slammed the door and left angrily. Obviously, he was very wary of Rong Yu. Chu Xiao didn't understand the reason and didn't explore it. Anyway, Hua Tingchan said that Rong Yu would protect her personal safety. Jiang Bei was afraid that Chu Xiao would be scared away as soon as he took office, so he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward. Young madam, what happened today was an accident, don't worry. With Rong Yu here, the first house won't dare to mess around anymore. Chu Xiao nodded. Bring all the documents that need to be signed. Yes. Hua Jianshu, this cancer has been hovering over the company recently, and no one could do anything about it. Everyone is very happy that Chu Xiao can get rid of him. However, the president's wife has no work experience. Could she lead the whole group well? Senior executives and heads of various departments came in waves, and Chu Xiao's main purpose was to recognize people. As for the documents they brought, she signed none of them. The Hua family's business was too big, so she didn't dare to make a decision on her own and had to take it back to ask Hua Tingchen for instructions. The senior management and department heads had still had hope for her, but at the end of the day, they only received the documents but didn't sign for them, which confused everyone. What does the president's wife mean? Can she manage the company? There are too many documents to process today. I will give you a reply tomorrow. Chu CEO collected all the documents, handed them to Jiang Bei, and went off work. No one knew who had dug up Chu CEO's background. People in the Hua family were discussing Chu CEO's background and questioning her ability. I heard that the new president's wife was engaged to Lu Song, but they had a falling out and ended up in Mr. Hua's bed. So this is how you get to the top. How shameless. I see she doesn't know how to do anything. Isn't this a conspiracy? They want to take advantage of Mr. Hua's coma to dig out the Hua's secrets and give them to Lu Song. Chu CEO is not deaf and can hear all kinds of slander, whether loud or soft, intentional or unintentional. But she doesn't care. She has a clear conscience and will wait for time to prove everything. Young madam, do you want to go back and ask Mr. Hua for instructions? Jiang Bei asked. Chu CEO nodded. Actually, I am not completely incapable of doing these things. I'm just afraid that I might accidentally squander all of Mr. Hua's money. Then, can I listen together? Jiang Bei asked hesitantly. Mr. Hua has been sleeping for 3 months. He missed Mr. Hua's voice so much. No, Chu CEO flatly refused. She could hear Hua Tingchen's inner voice, which was probably a skill given to her by God after her rebirth. If it was leaked out, she would become a monster. Oh, Jiang Bei was very disappointed, holding the official document with resentment. Young madam is so stingy, she monopolizes Mr. Hua all by herself. Well, Chu CEO was both angry and amused, and asked, how about you take over his possession instead? Forget it. It's good to have you accompany, Mr. Hua. Jiang Bei was embarrassed. He sent Chu CEO to the door of his house and was about to retreat, but he heard a roar coming from inside. My grandson got married, but I didn't know about it? Qin Rufong, do you still have an old woman like me in your eyes? Although the voice sounded old, it was full of energy and had great fighting power. Chu Ci became worried. Hua Jianshu came to his house to make trouble. Oops, she seems to have caused trouble for her mother-in-law. Young madam, this is the old lady's voice. She doesn't mean well. Jiang Bei reminded worriedly. Do they come here to make trouble often? Chu Ci asked worriedly. Jiang Bei said, he doesn't come here often, but he never treats his wife well. Today, it must be the eldest wife who complained. They wanted to join the board of directors, but failed, but I became the head of the family. It's normal for his first wife to be dissatisfied. Chu CEO calmed himself down and prepared to go home to face the trouble he had caused. Jiang Bei pulled her aside and said, young madam, you can hide for a while and wait until madam has dealt with them before going home. They are coming for me, and they won't be satisfied until they see me. Chu CEO smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Everyone has a few extremely bad relatives. I have experience. Rongyu, follow the young lady. Jiang Bei quickly gave the order. Rongyu got out of the car and followed Chu CEO closely. With her around, Chu CEO became bolder. The three of them entered the house, and sure enough, Mrs. Hua and the eldest wife's family of 4 were all there. Qin Rufong was so angry at them that her face turned pale and she had to gasp for breath even when she stood. 5 bullying 1, how abominable. Mom, I'm back. Chu CEO greeted with a bright smile, pretending not to notice the discordant atmosphere. Qin Rufong was stunned. You're back so early? It's not even time to get off work yet. Oh no, she hasn't kicked out her mother-in-law and the first wife yet. With Chu CEO's cowardly character, he will be scared to tears soon. What should I do if the good daughter-in-law I finally found gets scared away? I miss my husband and came back to be with him. Chu CEO slowly glanced at everyone. What is this? Shall you listen to me? Qin Rufong, shut up. Before Qin Rufong could finish her words, she was interrupted by old lady Hua. The old man is over 70 years old, but he is in good health, and his cloudy old eyes are shining with brilliance. You can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. Qin Rufong closed her eyes in silence, but still forced a smile in front of her new daughter-in-law. Shall you? Let me introduce you. This is your grandmother, and this is your uncle and aunt, and your cousins. Hello, uncle and aunt. What a bullshit. You weren't so polite at work today. Hua Jianshu glared at Chu Xiao, but when he saw Rongyu beside her, he restrained his temper with great caution. Chu Xiao wondered if Hua Jianshu had been beaten by Rongyu before. Chu Seo, Lu Song's fiancé. Old Mrs. Hua looked at Chu Seo with disdain. Chu Seo knew that someone was going to make a fuss about her life experience. Qin Rufang looked at her worriedly and said, Mom, I'm just dating Lu Song. We're not talking about marriage. But why did I hear that the Lu family has chosen her as their daughter-in-law? Old Mrs. Hua snorted coldly. People say that she had surgery without any disease. I think it's all a conspiracy. Grandma, do you think I was pushed onto the operating table just to hide in Tingchen's ward? Chu Seo shook his head and smiled. Chu Seo, I've seen a lot of people like you. Old Madam Hua said sternly. You are clearly colluding with the Lu family to swallow up the Hua family's assets. Mom, you have to be responsible for what you say. Qin Rufang stomped her feet in anger. Mrs. Hua sneered. You still don't believe it? I have evidence. Chapter 21, Proving Innocence. Photos of Chu Seo and Lu Song when they were in love were scattered on the table by old Mrs. Hua. There's also a recording of Lu Song. Xiaoyu, I'll bear with you for a while. When we get enough, you will divorce Hua Tingchen. Don't worry, I definitely don't mind you being married once. I will still follow the original agreement and marry you in a grand manner. There was a sudden silence in the huge living room. Even Qin Rufang, who liked Chu Seo very much, was shaken. The daughter-in-law she rescued wasn't really pitiful, but a trap set for her. Xiaoyu, is this so? Qin Rufang asked sadly, her lips trembling. No. Chu Seo shook his head, his eyes determined. After getting her answer, Qin Rufang breathed a sigh of relief and said to Mrs. Hua, Mom, Xiaoyu said it's not. Are you stupid? Do you believe everything she says? Old Mrs. Hua leaned hard on her cane, causing the marble floor to make a crackling sound. Hua Zhongjia, the cousin who had been silent the whole time, interrupted at the right time. Second aunt, young people nowadays are very calculating for money. You have been fooled and you don't even know it. Rufang, just listen to your mother. Don't lose the property left by your second brother to others. Li Huilan, the wife of the first wife, stepped forward and took Qin Rufang's hand to persuade her. They were very friendly and acted as if, we're all doing this for your own good, so don't be stubborn. A smile of success flashed across Hua Jianshu's eyes. Humph, a mere girl from the Chu family dares to challenge him? He will kick her out of the Hua family today. Go through the divorce procedures immediately and kick Chu Seo out of the Hua family. Old Mrs. Hua ordered. The evidence is conclusive and the old lady is out again. Chu Seo has only two choices, leave by himself or be thrown away. Mom, I think there must be a misunderstanding here. Qin Rufang struggled for a long time and finally decided to trust Chu Seo again. This girl has the romance of a little girl, but also a calmness that doesn't match her age. I really like her. Moreover, Chu Seo is the only person Tingchen is willing to talk to. If I drive her away, he will chat with Tingchen and relieve his stress. Old Madam Hua glared at Qin Rufang with great disdain. Idiot! These are words that Lu Song said himself. This is Chu Seo's conspiracy. Are you deaf and didn't hear it? That's right. Sister-in-law, don't be confused anymore. Hua Jianshu said. Sister-in-law, if you want to find a wife for Tingchen, there are many candidates. Amir Chu Seo is not worthy of our Hua family. Li Huilan said. The entire family of the first wife were gloatingly waiting to see Chu Seo being kicked out of the house. Qin Rufang was unwilling to accept this. She wanted to prove Chu Seo's innocence so much. She said, Xiaoyu, please speak up. Excuse me, uncle, how did you get the recording? Chu Seo asked calmly. The voice in the recording was Lu Song's, and those words were spoken by him personally. But it wasn't said to her. He just hated her for taking the land in the eastern suburbs and deliberately recorded this audio for the first wife, hoping to see her being driven away by the Hua family. She won't let him succeed. Need I ask? Of course. Someone overheard and recorded you and your ex-boyfriend plotting. Hua Jianshu sneered. When was it recorded? Time and place. Chu Seo asked. Hua Jianshu was stunned for a moment. Then he cursed impatiently. Why are you so nosy? The evidence is here. Get out of here. That's right. Get out of the Hua family immediately. You are not worthy of being their daughter-in-law. Li Huilan echoed. You are the only ones allowed to provide evidence, but I am not allowed to prove myself. Chu Seo sneered. There is only Lu Song's voice in the recording. How can it prove my involvement? Qin Rufang woke up, as if from a dream. That's right. The recording was just Lu Song talking to himself from beginning to end, and there was no mention of Chu Seo at all. Lu Song is such a bad guy. Maybe he deliberately slandered Chu Xiao. Qin Rufong waved Li Huilan away, came to Chu Xiao, and firmly supported her. Xiaoyu, Mom supports you. That recording was a conspiracy between Debai and Lu Song to frame me. Chu Xiao's voice was not loud, but firm and powerful. How ridiculous! Are you worthy of being framed by us? Li Huilan cursed. You are like this, and even one more look at you will pollute my eyes. Chu Xi said with a cold face. Then tell me clearly the time and place of the recording. That shouldn't be difficult, right? You all said the evidence is conclusive. Why can't you make it more conclusive? The recording time was the day before you married Tingshen. Hua Jianshu touched his chin, very proud. Lu Song said that he had no chance to talk to Chu Xiao alone these days, so the recording time had to be moved forward. I'm going to call the police. Chu Xiao said as he took out his cell phone and pretended to call the police. Hua Jianshu was startled and asked cautiously, What police are you calling? Uncle, don't you know that the time of recordings made by electronic devices can be checked? Chu Xiao smiled softly. In this technological age, we use scientific methods to solve cases. We can find out the truth with just a check. Hua Jianshu is old, and his thinking can't keep up with the times. Hearing this, he asked Hua Zhongjia worriedly, Can I check? Hua Zhongjia is just an uneducated waste. How could he know all this? But seeing Chu Xiao's frank and confident expression, he also felt guilty. Can it really be checked? Old lady, ma'am, you don't need to alert the police to check the recordings. I can do it. Rong Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted. Chu Xiao looked at her in surprise. You can do this? Old lady, ma'am, you don't need to alert the police to check the recordings. I can do it. Rong Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted. Chu Xiao looked at her in surprise. You can do this? The Rong family has produced heroes, so they are naturally good at this. Old Mrs. Huan nodded to Rong Yu. Okay, I'll leave it to you to investigate. Mom, do you really believe her? Grandma, Rong Yu is Tingshen's bodyguard. She will definitely listen to second aunt and protect Chu Xiao. That's right. What is there to investigate? Isn't it better to just drive Chu Xiao away? The Defying family scrambled to stop Rong Yu from checking the audio. Qin Rufong was anxious, gritting her teeth and yelling, Investigate! We must investigate thoroughly. If someone really framed my daughter-in-law, I will never let him off easily. Either Rong Yu investigates, or I call the police. Between calling the police and Rong Yu's investigation, Mrs. Hua chose Rong Yu. I believe Rong Yu. Let her investigate. Mom, grandmother. The eldest wife was unwilling. Mrs. Hua pondered and said, Your second aunt must be convinced. The eldest wife remained silent. Chu Xiao was very surprised. Rong Yu is trusted by Mrs. Hua, but also tabooed by the first wife's family? What was her background? Rong Yu plugged the recording USB drive into the computer and quickly found out the actual recording time. This audio was recorded at 15:31 this afternoon. It's not before the wedding, it's recorded today. Today, Chu Xiao stayed in the company the whole time and had no contact with Lu Song at all. The eldest wife lied. Qin Rufong was very happy. She held Chu Xiao's hand tightly and said to Mrs. Hua, Mom, now you believe that Xiaoyu is innocent, right? Even if the recording is not true, she is still suspicious. Whose daughter would be willing to marry a vegetable? Old Mrs. Hua snorted, secretly thanking her luck that she asked Rong Yu to investigate instead of calling the police. But Chu Xiao, she still disliked it. The daughter of a poor family, who was engaged to someone else, was not worthy of the Hua family at all. Mom is right. Which girl from a good family would marry a vegetative person and live a life of widowhood? Chu Xiao has a plan. She spent the whole day at the company today. I don't know how many secrets she leaked to her family. Our Hua family is about to be ruined by you, my sister-in-law. Hua Tingshu and Li Huilan sang and shouted, making old lady Hua look cold. What Tingshu said makes sense. Chu Xiao can stay at the Hua family temporarily, but you're not allowed to go to the company again. Also, let Tingshu go to the board of directors to take charge tomorrow. I haven't read any official documents. I don't know what secrets the company has and how they were leaked. Chu Xiao curled his lips coldly. Joining the board of directors and taking control of the company. This is the ultimate goal of the eldest wife. What a coincidence. She was lazy today and hasn't signed those documents yet. Chapter 22. Forcing him to work the night shift. Jiangbei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What a coincidence. It was a blessing in disguise. I don't believe it. Hua Jianshu jumped up. You've met with all the senior executives and managers today. How could you not know anything? I just don't know. Chu Xiao looked towards Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei came forward holding a thick stack of documents. Young madam, I only saw people receiving documents in the company today, and I didn't read or sign any of them. Qin Rufang picked up 2 copies and flipped through them, and sure enough, there was no signature. This, Qin Rufang was also dumbfounded. If she doesn't do anything, why does she go to the company? Mom, I've got all the documents back, and I'm waiting for your instructions. After Chu Ci finished speaking, Jiang Bei put the thick document on the coffee table. It means letting Qin Rufang make the decision. Qin Rufang certainly has the qualifications, but let's give it to Jianshu. Don't squander my son's family property. Old Mrs. Hua pouted in disdain, looking down on Qin Rufang. Chu Xiao felt strange in his heart. Jiang Bei whispered, my wife went to the company for a few days before, lost 50 million, and almost got into trouble with the lawsuit. Well, Chu Ci was worried, and his face was full of black lines. Even if the mother-in-law doesn't understand business, how did she lose 50 million when Hua Tingxuan had so many powerful and clean people under him? I am tired. Tingshu, take the documents back and work overtime. You must protect our Hua family. Old Mrs. Hua stood up, and Hua Jianshu smiled happily and went to pick up the documents on the coffee table. Wait, Chu Xiao held down the document. Grandma thinks my mom is incapable of managing the company, right? Just her ability? Humph. I'm embarrassed to even mention it. Old Mrs. Hua rolled her eyes at Qin Rufang. Qin Rufang lowered her head in shame. If my mother is not capable enough, I'll make up for it. I believe that we mother and daughter can manage the company well. Chu Xiao said loudly. Just you guys. Old Mrs. Hua sneered. She didn't believe Chu Xiao would be able to manage the company at all. Yes, we will. Chu Xiao looked at Mrs. Hua firmly. It will be for 1 month. If we can't manage it, we will hand it over to Uncle. Hua Jianshu couldn't wait to join the company and become the president right now. So why would he be willing to wait for a month? He scoffed. 1 month? You've bankrupted the entire company. Uncle, do you dare to make a bet with me? Chu Ci asked worriedly. How do you bet? What capital do you have to bet? Hua Jianshu sneered. Don't mention the Chu family. Your Chu family is almost bankrupt. Chu Ci said worriedly. My mother holds 20% of the company's shares. If the company suffers losses in a month, the shares will be transferred to my uncle free of charge. Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Qin Rufang was shocked. Mom, please believe me and Tingxuan. Chu Xiao said. Qin Rufang looked at Jiang Bei hesitantly, and Jiang Bei nodded to her silently. Qin Rufang gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, I'll listen to Xiaoyu. Okay, I'll give you another month. Hua Jianshu let go and stood up. 1 month later, not only will he be in charge of Hua's company, but he will also get 20% of the shares. Just thinking about it makes him happy. The Hua family is so big. Let these 2 women defeat them for a few more days for fun. Rufang, don't regret it. Mrs. Hua glanced at Qin Rufang and Chu Xiao meaningfully and left with the first wife. Call. Qin Rufang breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned in worry. Xiaoyu, is this really okay? Okay. Chu Xiao not that Vegetative. Isn't there Hua Tingxuan's? Okay then. I'll leave the company to you and Tingxuan. Qin Rufang hugged Chu Xiao with a flash of bitterness in her eyes. Jiang Bei said that Hua Tingxuan could speak occasionally, but she had been with him for a whole day and his saliva had dried up, but he refused to respond. It hurts my old mother so much. After dinner, Chu Xiao returned to his room with the documents. Hua Tingxuan lay quietly on the bed, but he was actually crazy inside. The uncle's noise was so loud that he heard most of what was going on. I only regretted that I couldn't get up immediately to protect my mother and wife. As soon as Chu Xiao came in, he couldn't wait to ask, Are you injured? No, Rongyu is here too, so they don't dare to do anything. Chu Xiao piled the documents on the table, then fell on the sofa and started complaining, Hua Tingxuan, today I realized that it's not easy to be a domineering CEO. Hua Tingxuan asked, Is anyone giving you a hard time? Your uncle wants to smash me to death. Fortunately, there is Rongyu. Chu Xiao curled his lips. Are you scared? Hua Tingxuan snorted. Then give birth to a baby. Who's afraid? I've died once, so what's there to be afraid of? Chu Xiao sneered. It's just that your executives are all cunning and want to test me, and I can't let them succeed. Then what? I brought all the documents back to you. Hua Tingxuan, holding on to the last bit of hope, he asked how many? All of them. Chu Xiao leaned over the table and counted them. 71 in total. Hua Tingxuan wanted to faint. 71 documents. How long will he have to finish reading them tonight? Did she forget his current situation, a vegetative state unable to take care of himself? He needs rest and recuperation, not staying up late to work overtime. There's one more thing. I guess you've heard the noise downstairs. My uncle and I made a bet. If the company suffers losses in a month, my uncle will take over the management of the company in your place, and all the shares held by your mother will be transferred to my uncle. Watingshan took a breath and said, Chutsio, are you crazy? Only in this way will they stop. Chutsio spread his hands. Anyway, you are capable, I know. Watingshan was furious. The business world is like a battlefield where there are winners and losers. Who can guarantee victory every time? Once the bet is made, Uncle will definitely find ways to set a trap for them. Watingshan, it's up to you from now on. Chutsio took off his suit, changed into comfortable home clothes, and began to read one document after another to Watingshan. Watingshan said to sign, so she signed and stamped. Watingshan said it was rejected, and she also asked for the reason for the rejection and noted it on the document. There were a total of 71 documents, and it took until 2 o'clock in the morning to finish. Watingshan hasn't had such a heavy workload for a long time, and his CPU is about to burn out. Chutsio, from now on, if you have projects below 5 million, just ask Jianbei. You don't need to bring them back. No, I'm afraid of following your mother's footsteps and losing your company to your uncle. Thinking of his mother's former glory, Watingshan fell silent. We're done for today. Go to sleep. I don't know how many things we'll have to deal with tomorrow. If it weren't inconvenient, I'd really like to take you to work with me. Watingshan, he is a patient. He is a vegetable. Chutsio sorted out the documents and lay down on the sofa to sleep. Soon, the sound of soft and rhythmic breathing was heard. Chutsio was sleeping uneasily and tossing and turning. Huashuchen knew that sleeping on the sofa would not be comfortable enough, so he hesitantly called out, Chutsio, why don't you sleep on the bed? Is it okay? Chutsio patted his lower back sleepily. My waist hurts from sleeping on the sofa every day. Good. 10 minutes later, Watingshan was dragged to the sofa. Chutsio, on the other hand, occupied the entire bed with impunity. Chapter 23, Do You Want to Murder Your Husband? Watingshan, that's not what I meant. What is that? Chutsio yawned and was ready to go to bed. There was still his body temperature and scent in the quilt, which was warm and smelled good, making her even sleepier. Sleep in the bed together. Watingshan snorted. The sofa was so uncomfortable that he didn't want to lie on it for even a minute longer. No, later you'll accuse me of being dishonest and trying to seduce you. Chutsio curled up in the warm bed and didn't want to leave. Thinking of the several embarrassing incidents when she slept with him, her face flushed and her eyes sparkled. I was embarrassed at the time, but now I feel proud. I never slept with a man in my previous life, but I slept with him in this life. I even touched the abdominal muscles that I had never touched before. Oh, she even took off the pants of Mr. Hua, a billionaire. Really worth it. Chutsio was not only in a good mood, but also lying comfortably. Watingshan was not feeling so good on the sofa. He was very uncomfortable lying on the sofa and said, Chutsio, move me back. Just go to sleep. Don't make so much trouble. Chutsio, are you rebelling? If you disturb my sleep again, I won't go to the company tomorrow. Watingshan was very angry. Threaten him? But what can he do? Let this woman do whatever she wants, and he will deal with her when he is able to do something. That night, Chutsio slept soundly in bed, and Watingshan almost didn't sleep all night. When the sobering sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, Chutsio sighed with worry and satisfaction. Sleeping in a bed is still comfortable. Watingshan, no longer wanted to pay attention to her, but she was the only person who could communicate with him. If he didn't say anything, she would think he was sleeping and would just pat his butt and leave. Then he would have to stay alone for another whole day. Don't laugh at me. Think about how many nights I've slept on the sofa. From now on, we'll take turns sleeping on the bed. The first, third, and fifth are yours, and the second, fourth, and sixth are mine. For the sake of your patient, the bed on Sundays is yours as well. Chutsio said this and went to drag Watingshan. She had to get Watingshan to bed before anyone came in. If Qin Rufang knew that her son was being abused, it would be strange if she didn't scold her. Watingshan is too heavy. It was okay when I dragged him off the bed last night, but it was too hard to get him on the bed today. Chutsio first dragged him to the bed, then used all his strength to make him stand up, and then fell onto the bed together. Click! What's that sound? Chutsio was frightened and lost his strength in his hands, and was completely pinned down by Watingshan. The two fell straight down, she at the bottom and he at the top. Hua Ting-chun, who was injured for the second time, gasped in pain. Chu Tzio, do you want to murder your husband? Are you hurt anywhere? Chu Tzio was at a loss under him and forgot how ambiguous the posture was at the moment. You twisted my waist. What should we do then? Hua Ting-chun took a deep breath. Let Bai Jing come. Oh well. Chu Tzio quickly agreed and tried to move out from under his body to find his cell phone. Hua Ting-chun lay there very submissively, and Chu Tzio couldn't move at all. He tried several times but failed to push him away. Hua Ting-chun, you are so heavy that I am almost crushed by you. Chu Tzio kom lai frustaten. Hua Ting-chun said nothing. In fact, he was also very uncomfortable in this position. Her pajamas were empty, and without the barrier of underwear, he could clearly feel her soft curves. She kept moving, awakening certain functions of his body. Hua Ting-chun, I can't get up. What should I do? Turning over. Hua Ting-chun said sullenly. She couldn't support his entire body, but there was still a little hope if he turned sideways. But what if I hurt you again? Thinking of his waist that had just been held, Hua Ting-chun took a deep breath. I'm ready to be injured 3 times. Oh. Chu Tzio felt even more guilty and didn't dare to use the energy he had accumulated for a long time. Hua Ting-chun, I dare not. Just then, Qin Rufang knocked on the door. Xiao Yu, are you up? It's getting up. Mom, come and help. Chu Tzio felt like he had met a savior and didn't care about the awkward posture. Qin Rufang's heart tightened when she heard this. Is there something wrong with Ting-chun? When Qin Rufang saw her son lying on the ground with his wife pressed down on him, she was surprised. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Well, I was wiping Ting-chun's body and accidentally fell off the bed. Chu Ci explained guiltily, not daring to say that he fell while moving the bed. Qin Rufang was half believing and half doubting. A 2.8-meter wide bed isn't enough for them to lie on, and look at their postures. Qin Rufang's old face turned red, as if he understood something. TSK, they're playing too hard. What if they get hurt? Mom, I really didn't do it by accident. I promise I won't do it again. Chu Tzio was like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for forgiveness from adults. Qin Rufang was also young once, and she smiled indifferently as she helped Hua Ting-chun onto the bed. When lying down, Hua Ting-chun groaned again. Chu Tzio suspected that he had fallen when he heard the click, so he quietly put his hand in while pulling the quilt. As soon as Hua Ting-chun relaxed, he felt a cold and soft little hand sliding across his waist and placing it on his lower back, sending a tingling electric current throughout his body. Very cool, want to continue. Woman, what are you doing? Chu Tzio didn't dare to say anything and quickly withdrew his hand. Fortunately, his bones are not broken, so it shouldn't be serious. Xiao Yu, Zhang Bei is here to pick you up. You should get ready to go to the company. Qin Rufang said. Good. Chu Tzio gave Hua Ting-chun a guilty look at last, changed his clothes, and left with the documents. After getting in the car, she called Bai Jing to come and check Hua Ting-chun's waist. Jiang Bei asked in surprise, Madam, what happened to Mr. Hua's waist? Maybe it's twisted. Jiang Bei. Mr. Hua couldn't even move, so how'd he twist his waist? The news of the bet with the first wife has spread to the company. The shareholders were so angry that they gathered in the president's office early in the morning. Chu Tzio, what's wrong with you? You just joined the company and haven't figured out the company situation yet, but you dare to gamble with others? Do you want to trick us to death? Although you're the president's wife, we shareholders also have a say. You're from a small family, so you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you think that if you marry Mr. Hua, you can really be the master of the Hua family? The shareholders started to curse, and the senior executives who came to Chu Tzio yesterday to sign official documents but received no reply also complained. Ma'am, if you don't have the ability, don't sit in that position. Perhaps it's true, as Hua Jianshu said, that her coming to work was fake and the real purpose was to steal secrets. Jiang Bei was furious when he heard this and said with a gloomy face, Dear shareholders, our wife is absolutely capable of leading the company to a better future. Don't be ridiculous. She can't even read the documents. She didn't sign any of the documents from yesterday. Chapter 24. Establishing her authority, she wants to be a female boss. Who said it wasn't signed? Chu Tzio turned his head and looked at the man. Ms. Liu, director of the Public Relations Department, seemed to have disliked her since yesterday. Judging from her age, she can be Hua Ting-chun's mother. It's not possible that she is hated because of her unrequited love, right? Is it simply hatred of his female boss? Or is there something else going on? Has Madam signed? Director Liu asked, his eyes behind the big black frame extremely sharp. Certainly. Chu CEO chuckled and withdrew his thoughts, listing Director Liu as a key point. Assistant Jiang, send all the documents down. Yes. Jiang Bei stood at the door of the president's office, calling out names and handing out official documents. It feels like a teacher handing out homework. Did you really sign it? Everyone can sign something. Don't sign it carelessly. You're ruining our company. Another shareholder protested, and everyone remembered the days when Qin Rufang came to work in the company shortly after Hu Tingqian's accident. The psychological shadow deepened. The doubts about Chu Xiao became more intense. Ma'am, please don't sign anything. We'd rather wait for Mr. Hua to wake up than sign randomly. Jiang Bei finished handing out the documents and said, Everyone, please read it first. Everyone claimed their own documents and opened them. Everyone was shocked. Sign what should be signed, and mark the reasons and opinions for rejection for what should not be signed. How can this be a signature? This is the emperor's approval of a memorial. Everyone, are you satisfied? Chu Xiao sat in the boss chair and posed elegantly. Beautiful, sharp, and powerful. Definitely a domineering female CEO. They didn't know that Chu Xiao worked overtime until midnight last night in order to establish his authority in the company today. In addition to signing, he also forced Hu Tingqian to give detailed instructions. Mr. Hua from their family is so tired that he is still sleeping at home. The president's wife has advanced ideas and outstanding abilities. The senior executives and managers were convinced, as if they felt the oppression they had felt when Hu Tingqian was in office. Really, the shareholders still didn't believe it and grabbed a document. Let me see it. It just so happened that it was rejected, and the details of the rejection were impeccable and sharp. The shareholder was dumbfounded. It's true. Let's take a look too. Several other shareholders came up to check out what they saw out of disbelief. Shareholders, don't look at it anymore. The president's wife is as capable as President Hua. The sales director gave Chu Xiao a thumbs up in admiration and then returned to his job. In front of a strong person, all doubts are a joke. Led by the sales director, the rest of the people returned to their jobs, leaving only a few shareholders who continued to remain in a stalemate. Madam, you are great, but you really shouldn't gamble the power of the Hua family against Hu Jianshu. If you lose, even if I lose, I will only lose my husband's assets. It won't hurt you at all. Chu Xiao said. We are also shareholders. What percentage? Several people looked at each other and stopped talking. Your shares were given by the Hua family, right? You have enjoyed the benefits for so many years. What? After receiving the benefits for so long, do you think it is your due? Chu Xiao's slow and leisurely tone was not strong, but it had the effect of killing people and breaking their hearts. This group of shareholders received the original shares given by Mr. Hua, which together accounted for 15% of the Hua group. In other words, they are indeed the elders of the Hua family, but they have never invested a penny. Over the years, everyone in the company has respected this group of veterans, except Hu Tingqian. Hu Tingqian had such a bad temper that he didn't listen to their opinions at all. Hu Tingqian has the final say in everything in the company, and no one can interfere. Unexpectedly, the new president's wife didn't even allow them to interrupt. Mrs. President, you are so arrogant. I hope you won't regret it. The shareholders left after making some harsh remarks. Jiang Bei heaved a sigh of relief and offered Chu Xiao a cup of tea with a smile on his face. Madam, these are Mr. Hua's instructions, right? Chu Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully. Actually, I don't know how to do it, but I'm not afraid when he's around. Were all these approved by President Hua? Jiang Bei was surprised. Yes. So excited. Jiang Bei couldn't hide his excitement and shouted in the office. It would take at least 3 hours to process so many documents. In other words, Hu Tingqian had been conscious for more than 3 hours. Chu Xiao found it funny. One day he will wake up. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Jiang Bei wiped his eyes. Madam, you performed very well just now. Keep it up. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Chu Xiao smiled and nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. In her previous life, she had never used her status to oppress others, but today she had to use her status to intimidate others. She really got the hang of being a female boss. Although I feel guilty, I am still excited. Chu Xiao's run and due meridians were suddenly opened, and he knew what he wanted to pursue in this life. She also wants to start her own company and become a boss. She wanted to let both the Chu family and the Liu family see that she, Chu Xiao, was more than just a stupid, beautiful vase. Although she doesn't know how to do it now, she can learn. Just like last night, with Hu Tingqian teaching her step by step, she will definitely become a master in a month. If she waits 2 more months, she will have 4.5 billion in startup capital. By then, I will have both the ability and money. How far will it be for me to become a female boss? Chu CEO was calculating and fantasizing in his mind, his passions surging. After get off work, I go home with a pile of work as usual. Hu Tingchun was too tired last night. He woke up and fell asleep all day and felt very confused. He was instantly awake when he heard the sound of her playing the file. Chu CEO, how much work have you brought back? Not many today, just about 30. Hu Tingchun felt helpless, but comforted himself. Fortunately, it's only half as long as yesterday, so I can have an early sleep. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Chu CEO asked him to explain every document in detail, and when he encountered something she didn't understand, there were 100,000 questions waiting for him. It took 20 minutes to finish one document. Chu CEO, we won't be able to finish the work if you keep doing this. Can you stop asking so many questions? No, I have to study. Hu Tingchun sighed. It's only a 1-month bet. It will be over if you just endure it. No, I can't rely on you for everything. I'll work hard today. When you've taught me, you can just lie down. Hu Tingchun's lips twitched. I'm lying flat now. But you are not qualified to give up, Chu CEO said confidently. Last night you said that the gambling agreement would make the shareholders angry, and they really came to pick a fight today. Fortunately, you taught me how to speak, so they were intimidated. Chu CEO babbled on, describing her day at the company. Hu Tingchun used to think of work as just work and never found it so interesting. Gradually, he became interested. Chu CEO, do you like going to work? Like. Chu CEO nodded vigorously. Working hours are very fulfilling. In the past, I only knew how to eat, drink, have fun, and complain about everything. My life was too decadent. Wasn't her ex Lu Song? Hu Tingchun asked, is Lu Song still bothering you? Not today, but he has teamed up with my uncle, so they must have some tricks up their sleeves. Chu CEO said this and began to sigh. It is better to offend a gentleman than to offend a villain, because you never know what dirty things a villain will do. But she had obviously offended the villain. Still a group. Lu Song, scumbag father, stepmother, stepsister, etc. Chu CEO's eyes lit up, and he remembered something important. Chapter 25. The Fun Between Young Couples. Jiang Bei has been looking for Chu Yinran's birth certificate for several days. You should have found it, right? She immediately called Jiang Bei. Chu Yinran's birth certificate. Found it, Jiang Bei replied. The hospital has mailed it out, and it will arrive tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Chu CEO's my happy. The clear and melodious laughter was like a piece of music, cleansing Hu Tingchun's ears and soul. He also became happy and asked, why are you checking that? Chu Yinran is actually older than me. That means my father had an affair with her mother before I was born. If this background is exposed, the Lu family will not accept her. Chu CEO became more and more proud as he spoke. The wives of wealthy families are all afraid of mistresses and illegitimate children, and Chu Yinran's background is enough to make the wives of wealthy families despise her, especially Mrs. Lu, who was deeply persecuted by the mistress in her early years. Hu Tingchun's heart sank, and he asked coldly, are you still in love with the surname Lu? No, Chu CEO was puzzled. I'm not really stupid. I still miss him even after all this. Then why did you stop him from marrying Chu Yinran? Hu Tingchun sneered, feeling a strange, sour feeling in his heart. Humph, she is clearly still obsessed with her ex-boyfriend. Stupid woman, because I don't want them to have an easy life. Chu CEO shrugged. I don't want to help others. Hu Tingchun didn't believe it. But this is her business. What does it have to do with him? Hu Tingchun was tired from work and went to sleep. You don't believe me? Chu CI was anxious and shook him hard. I only hate Lu Song, not love him. Really? Hu Tingchun was shaken by her and couldn't sleep. So he had to say, whether you love or hate me, it has nothing to do with me. Related. Chu CEO was so angry that she put her hands on her waist and her chest heaved violently. She has been a fool all her life, and she will never be a fool again in this life. Why doesn't Hu Tingchun believe her? Hu Tingchun, get up and don't sleep. Let's make it clear. Hu Tingchun, Hu Tingchun. Hu Tingchun continued to pretend to be dead. No, he was pretending to be asleep. I know you're not asleep. You can hear me. Chu CEO stepped forward and pinched Hu Tingchun's face, slowly applying force. He would feel pain, and she didn't believe that she couldn't wake up a person pretending to be asleep. If you can't, it means you're not using enough strength. Chu CEO used both hands to pinch Hu Tingchun's handsome face until it was deformed. Chu CEO, what are you doing? Bai Jing suddenly rushed in and shouted loudly. No, nothing. Chu Xiao let go of his hand, still angry. Chu Xiao, you are abusing the patient. Bai Jing was so angry that his face turned red. You hurt his waist this morning. What do you want to do now? I'm giving him a massage. Chu Xiai said guiltily. Bai Jing laughed. I saw it all. You are bullying him. Qin Rufang also came up when she heard the noise. How could Chu Xiao dare to admit that he bullied Hua Tingqian in front of his mother-in-law? She thought for a moment and said, it's a facial massage. Huh? Bai Jing raised his phone. Look for yourself. It was actually captured by Bai Jing. Chu Xiao's face was filled with black lines. That photo looked bullying no matter how you looked at it. Qin Rufang's expression also turned ugly. Xiao Yu, he asked me to do this. Chu Xiao pushed the responsibility onto Hua Tingqian. Qin Rufang suddenly realized the fun between a young couple? It's good, but it's a bit embarrassing that her son actually has a tendency to be a masochist. Auntie, don't believe her. She twisted Tingqian's waist this morning, and now she's pinching his face. Bai Jing pointed at Chu Xiao angrily. I always feel that she is taking advantage of brother Tingqian, this excellent cabbage. Xiao Jing, you misunderstood. Qin Rufang said, this is how husband and wife get along. Bai Jing, who is still unmarried, was shocked. Auntie, are you also bewitched by her? Well, you'll understand when you have a girlfriend. Qin Rufang's old face blushed. Bai Jing suddenly realized a terrible question. Did her aunt also abuse her uncle in the same way? Dr. Bai, look, the abuse you mentioned is not over yet. Chu Xiao pinched Hua Tingqian's cheek again and kissed him on the lips. A dragonfly touches the water for just 2 seconds. Hua Tingqian's brain went blank for a moment. Chu Xiao, are you crazy? Kiss me again if you dare. Chu Xiao stood up with a red face and asked Bai Jing confidently. Dr. Bai, did you see it clearly? Bai Jing froze in place, as if struck by lightning, and lost the ability to react. Chu Xiao took a deep breath and controlled his heartbeat. After 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I kiss a man, and the feeling is a little wonderful. Xiao Jing, stop making a fuss. Find a girlfriend when you have time. Qin Rufang smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Bai Jing said shyly, I have a girlfriend, but I haven't caught up with her yet. Then you should catch up quickly, so we can play kissing. Chu Xiao sneered lightly. The young, promising, and handsome Dr. Bai is still a simple virgin. With such a friend, Hua Tingqian must be a good man who keeps himself clean. You, Bai Jing was so angry that he muttered. Then why did you twist his waist as well? Qin Rufang quickly covered Bai Jing's mouth. Still asking? Still asking. It must be because of excessive exercise that he fell off the bed and twisted his waist. Auntie, Bai Jing was depressed. What a great Chu Xiao. Not only did he win over brother Tingqian, he also conquered Aunt Qin. Chu Xiai blinked worriedly and asked, how is his waist? It's sprained. If it gets more serious, the spine will be dislocated. Bai Jing said angrily. Well, next time I'll be careful not to fall off the bed. Chu Xiao glanced at Qin Rufang and was relieved to see that she was not angry. Xiao Jing, hurry up and change the medicine for Tingqian. Qin Rufang urged. Chu Xiao was secretly shocked. Medicine package? The injury is so serious. In short, don't let brother Tingqian get hurt again. Before Bai Jing changed the medicine and left, he gave some resentful instructions. Chu Xiao nodded vigorously. No. Okay, it's getting late, Xiao Yu. You've been tired all day at the company, so you should take a rest. Qin Rufang glanced at the documents on the table intentionally or unintentionally. Sure enough, it has been signed and the opinions have been written. Chu Xiao has no work experience at all. How did he know all this? It seems that Jiang Bei is right. Hua Tingqian is willing to communicate with Chu Xiao. His condition has recovered by more than half, and he will be able to jump around in time. Chu Xiao is the lucky star given to them by God. Qin Rufang left with an anti-smile on her face, leaving the small space to the couple. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch Hua Tingqian's waist, wanting to see how badly he was injured. The soft, boneless little hand instantly brought a tingling sensation, and Hua Tingqian took a breath of cold air. This. Chu Xiao quickly retracted his hand. Does it still hurt? Don't touch me, Hua Tingqian said in a stinky tone. This woman was becoming more and more bold, and making him more and more sensitive. Even that kiss that was as light as a dragonfly touching the water, he kept savoring it for a long time. Okay, I won't touch you. You can sleep on the bed tonight. Chu Xiao pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Chapter 26. Getting into his bed, might be a habit. Oh, after a tiring day at the company, I don't even have a bed to sleep in when I get home. Chu Tio felt aggrieved like a young wife and laid down on the sofa sighing. Ting-chan, isn't he tired? Isn't he tired? He is so tired because she forces him to work the night shift every night. Forget it. Don't bother with her. Considering her hard work for him every day, he gave her half of the bed. Chutsio, sleep on the bed. Ah, I meant we slept in the bed together. Chutsio thought of the many times he rose up because of her and shook his head fiercely. No need. Come up. Really, there's no need. I don't want you sleeping on the board tomorrow. Chutsio was embarrassed. She was already very tired after working for 2 consecutive days, but she had a full day of meetings tomorrow, which made her feel annoyed just thinking about it. In her current mental state, she might really fall asleep during the meeting. What? You dare to gamble with Uncle, but you don't even dare to get on my bed? Ting-chan provoked. Chutsio was fooled. Who is afraid? Then come up. Just go ahead. Chutsio rolled up the quilt and went to bed quickly. In order to prevent herself from falling asleep and crawling onto Ting-chan, she wrapped herself tightly in her quilt. Ting-chan, I brought my own quilt. If I accidentally touch you again, just bear with it. After Chutsio finished speaking, he went to sleep. The skin contact that Ting-chan imagined did not happen, and he was actually a little disappointed. In fact, he doesn't mind sleeping with her in his arms. Ting-chan dared to think, but not to speak, for fear that she would hear his secret. I could hear the sound of her even and gentle breathing, and a faint fragrance that belonged to her wafted in the air. Ting-chan curled the corners of his lips and fell asleep extremely comfortably. In the dream, a chubby guinea pig crawled into his arms, warm and fragrant. The next morning, Chutsio looked at the chest muscles in front of him, smelled the hormones on someone's body, and fell into deep thought. She was clearly wrapped tightly in her own little quilt. So how did she end up in his arms again? Is she so restless when sleeping? After looking for a while, Ting-chan didn't move. He should still be sleeping. Chutsio carefully rolled off him, only to find that his quilt had fallen to the ground at some point. The bed, which is 2 meters and 8 meters wide, is half idle. It turned out that the quilt fell off, and I was afraid of the cold, so I crawled over to find a heat source. Yeah, that's it. Chutsio explained to himself, but his eyes subconsciously glanced somewhere. Very peaceful. Very good. Chutsio breathed a sigh of relief, quickly washed up, and left. When she closed the door, Ting-chan slowly curled the corners of his lips. Pretty cute. I consider keeping it for a long time. With Ting-chan's earnest teaching, Chutsio made rapid progress. From knowing nothing at the beginning, I gradually became able to judge small projects independently. Jiangbei saw this and was delighted. He would report to Qin Rufang from time to time, and Qin Rufang was also very happy. A few days later, the news that Chutsio was making great achievements in the Hua family reached the Chu family. Chu Shuekuan didn't sleep all night. He walked back and forth in the study, holding a half-burned cigarette. Chutsio had only been in the company for a few days when he gained the trust of Hua's shareholders and senior management. Even the eldest son, Hua Jianshu, was suppressed by her and had no chance to join the company, and finally signed a gambling agreement. Why didn't he realize that his daughter had a talent for business before? Dad, you got up so early? Chu Yanran was dressed up beautifully, looking like a blooming flower in the warm morning sunshine. Beautiful, but without brains. He only knows how to spend money all day and can't help with household chores at all. Chu Shuekuan suddenly felt disgusted and asked unhappily, "What are you going to do dressed like this so early in the morning?" "Dad, today is Mrs. Lu's birthday. I'm going shopping with her and buying her a gift." Chu Jiandan's my happy Li. A mother is honored by her son, and she has already been recognized by Mrs. Lu. When Lu Song gets the land from Chutsio, she will marry into the Lu family. Dad, when I marry into the Lu family, I will be filial to you and Mom. Chu Yanran blinked her watery eyes, sincere and cute. Chu Shuekuan was the most impressed by her tricks, and finally waved his hand. Go. Dad, you haven't given me this month's pocket money yet. Chu Yanran smiled and stretched out her hand. It is as thin and white as green onions and very beautiful. But they only ask for money. The company can barely pay salaries, and she still wants money? Chu Shuekuan could no longer hold back his irritation and said, "Money, money, money. Is that all you know how to do?" Dad, Chu Yanran was frightened. "How old are you? Don't you know how to think about your family? You only know how to ask for money all day long. Did my money come from the wind?" When had Chu Yanran ever been scolded? She immediately cried out in grievance. Dad. Lin Manhwa, who was downstairs, heard the noise and ran up to see her daughter crying. She was shocked and asked, "Husband, what are you doing?" "Fine." Chu Shuekoin glanced at his wife and suppressed his anger. Chu Yinran cried aggrievedly, "Mom, shouldn't I ask for pocket money from home?" "Why not? Your parents raised you in luxury and never thought of letting you down." Lin Meihua glared at her husband and roughly understood the reason. She transferred 200,000 yuan from her own account to Chu Yinran. "Go ahead and buy a good gift for your in-laws." "Thank you, Mom." Chu Yinran got the money and left happily. Chu Shuekoin felt depressed and uncomfortable, leaning back in his chair and sighing in frustration. Lin Meihua stepped forward and held Chu Shuekoin's hand and asked softly, "Husband, what happened?" "The company went bankrupt faster than I thought." "Too fast." Chu Shuekoin sighed in worry. "Wife, if we don't get support anymore, we're done. Didn't you say that once Chu CEO is coaxed, the difficulties will be over?" Lin Meihua asked curiously. "Someone is making things difficult for the Chu family. 2 projects were destroyed yesterday." "Ah?" Lin Meihua asked in surprise. "Could it be Xiaoyu who did it?" Chu Shuekoin didn't say anything. The Chu family and the Hua family have no intersection, so Chu CEO's hands cannot reach that far. But besides her, who else wants to kill the Chu family? Chu Shuekoin's face quickly darkened. "You stupid girl, you don't have any gratitude at all." "Husband, didn't you say you wanted to coax her? You haven't taken any action these days. Have you changed your mind?" Lin Meihua asked. She still held out hope that she could coax Chu CEO into changing his mind. Chu CEO holds the land in the eastern suburbs. In 3 months, he will have tens of billions. Maybe the Hua family also gave her other houses, money, land, all money. With just a little prying, the Chu family can prosper for the rest of their lives. Chu Shuekoin sneered fiercely. "Coax her. I will coax her today. Then I'll go prepare the gifts." "No, please help me contact someone." Chu Shuekoin's face became even more ruthless, and even Lin Meihua was frightened and asked hesitantly, "Who?" "Dr. Song's wife. She is the one who hates Chu CEO the most now." Chapter 27, The Scumbag Dad's Trick. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chu CEO finished his work for the day and prepared to go home. She is becoming more and more proficient in the role of a female boss. Going back and forth between work and school every day has become a habit, busy and happy. Just as he was about to get in the car, Chu Shuekoin stopped him. "Xiaoyu, why are you here?" Chu Si's face darkened, his good mood gone. Does he still regard her as the clear and stupid person she used to be, and forgive her with just a little coaxing? "Xiaoyu, I have reflected a lot these days. I neglected your feelings in the past. I apologize to you. These are the things you usually like to eat. Dad personally queued up to buy them for you." Chu Shuekoin handed over the purchased things hesitantly. Chu Xiao took a look and showed no interest. Braised pork elbow, crystal fruit cake are indeed famous snacks in Jingsheng, and you have to queue up to buy them. But all added together is not as expensive as Chu Yanron's afternoon tea. "My taste has changed. I don't like these." Chu Xiao didn't answer. "Change?" Chu Shuekoin was stunned. "Then what do you like to eat now? Dad will buy it for you." "I like money. Lots and lots of money. Can you get it to me?" Chu Xiao raised his delicate chin and snorted coldly. "Chu Sukun Fadawen. This daughter has really changed and is very difficult to deal with." It was all Lu Song's fault for not knowing how to handle things properly and revealing his affair with Yanran too early, which really upset her. "Xiaoyu, are you short of pocket money?" Chu Shuekoin asked carefully. "If it's tens or hundreds of thousands, he'll give it to you right away. As long as I can coax her into changing her mind, spending a little money doesn't matter." "Yes." Chu Xiao chuckled with an ambiguous tone. "The only thing in the world that won't hurt me is money." Chu Shuekoin was embarrassed by the implication and immediately took out his phone to transfer the money. It's okay. Dad will give it to you." "Do you really want to give it to me?" Chu Xiao didn't get. Chu Shuekoin hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Of course, you are Dad's sweetheart. Then give me 10 million. Bang. Chu Shuekoin was so scared that he dropped his phone to the ground. "How much?" 10 million. "Xiaoyu, are you crazy? What do you want so much money for?" Chu Shuekoin looked at the daughter he had raised in disbelief and felt a chill in his heart. Did the Hua family make her appetite bigger, or were they deliberately making things difficult for her? How can the Chu family afford 10 million in pocket money now? "What? Dad can't bear to let you go." Chu Sna. Chu Shuekoin was indeed reluctant to do so, but as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your child. So he was hesitating. He wanted to get his daughter back, but was also afraid that the 10 million would be gone once he gave it away. If you can't bear to part with it, then forget it. Chu Xiao shrugged and walked towards the car. Chu Shugen hurriedly chased after him. No, it's not that Dad is reluctant to part with it. It's just that the phone is broken and can't be used. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had slipped just now. Mr. Chu, this is for you. Jiang Bei opened the trunk and took out a new mobile phone. Chu Sukun. Our President Hua often makes mistakes, so we always have a spare phone. President Chu could just put the SIM card in and use it. Jiang Bai smiled very kindly. Chu Xiao raised the corner of his lips slightly and leaned against the car without saying a word. I don't really know how to use a new phone. Chu Shuekun really couldn't bear to part with the 10 million, so he had to pretend that he didn't know how to use the new phone. Jiang Bei came forward to instruct. Boss Chu, I'll teach you. Chu Shuekun wanted to kick him. What a nosy guy. Mr. Chu, you came at the right time today. Our young lady was just worried about not having pocket money at the Hua family, and you came. What? Chu Shuekun interrupted Jiang Bei in shock. A family like the Hua family doesn't even give their daughter-in-law pocket money? Our young lady has no money to spend. You are here to help her out. Jiang Bei smiled brightly. Chu Shuekun's face was very dark. I decisively put my phone in my pocket and stopped transferring money. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled, so why should she still be given pocket money by him? It should be given by the husband's family. Dad, you still can't bear to let go. Chu Xiao sneered without giving him any face. Your mother-in-law doesn't even give you pocket money? Come on, let's talk it out. Chu Shuekun said angrily. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the darkness and splashed some liquid on Chu Xiao. Careful! Chu Shuekun and Jiang Bei screamed at the same time. Before Chu Xiao could react, Chu Shuekun rushed over and hugged her in his arms. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Chu Xiao was held tightly in Chu Shuekun's arms, her little face pale. Was there an assassination attempt? Catch her. Call an ambulance. In the chaos, Chu Shuekun was pulled away. His back was covered in searing burns, and there was an acrid smell in the air. It's sulfuric acid. Jiang Bei's face was heavy. What close call. If it had splashed on Chu Xiao, she would have been disfigured. Fortunately, Chu Shuekun stepped forward at the critical moment. Dad, how are you? Chu Xiao looked at Chu Shuekun, who was about to faint from the pain, and her nose felt sore and tears fell. Aren't you going to ignore her? Why are you still trying to protect her from disaster? Xiao, Dad is fine. Chu Shuekun said reluctantly. His smile was uglier than crying. Madam, the ambulance will be here soon. Jiang Bei's face was serious. He, who had always looked down on Chu Shuekun, changed his attitude. Xiao, don't cry. It's okay. Chu Shuekun comforted her softly, his expression of pain becoming more and more intense. Chu Xiao's heart was tightly clenched. Her red lips moved a few times, but in the end she said nothing. Chu Shuekun was secretly happy. Feeling guilty, right? This is exactly what I want. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Xiaoyu, can you accompany me to the hospital? I am scared. Chu Shuekun asked, grabbing Chu Xiao's hand. Chu Xiao nodded and accompanied him to the hospital. The sulfuric acid burned a palm-sized patch of skin on Chu Shuekun's back. It wasn't very serious, but it was definitely not light. After emergency treatment, infusion, and transfer to the general ward, 3 hours had passed. During this period, Chu Xiao had been waiting in the hospital. Jiang Bei apologized carefully. Madam, I'm sorry. I wasn't alert enough. Has the murderer been caught? Chu Xiao was no longer crying, but she was in a very low mood. Jiang Bei felt that she looked even scarier this way, so he spoke more carefully. I caught you. Chen Baoyue, Dr. Song's wife. It's her. Chu Xiao's face grew colder and colder. His slender jade fingers curled up and wrinkled his trousers. She was wondering why someone would do something bad to the Hua family, and why Chu Shuekun would protect her from disaster. It turned out that everything was arranged. Very good, very good. There was a coldness in Chu Xiao's eyes. Young madam, don't worry. Mr. Chu is fine now. He just needs to rest for a few days and wait for the new skin to grow out. Jiang Bei comforted. In any case, it was the young lady's father who was injured. True love is revealed at the critical moment of life and death. Mr. Chu still loves the young lady. Jiang Bei was about to report this to Qin Rufang, but Chu Ci said worriedly, I will handle today's matter. Don't tell my mother-in-law. Jiang Bei was stunned. I want to meet Qin Baoyue in person. Chapter 28, Taking Over the Chu Family? That's a big pit. Lin Manhwa rushed to the hospital and saw her husband, who was seriously injured. She burst into tears and said, "Husband, how are you?" "I'm fine." Chu Shuequan answered with difficulty. "Don't scold Xiaoyu. This has nothing to do with her." "Husband, it really has nothing to do with Xiaoyu." Chu Shuequan repeated it again and again, reminding Chu Xiao at all times not to forget who saved her. Chu Xiao just thought it was ridiculous. Yeah, what does this have to do with her? It was clearly him who asked Qin Baoyue to throw sulfuric acid on him. So what does it have to do with her? I have already paid the medical expenses. Have a good rest. Chu Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. Chu Shuequan and Lin Meihua were both stunned. "Xiaoyu, where are you going?" "Of course I'm going home. My husband is waiting for me." Chu Xiao particularly emphasized the word husband. Lin Meihua's face turned ugly. What would a vegetative person wait for? Is this damn girl trying to use the Hua family to pressure others? "Xiaoyu, are you living well in the Hua family?" Chu Shuequan asked. "Good." Chu Xiao gave an ambiguous answer. "If you're not having a good time, tell Dad." Chu Shuequan said as if he pulled the wound on his back, and he sucked in a breath of cold air with gritted teeth. Lin Meihua couldn't bear it any longer and said, "Just take good care of him. Our family is almost bankrupt now. What else can you do? I must protect my own daughter, even if it costs me everything I have." Chu Shuequan said loudly. The nurse who came to draw blood said enviously, "Boss Chu loves his daughter so much. That's a must." Chu Shuequan glanced at Chu Xiao. Being such a good father, she should be moved, right? If it weren't for his bravery today, she would be the one lying on the hospital bed right now. Chu Xiao knew that this was meant for her, so she continued, "Dad, thank you for saving me today. I will find the best doctor for you and come to the hospital to take care of you every day." "No need. There are caregivers to take care of these things. I can't go to the company these days, so please help take care of it for a few days," said Chu Shuequan. Chu Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't expect Chu Shuequan to make such a request. She thought Chu Shuequan would ask for money or land in the eastern suburbs. "Xiaoyu, your mother also left you 30% of the shares. You don't want to waste your mother's shares, right? Now that your father is sick, it is your responsibility to temporarily manage the company," Chu Shuequan said. Chu Xiao frowned, seeming to be shaken. Chu Shuequan and Lin Meihua looked at each other and were secretly happy. See, she is still easy to coax. The Chu family is a mess now. If Chu Xiao wants to change it, he can only transfer resources from the Hua family. With the support of the Hua family, the Chu family will soon be able to make a comeback. "Oh, I'm in pain again." Chu Shuequan shouted hypocritically. "Xiaoyu, I'll take a break. You get ready and go to the company tomorrow." "Dad, aren't you afraid that I will ruin your business?" Chu Ci asked worriedly. Chu Shuequan's heart skipped a beat, but he soon smiled again. "No. If you can manage the Hua family well, you can naturally manage the Chu family well. In that case, I'll do it reluctantly." Chu Xiao finally agreed. Chu Shuequan looked delighted. But Chu Xiao changed the subject, and Chu Shuequan's heart was in suspense. "But what? If I do something wrong and damage the interests of the company, don't blame me, Dad." Of course, of course." Chu Shuequan nodded repeatedly. Given the Chu family's current situation, is there any interest left to lose? Whoever takes over will be in trouble. Tomorrow, Chu Xiao will face multiple partners coming to the company to collect debts, as well as employees demanding wages. "Okay, I'll go there tomorrow." Chu Xiao looked at the time. "It's getting late, I have to go home." "Good. Xiaoyu, I'll take you there." Lin Meihua diligently saw Chu Xiao out the door and watched her go away. Then, she excitedly closed the door of the ward and said to Chu Shuequan excitedly, "Husband, you still have a way." She is still a little too young to fight with me." "Chu Sukun, no. It's just a pity that you got hurt," Lin Meihua said with concern. Chu Shuequan gritted his teeth and said, "It's really painful to be burned by sulfuric acid, but as long as I can save the Chu family, it's worth it even if I feel a little more pain." "Honey, will Xiaoyu use the money to solve the company's difficulties?" Lin Meihua asked. "Definitely." Chu Shuequan sneered. "If she doesn't pay, she won't be able to leave the Chu Corporation tomorrow." "That's great. Take this opportunity to settle all the company's debts. It's a must." The sky gradually darkened, and Hua Tingshan felt annoyed as he listened to the sound of the clock. "It's so late. Why hasn't Chu Xiao come back yet? Heavy workload? Or something went wrong?" He really wanted to find someone to ask, but no one could hear his thoughts. He could only lie in bed and wait. Wait for Chu Xiao to come home, or come and tell him the situation. Every minute and every second was so tormenting that he wanted to go crazy. Finally, he heard the sound of a door opening, followed by familiar footsteps. Chu Xiao. She's back. Hua Tingxian's hanging heart finally fell back into his stomach. He asked coldly, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. Chu Xiao fell on the sofa, exhausted. You still remember to come back? Hua Tingxian's anger soared. The company gets off work at 5:30. Where has she been fooling around until now? Hua Tingxian, I almost couldn't come back today. Chu Xiao leaned against the back of the sofa and said slowly. Hua Tingxian's heartstrings tightened, and he asked hurriedly, what happened? There's an old scumbag who's plotting against me. Who? I chopped him up. Hua Tingxian was furious and intuitively thought that Chu Xiu was taken advantage of by the old man when she was socializing on his behalf. Humph! Dare to touch his Hua Tingxian's wife. He wants him to know why the flowers are so red. My dad, Hua Tingxian, he set a trap for me and asked me to take over the Chu group. Chu Xiu said. Hua Tingxian has already made up his mind about the Chu group. It is like a candle in the wind and can go bankrupt at any time. But it would be different if Hua took action. The dead could be brought back to life in a matter of minutes. He dug a hole, and you jumped into it. Hua Tingxian was in a bad mood and gloomy. Chu Xiu thought he was suspicious and became unhappy. She said with a stern face, don't worry, I won't use the Hua family's resources to save the Chu family. No need to move. You'll be the greatest help if you go over there. Hua Tingxian became even more gloomy. Stupid. She went back to help after being bullied like that. She was so stupid. I won't go. I'm not as stupid as you think. Chu Xiu stood up angrily and went to the balcony. What a nasty man. He always looks down on others by relying on his intelligence. She had long seen clearly that only by staying away from the Chu family and Lu Song could she live a long life. Chu Xuequan was willing to get hurt in order to set a trap for her. So how could she really jump into it? What I agreed to in the hospital today is just a temporary solution. Hua Tingxian was depressed. He hadn't said enough. Why did she run away? Angry? He was right. She was obviously stupid. After waiting for a while, Chu Xiu still hadn't come back. He couldn't help but call out his conscience. Chu Xiu. Chapter 29, Hua Tingxian Can Move. Chu Xiu turned his back to the bedroom and faced the darkness. Hua Tingxian called out twice more, but she didn't respond. Is the distance too far to hear his voice? Hua Tingxian became even more depressed. What kind of plug-in is this? There are actually distance requirements for listening to your inner voice. There was no way. Chu Xiu couldn't hear, and he had no way to express all his emotions. If you are angry, keep it to yourself. A deep sense of frustration enveloped his heart, and Hua Tingxian realized one more thing. She was worried about how to deal with the Chu family tomorrow. Oh, why not just ask him about this little thing? Hua Tingxian was curious about what Chu Xiu would do. No matter how sleepy he was, he didn't want to sleep and waited for her to come back to the room to communicate with him. The night breeze in March brings the coolness of early spring. There's no moon tonight, and the stars are particularly bright. Chu Xiu looked at the night scene in the distance and had other thoughts in his mind. Everything Chu Xuequan did was to save the Chu family that was struggling in the wind and rain, so why didn't she just fan the air and blow out the candles? Without the company, the Chu family was sent to hell. Is Chu Yanran still qualified to marry into the Lu family? Yes, do it. Chu Xiu slowly curled up the corners of his lips, his eyes full of cunning. She returned to the bedroom and took the initiative to talk to Hua Tingxian. You haven't slept yet. Are you waiting for me to come home? Who's waiting for you? Hua Tingxian would never admit that he had waited for her all night. I can't wait to go home and be with you, Chu Xiu said half-jokingly. Hua Tingxian's heartstrings trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing became lighter. Don't you believe it? Chu Xiu brought a hot towel and gently wiped his face, hands, and feet. She has to do these tasks every day after getting married. But this time, Hua Tingxian felt that she was unusually gentle. There is no need to be attentive. Humph, Hua Tingxian said in a deep voice while enjoying it. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Lend me some money. I want to acquire Chus. Hua Tingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Just that. I've calculated that 300 million is enough. Don't worry, I will return the money to you. Chu Xiu carefully wiped his fingers very seriously. The hot towel felt like a naughty little person tickling his palm. It was so itchy. Hua Tingxian wanted to move to get rid of this itchy feeling, so he actually moved. Chu Xiu was stunned for a moment. Hua Tingxian, did you move? Hua Tingxian himself was also stunned. Did he move? Yes, you moved. Just now your fingers moved. Chu Xiu raised his voice excitedly. Hua Tingxian hesitated, reviewing his actions in his mind. The big hand with distinct joints did indeed curl up. Although the movement was not large, It was enough to drive Chu Xiao crazy. It's moving again. Hua Tingchun was not very aware of his own actions. He was mainly excited by her reaction. Did he actually move? He happily curled his fingers again, wanting to experience the feeling of movement. But he didn't feel anything. Hua Tingchun, have you ever played the piano before? Chu Xi asked worriedly. Hua Tingchun was stunned. Why do you say that? When your fingers move, it's like playing the piano. The index finger, middle finger, and ring finger take turns to play, and there's quite a sense of rhythm. I'm banging on the table. Chu Xiu. Okay, no matter what you play, as long as it moves. Hua Tingchun, I respect you. Chu Xiu was sincerely happy for him. Hua Tingchun smiled. I will wake up sooner or later. Then will you lend me money? Chu Xiu took the opportunity to bring up the matter of borrowing money again. Only 300 million yuan is enough to buy the current Chu group. After it is revitalized, it becomes her personal belongings. Aren't Lin Meihua and Chu Yinran worried that she would divide the family property? She didn't want to divide it. She just took it all. Ha! It feels good just thinking about it. Chu Xiu was secretly happy, but she didn't know that Hua Tingchun's passion had been extinguished by the cold water. Chu Xiu, were you lying to me just now? You lied to me and said you could do it in order to please me and get funding. Hua Tingchun's hope turned into despair and then into anger. It turned out that she was lying to him. No wonder he couldn't feel anything in his fingers. Damn it, he actually used this kind of thing to cheat him out of his money. Wouldn't she feel guilty for deceiving a vegetative patient who always wanted to be able to speak, move, and walk? No, you really moved. Didn't you feel it? Chu Xiu was surprised. He knocked on the table so elegantly, but he didn't even notice it. What is going on? Hua Tingchun's chest heaved violently. Yes, he didn't feel anything. So he was not able to curl his fingers consciously at all. She was lying. You really moved. Chu Xiu took Hua Tingchun's hand, stretched his fingers one by one, and observed them repeatedly. Strange, why don't you feel anything? Let go. Hua Tingchun was annoyed and shouted loudly. Chu Xiu looked at his peaceful, sleeping face and thought of something. The next second, softness filled his palm, and Hua Tingchun was so shocked that he was speechless. What is she doing? Do you feel it? Chu Xiu asked with a red face, pressing his big hand against her chest with her small hand. Hua Tingchun's mouth was dry, yes. So, do you want to touch it? Press it to make it softer. Chu Xi hummed tenderly, her little face already red as a shrimp. She has sacrificed her looks like this. There is no way he would not react. Move faster. Chu Xiu unconsciously exerted force and pressed his hand closer to his chest. Hua Tingchun never expected that she would do such a thing in order to stimulate his nerve endings. The feeling of fullness that could not be held in one hand strongly stimulated him. I want to measure her size with all my strength. Ah! Chu Xiu suddenly screamed as if struck by an electric current and shook his hand away. He pinched her. Hua Tingchun, you are shameless. Chu Xiu bluset. She pinched so hard. I'm afraid he was pretending not to feel anything and taking advantage of her on purpose. Hua Tingchun also blushed and retracted his hand. He really pinched her. Very soft and big. The feeling of force at the fingertips and her soft rebound still lingered in the palm. It's clear and real. Hua Tingchun was in a trance as if he was dreaming, but his hands could move. Hua Tingchun, raise your hand and look again. Chuchi shouted worriedly. Her joy made her forget her shyness, and she just stared at his hand. Hua Tingchun curled up his 5 fingers and clenched them into a fist. He was also very excited and eager to verify. I am clenching my fist. Can you see it? I see. Chu Xiu's soft, boneless little hand covered his fist. Try to raise your hand. Hua Tingchun slowly gathered his strength and raised his hand. Lift it. Why isn't it moving? Hua Tingchun tried several times but couldn't raise his hand. No matter how strong the consciousness is, it cannot control the unresponsive limb nerves. He was so depressed that he shut himself off. I won't try anymore. Hua Tingchun, don't give up. Your current condition has already broken the definition of a vegetative state. It's just that you slept too long and your body's reaction is slow. Chu Xiu suddenly shut up. Does it take seduction to be effective? Chapter 30 Seduction is indeed the most effective. Chu Xiu plucked up his courage, slowly leaned down, and pressed on Hua Tingchun. What are you doing? Hua Tingchun was shocked again. Sleep you. She opened her red lips slightly and uttered 2 words. Her warm breath mingled with his, the aroma enticing. Her kiss fell on his neck. It was so soft and fragrant that it stimulated every cell in his body to tremble. and in his palms, the feeling of her extremely soft and plump flesh still remained. Hua Tingxian's breathing became heavier, and strong desire filled his body and mind. Want her. Right now. Right now. His fingers curled a few times and fell on her waist. Chu Xiao was very happy. As expected, seduction is the most effective, and he can move again. However, his hands were almost powerless. Chu Xiao leaned on him and twisted her body, revealing her slender waist from her clothes. Hua Tingxian's hands successfully fell on her smooth skin. Without the obstruction of clothes, the real skin touch feels more comfortable. He exerted force with his hands and moved it a few inches. The desire continued to burn, making his whole body hot and uncomfortable. I want to touch it again. Hua Tingxian, Chu Xiao called softly shyly. In her 2 lives, this was the first time she flirted with a man, and she was the one who took the initiative. She was very shy, but she also felt nostalgic for this wonderful feeling. Chu Xiao, Hua Tingxian murmured. The pain of wanting to fulfill his desire, but failing to do so was so overwhelming. But he could do nothing except touch her with his left hand. For a moment, he even thought out of revenge. When he gets better, I will make sure she can't get out of bed for 3 days. Hua Tingxian was still enjoying and getting annoyed with gnashing teeth, but Chu Xiao had already stood up. Gravity disappeared, and the soft jade and warm fragrance were also diluted into nothingness by the cold air. No need to thank me. Just remember to protect me after the divorce. Chu Xiao pulled down the hem of her skirt to cover her small waist, her face flushed and burning. Hua Tingxian was stunned. Oh yes, she just wanted to provoke him. She didn't mean anything else. She has good control and can control herself easily. But he almost went crazy because of her teasing. Hua Tingxian was disappointed and said angrily, "Don't worry, I remember." That's good. Chu Xiao raised her red lips and smiled beautifully. Your left hand has recovered well. You should practice more often. Hua Tingxian curled his fingers and slowly raised his left hand. The feeling of movement was clear and strong. He raised his hand, put it down, raised it again, and put it down again, over and over again. I enjoy it so much. After lying in bed for 3 months, he can finally move around. Chu Xiao was sincerely happy for him and felt that the sacrifice just now was worth it. I opened my phone, recorded this short clip, and sent it to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, who was exhausted after working overtime, was excited in an instant after seeing the video. Boss can move now. He can move now. Chu Xiao sent another message. Now only the left hand can move slightly, so don't spread the word. Jiang Bei sent a series of happy and excited emojis, and finally said that he would keep the secret and never announce it to anyone. When he lay on the bed, he was still happily thanking that Chu Xiao came to Hua Tingxian by accident. He believed that Mr. Hua's ability to speak and move was all thanks to Chu Xiao. After Chu Xiao washed up, she was in a dilemma. Should she sleep on the sofa tonight? Or should she continue to squeeze with him? I used to squeeze with him every day because he wouldn't move, so it didn't matter how much I squeezed. She took all the advantage. She slept soundly every night in his warm arms. But now that he could move his left hand, what if he took advantage of her? Thinking of this, Chu Xiao decided to sleep back on the sofa. Hua Tingxian has calmed down and is waiting for her to go to bed together. After just a few days, he had gotten used to sleeping with her in his arms. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing her go to bed, he heard someone tossing and turning on the sofa. He was unhappy and asked, "You're sleeping on the sofa?" Chu Xiao turned over again. "Oh, the sofa is really uncomfortable to sleep on." "What? Are you afraid that I will touch you?" Hua Tingxian sneered. Chu Xiao heard his unfriendly tone and said guiltily, "No, you are a gentleman and would not do such a thing." "Gentleman?" Hua Tingxian smiled, even colder. Reverse compliment? Provocation? Humph. By the way, you haven't agreed to lend me money yet. Chu Xiao thought of this suddenly and sat up. Hua Tingxian didn't even sneer and just ignored it. "Hua Tingxian, will you lend me money or not?" Chu Xiai asked worriedly. Hua Tingxian still didn't speak. Chu Xiai was worried and ran to the bed to shake him. "I know you are not asleep yet. Don't pretend." "No," Hua Tingxian said angrily. Chu Xiao was stunned. "Why are you like this? It's only 300 million, which is a drop in the bucket for you." "That's good too." Hua Tingxian was holding his breath and refused to lend her money no matter what she said. Chu Xiai was annoyed, stamped his feet, and sneered, "Not bad? That's not up to you. Your seal and signature are in my hands. I can approve as much as I want." "Chu Xiao, how dare you?" Hua Tingxian was so angry that he laughed. "I don't want 300 million anymore. Just approve 500 million. Chu Xiao returned to the sofa and fell asleep happily. 500 million is enough to buy the entire Chu Corporation. If it's not enough, keep approving. Anyway, he won't wake up for a while, and I own the world with the power in my hands. After she has revitalized the Chu Group, she will return the money to him. Hu Tingshan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and regretted giving her the private seal. It's not that he cares about money, but he's afraid that she will take all his money away. But because he lost this contest, the person on the sofa was snoring. Hu Tingshan hadn't slept for half the night and fell into a deep sleep only at dawn. When he woke up the next day, Chu Xiao was gone. Hu Tingshan's heart was hanging in uneasiness. Is she going to choose today? Yesterday's sulfuric acid incident was clearly a setup by Chu Xuequan. If she really went to the Chu Corporation today, she would be eaten alive by the debt collectors. Feeling worried, Hu Tingshan wanted to call her to warn her, but also wanted to go to Chu's in person to support her. Unfortunately, all his thoughts are just thoughts. Can't turn into action. A deep feeling of powerlessness swept over him. I shouldn't have been angry last night. He should have given her money and given her some advice. I regret it so much. Chu Xiao, please don't be stupid. You must come back safely. Boss Hua. Jiang Bei came in, his tone full of joy. Congratulations, Mr. Hua. You are one step closer to waking up. Jiang Bei came to the bedside and looked at Hu Tingshan with great relief. Hu Tingshan became even more anxious when he heard his voice. Without Jiang Bei to accompany him to the Chu family, Chu Ci would be eaten alive, right? Damn it. How could Jiang Bei let her go alone? Voila. Jiang Bei opened the curtains to let his CEO bask in the sun and replenish calcium. The dazzling light caused a huge halo to appear in front of Hua Tingshan's eyes. He blurry saw Chu Xiao, disheveled, being besieged in the office by several middle-aged men with greasy hair and fat ears. Stop! Hu Tingshan was furious and opened his eyes suddenly. Chapter 31. 300 million with just a little effort. So cool. Mr. Hua, are you awake? Jiang Bei was extremely surprised, and Hu Tingshan's chest heaved violently. After your vision focuses, slowly calm down. It turned out that it was just an illusion, and Chu Xiao was not bullied. And he can finally see the world in front of him. After sleeping for 3 months, winter has passed, and spring has arrived. Outside the window, there are already green trees. Mr. Hua, did you see that? Jiang Bei stared at Hu Tingshan closely. Hu Tingshan nodded. There are more women's supplies in his room, bringing a strong sense of warmth to the ascetic decoration style. Mr. Hua, please say something. I haven't heard your voice for a long time. Jiang Bei was full of anticipation. Now that his eyes are open, does that mean he can move? However, the sense of anticipation gradually decreased in the endless silence. Jiang Bei frowned. Mr. Hua, can't you speak yet? The rise and fall of Hua Tingshan's chest became violent again. Damn it. He couldn't control his vocal cords or his mouth. Try lifting your legs again. Can't move either. The surprise I just felt after waking up turned into disappointment. He just opened his eyes. Still not working? Jiang Bei was also disappointed, but soon smiled and comforted. It's okay, it's okay. You raised your left hand last night and opened your eyes today. This recovery speed is already very fast. But for Hu Tingshan, it is far from enough. Can that stupid woman, Chu Xiao, escape from the Chu family unscathed if she goes to the meeting alone? Well, the most important thing right now is to rescue that stupid woman first. Hu Tingshan slowly raised his left hand and pointed to the mobile phone on the bedside table. Mr. Hu wants a cell phone. Jiang Bei took his cell phone swiftly. After unlocking the screen with his face, Hu Tingshan stopped again. He didn't know Chu Xiao's cell phone number and had no way to communicate with her on the phone. Mr. Hua, what do you want to do? Jiang Bei asked it. Hu Tingshan glared at him, opened WeChat and typed. Chu Xiu. Oh, you should ask the young lady. She went to the company today to report and left without letting me follow her. She must be doing some private business. Rongyu. Neither did he. Hu Tingshan was so angry that his eyes turned black. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were full of anger. Call her back. Immediately. Right now. Okay. Jiang Bei quickly called Chu Xiao. Hu Tingshan ordered again. Turn on hands-free. Jiang Bei quickly did as he was told. Madam, where are you? Mr. Hua is looking for you. Please come back quickly. I'm busy right now. Chu Xiao realized something was wrong and asked, You just said he was looking for me? Is he awake? Jiang Bei looked at Hu Tingshan and said tactfully, Mr. Hua has opened his eyes. Just open your eyes? Chu Tio breathed a sigh of relief. I'm scared to death. I just took 300 million from Huas. If what Ting-chan recovers now, he will definitely take the money back. Yes. Then take good care of him. I'll be back later. Chu Tio hung up the phone quickly after saying this. I called again, but the phone was turned off. Jiang Bei looked at Hua Ting-chan helplessly. Mr. Hua, the young lady's phone seems to be out of battery. Hua Ting-chan took a deep breath and typed with his fingers. How much money did she take from Hua's? 300 million. Very good. I approved it right away, not a penny less. Isn't it like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth for her to take 300 million to choose? Obviously, it was too late to stop her, so the only option was to try other approaches. Jiang Bei, contact all the creditors of the Chu family immediately. Anyone who dares to touch Chu Tio is against the Hua family. Jiang Bei was frightened and quickly gave orders. Then he asked, Boss Hua, did the young lady go to Chu's? Why didn't he go now? Yes. Jiang Bei broke out in a cold sweat and hurried to the Chu family. In fact, Chu Tio didn't go to the company at all, but came to the hospital. Chu Shuequan had just changed the medicine on his back and was basking in the sun waiting for good news. Nearly 300 million creditors are all concentrated in the Chu family. As long as Chu Tio goes in, he will never be able to get out without paying the money. With Chu Tio's timid and cowardly character, he would definitely be scared to pay the money immediately. Chu Shuequan half closed his eyes. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He didn't even notice when Chu Tio came in. Dad, how about sunbathing? Chu Shuequan suddenly woke up and sat up. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Shouldn't she be in the company at this time? Dad, your company owes a lot of money. Chu Tio took an apple and peeled it slowly. Chu Shuequan asked nervously, Have you been to the company? I took a look from outside in the car. There were too many creditors, so I didn't dare go in. Chu Shuequan, Dad, you should sell the house. Chu Tio said. Chu Shuequan almost bit his tongue. Are you crazy? Will we sleep on the street after we sell the house? It is only natural to pay back debts. Since the family has no money left, we can only liquidate the real estate. Chu Tio said, Didn't you buy a few stores for Yanran in the city center? Sell them and pay off the debts. Chu Shuequan was filled with fear and shock. The matter of buying a shop for Yanran was not made public. How could she know? You can sell the villa at the beach that Aunt Chun has hung up for you for 5,000 yuan. If you add it up, you will have 200 million yuan. Every time Chu Tio revealed a secret, Chu Shuequan felt like he was struck by lightning. She knew all his family assets. Chu Shuequan's face quickly darkened. You're going to the housing authority to investigate me? I don't have the time for that. Chu Tio smiled. These things from her previous life were kept strictly secret by the family of three, and she only found out about them before she died. Now, it's just the right time to shut Chu Shuequan up. What do you mean by no money to pay off debts? It's obvious that he wants to use her money to fill the holes in the family without affecting the interests of Lin Manhua and Chu Yanran at all. Chu Shuequan was indeed choked. However, Chu Tio had already married into a wealthy family, so why did he still want to sell his family's real estate? He calmed himself down and said righteously, Xiaoyu, those properties were set up by your Aunt Lin herself. Isn't it spending the family's money? Chu Tio exclaimed, Oh my God, Aunt Lin is back to her old job? Chu Shuequan was confused by what she said. What old business? You're hanging out with a big shot. Wasn't it Aunt Lin who hung out with you back then? Chu Tio's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Dad, you better be careful not to get cheated on. Chu Shuequan raised his hands in anger. What? Dad wants to hit me? Chu Tio put the half-peeled apple and knife heavily on the table. Chu Shuequan woke up in shock. Chu Tio is his cash cow now. He can't be beaten. No, I'm just scratching my head. Chu Shuequan pretended to scratch his head, then screamed, Ouch! Chu Tio was unmoved, as if he hadn't heard it. Chu Shuequan gritted his teeth and reminded, Oh, this sulfuric acid really hurts. Fortunately, it was splashed on the back. If it was on the face, it would be ruined. Yes, Chen Baoyue splashed it really accurately. Suddenly hearing this name, Chu Shuequan's face changed drastically. What? Chen Baoyue, Dr. Song's wife. Chu Tio slowly curled up the corners of his lips, his pretty face full of sarcasm. You hired her to throw sulfuric acid, and then you forgot about her? Chapter 32. Stop moral blackmail. Chu Tio, you are slandering me. I was injured because I was trying to protect you from disaster. Chu Shuequan jumped up as if his sore spot had been stepped on. I even forgot the pain in my back. Not only are you not grateful for saving you, but you're also talking nonsense here. Is there a daughter as unfilial as you in this world? Chu Tio sneered and turned on his phone. Chen Baiyue's humble voice came out. Miss Chu, this was arranged by Mr. Chu. He felt sorry for me for losing my husband, so he paid me 1 million to throw sulfuric acid. But the person I want to hurt is not you. It's Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu said that sulfuric acid will not be poured on you. He is the victim. As long as he does not file a lawsuit, I will be fine. Miss Chu, I have told you everything I know. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Chu Shuequan's face changed drastically. Damn it, Chen Baiyue actually betrayed him. He directed and acted out his own injury. My dad is really capable. Chu Tio put away his phone. Stop blackmailing me. I won't pay off the Chu Corporation's debt for you. Chu Shuequan didn't expect that the truth would be exposed so quickly. His old face turned blue and white, which was extremely spectacular. They suffered the pain of skin burns from sulfuric acid and the pain of being skinned, but in the end, they didn't even see a shadow of the money. How would he be willing? Chu Shuequan's eyes were red with hatred. You heartless girl, you just don't want to be grateful, and you deliberately bribed Chen Baiyue to say such words to slander me. You know very well whether it is slander or not. If you don't agree, go and sue me. You, it was not easy to get rid of Dr. Song and put an end to the misdiagnosis. If the old account is brought up again, their family will be in big trouble. In fact, you did all this just for money. I can pay to solve the Chu Corporation's crisis, but Chu CEO changed the subject. I want 70% of the Chu Corporation's shares. You're dreaming. Chu Shuequan just felt happy, but then he was so angry that he vomited blood. You evil creature. You're already thinking about our family property, even though your father isn't dead yet. Okay, I'm not dreaming. You can deal with the debt collectors slowly. Chu Tio picked up the bag and left. As soon as the door of the ward opened, several debt collectors swarmed in. Boss Chu, when will our company's final payment be settled? Chu Shuequan, give me back my hard-earned money. Last time you said I'd be allowed half a month's grace, but it's already been a month. Give me the money. Chu Shuequan was about to be drowned in saliva and said in panic, It's no use looking for me. Go find Chu Tio. She is my daughter. She can give you money. Mr. Chu, please don't cheat us. Miss Chu is the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. If you touch her, it will be equivalent to offending the Hua family. Chu Tio curled the corners of his lips in pleasure and sat outside the ward playing with his cell phone. The Chu family has collapsed internally and can't come up with 300 million. However, Chun Huilan and Chu Yanran would never sell their properties to pay off his debts. If Chu Shuequan wants to resolve today's crisis, he can only ask her for help. Sure enough, after a while, Chu Shuequan pushed through the crowd and came to Chu Tio. Xiaoyu, Dad is begging you. Pay the debt. You have shares in the company, and you also have a share of the debt. My little bit of equity? Huh. When has it ever really been in my hands? If you want money, just sell the equity to the whole family. How could Chu Shuequan be willing to accept this? He built up the Chu Corporation single-handedly. If he converted the debt into equity and gave it up, wouldn't all his efforts in life be in vain? I want to borrow it from you, okay? I'll write you an IOU. Chu Shuequan gritted his teeth and begged humbly. I have no money. It was the Hua family's decision to exchange equity for money. I am just the executor. Chu Tio showed everyone his bank balance. Apart from the tens of thousands of yuan she saved on a daily basis, the compensation paid by the doctor for misdiagnosis totaled less than 500,000 yuan. It's just a drop in the bucket, and it's not enough. Seeing that she really had no money in her account, Chu Shuequan felt disappointed. Then talk to your mother-in-law and ask her to lend you some money. Is that a little? Chu Tio smiled. Dad, you need 300 million, not 30,000. I don't have the nerve to do that. Chu Shuequan finally revealed his true purpose. Then you can mortgage the land in the eastern suburbs. When I can turn the tide, I will pay you back. The property title is in my mother-in-law's hands, so I can't get a loan. Chu Shuequan was so angry that his teeth ached. Chu Tio, do you still have me as your father in your eyes? In short, if you agree to exchange equity for money, then do it. If you don't agree, I won't force you. I think you want to kill me. If you keep pushing me, I'll jump off the building. Chu Shuequan rushed to the windowsill, pretending to jump off the building. Chu Tio didn't even look at him and waved to the creditors. Everyone, keep an eye on your creditors and don't make it so that you can't find anyone to ask for money. Chu Shuequan suddenly realized that these creditors were brought here by Chu Xiao. She was forcing him to hand over Chu's shares. You evil creature! I will kill you today. Chu Shuequan's eyes turned red with rage, and he pounced on Chu Xiao to hit him. The creditors didn't dare to see her get hurt, so they quickly held Chu Shuequan. Boss Chu, what does your debt have to do with Miss Chu? You should pay it back yourself. Don't think you can delay it just because you're sick and hospitalized. We'll all stay here today, and we'll leave when we pay you back. The creditors were talking at once, and the commotion caused a stir in the hospital. A large number of security guards came to maintain order, and some people even took videos and broadcast live. The news that Chu Shuequan failed to repay his debts and Chu's company was about to go bankrupt spread to every corner of Jingqing. Chu Shuequan, who has always been very concerned about his reputation, felt like he was being roasted on a fire. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to kill Chu Xiao. Just then, Jiang Bei arrived. I am now accepting the IOUs from you on behalf of the whole family. What? The creditors were all confused. The surprise came too suddenly. Chu Shuequan couldn't believe it at all. He hurriedly pulled Jiang Bei and asked, Are you really willing to give me money? Jiang Bei just smiled and said nothing. Chu Shuequan felt that his in-laws were disgusted with the Chu family for bringing shame to their in-laws, so they paid money to pay off his debts. It's a bit embarrassing, but it's a good thing if it can solve the Chu family's crisis. In the end, Chu Xiao still didn't dare to watch him die. After this matter is resolved, he'll go to her to ask for the land in the eastern suburbs. Did you hear that? My in-laws stood up for me. Chu Shuequan put his hands on his hips and instantly regained his domineering attitude. Seeing that there was money to be made, the creditors all went to Jiang Bei to exchange the contracts, IOUs, etc. in their hands for money. It took Jiang Bei 2 full hours to clear off the 300 million yuan debt. After the creditors left, Chu Shuequan breathed a sigh of relief. The refreshing feeling of being debt-free made him smile. Assistant Jiang, thank my in-laws for me. When I am discharged from the hospital, I will come to thank them in person. No need. Jiang Bei waved his hand, packed up the IOUs, and handed them to the bodyguard, and officially announced, from now on, Hoz is the biggest creditor of Chu's. If the money cannot be repaid within 3 days, Hoz will sue the court. Chu Shuequan was dumbfounded. Chapter 33 Lu Song feels regret. The bright sunshine poured down, and after Chu Xiao came out of the hospital, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he found a cafe near the hospital and waited for good news while enjoying the food. That's right, she was the one who invited those creditors to the hospital. The internet has been abuzz with the news. The Chu family has lost face today, and the one who has been hurt the most is Chu Yanran. The Lu family prides itself on being a family of scholars and attaches great importance to reputation. Chu Shuequan's failure to repay his debts will make it extremely difficult for Chu Yanran to get married, and her belly can hardly be hidden anymore. Even if Chu Shuequan had a way to continue delaying the debt, Chu Yanran couldn't wait. Elder sister, Chu Yanran hurried over and knelt down in front of Chu Xiao as soon as they met. Her pale little face showed weakness and helplessness. If you didn't know, you would think she was bullied by Chu Xiao. Sister, if you have any grudges or grievances, please come to me. What hatred or grudge do we have? Tell me about it. Chu Xiao looked coldly at Chu Yanran, her once most trusted sister. Chu Yanran, what? You can't tell? Then I'll tell it for you. Chu Xiao took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat. First, you seduced my future brother-in-law, and then you attempted to harm my own sister. Both of them are unforgivable crimes. Sister, I'm going to have an abortion right now. Can you help Dad pay off his debts? If you force him like this, Dad won't be able to survive. Chu Yanran knelt down and took 2 steps forward, hugging Chu Xiao's legs and crying like a pear blossom in the rain. In her previous life, Chu Xiao felt distressed when she saw her crying. But in this life, she just felt disgusted. What does your life or death have to do with me? It's not me who made the company go into debt. Chu Xiao waved her away in disdain, calculating the time. Half an hour has passed. How long can Chu Shuequan hold on? Sister, how can you be so cruel? He is your father. He gave birth to you and raised you. Can't you help you when you encounter difficulties? Chu Yanran asked bitterly. Chu Xiao retorted, He is also your father. He gave birth to you and raised you. Why didn't you help you when you were in trouble? I don't have any money, Chu Yanran said confidently. Chu Xiao was so angry that he laughed. 200,000 pocket money every month, 10 popular shops in the city center. You don't have money? But you're Mrs. Hua. The Hua family has a fortune of hundreds of billions. Even if you slip a little through your fingers, it will be more than 300 million. Sorry, it can't leak. Sister, how can you help Dad? Chu Tio stretched out two slender fingers, tapped the table lightly, and answered word by word. No matter what, I won't help. I'm going to die, okay? Chu Yanran stood up while asking and produced a fruit knife from somewhere and put on her wrist. The bright red blood seeped out, which was particularly glaring on the snow-white skin. Lu Song rushed in and shouted anxiously, Yanran, don't do anything stupid. Oh, very good. The adulterer and the adulteress are all here. The hatred in Chu Si's heart became stronger, and his slender white fingers pinched the cup handles. Song, my sister is still mad at us. She refuses to save my dad. What should I do? My dad is almost being forced to death by the debt collectors. Ugh. Chu Yanran cried sadly and aggrieved. Chu Tsio knocked on the table and reminded coldly. Chu Yanran, why don't you ask Lu Song for help? He is your sweetheart and the father of your unborn child. If you ask, he will definitely agree. Lu Song's eyebrows jumped. He was in danger of being burned by fire. Song has no money. Chu Yanran sobbed. Sister, you are the only one who can help Dad right now. I don't have any money either. Chu Sio sna. It seems that she is the only rich person in the world, right? Impossible. You are the daughter-in-law of the whole family. How could you be without money? Chu Yanran blurted out. So, you are targeting the whole family. Qin Rufong appeared out of nowhere, and her majestic aura startled everyone. Chu Tio was also shocked. After all, she took away 300 million from Hua's today, although she hasn't spent it yet. Mrs. Hua, Chu Yanran trembled and explained hurriedly. No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Qin Rufong came to Chu Tio. Chu Ci called out with a guilty conscience. Mom, could he be here to get back the 300 million? Fortunately, she hadn't spent it yet. But how to explain her secret transfer of money? Borrowed from Hua Tingchen? No, others can't hear Hua Tingchen's voice, and no one would believe him even if he really borrowed it. Besides, he didn't agree to lend. I heard that you like the cake next door. Today is your birthday, so Mom came here specially to buy you a cake. Qin Rufong smiled kindly. Chu Tio was stunned for a moment, and then tears welled up in his eyes. Today is her birthday. Even she forgot it. She didn't even remember her so-called father and affectionate fiancé. She had been competing with him all day, and although she seemed to be winning on the surface, she was actually very tired inside. Let's go pick it together. Qin Rufong took Chu Tsio's hand, and waves of warmth spread through her skin and her heart. Chu Tsio answered in a hoarse voice. Okay. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law just left like that. Chu Yanran wanted to stop them, but was held back by Lu Song. Yanran, can you be a little more discerning? Asong, are you talking about me? Chu Yanran looked at Lu Song in disbelief. She is the perfect little princess. When did she have flaws? We can't afford to offend Mrs. Hua. Lu Song frowned and stared at Chu Tsio's straight back, which was thin but graceful and elegant. Every step was taken neither hurriedly nor slowly, but firmly and forcefully. Suddenly, she felt that Chu Yanran was not even 1/10 as good as her. Chu Tsio is always quiet, dignified, beautiful, and noble. She never acts like a spoiled child, and she would never cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hang herself in public. Look at Chu Yanran again. She is either crying or making a scene. She has no manners or brains. Especially recently, he has been troubled by the loss of the land in the eastern suburbs and has to endure her bad temper. Asong, what should I do with my dad? All the creditors have been called to the ward by Chu Tsio. Chu Yanran asked aggrievedly. Lu Song didn't know what to do. 300 million in cash is not a small amount, and there is nothing he can do about it. Asong, why don't you lend my dad some money? Chu Yanran said cautiously. Lu Song waved her hand away irritably. How can I have so much money? Asong, you yelled at me. You don't love me anymore. Chu Yanran was about to cry again as she spoke. Lu Song had a headache and explained tolerantly. I haven't inherited the family business yet. The money and power are all in my father's hands. Song, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just worried that if things get like this and I can't save the Chu family's reputation, what will your parents think of me? Will they still agree to our marriage? Chu Yanran was worried. Mrs. Liu had always looked down on her, so she coaxed her for a long time and won Mrs. Liu's favor. It's all over now. It's all Chu Tsio's fault. Couldn't she just take the money and be done with it? She had to make a scene that made everyone feel uneasy. Chapter 34. Just 300 million. I'll give you pocket money. Looking at the dazzling array of cakes, Chu Xiao felt uneasy and stole glances at Qin Ruffong from time to time. Noticing her little action, Qin Ruffong smiled, with a doting look on her face. Tingshun asked me to take you home. Huh? Thank you. Chu Xiao moved his lips and finally mustered up the courage to speak frankly. I will pay back the 300 million. What 300 million? Qin Ruffong asked in surprise. Chu Xiao was worried and stunned. Didn't Hua Tingchen tell her about transferring money privately? Xiaoyu, do you need money? Mom will get it to you. Qin Ruffong thought she was short of money, so she immediately took out a card from her bag and handed it to her. Chu Xiao quickly refused. No, I don't need your money. Are you embarrassed to ask for it? Qin Ruffong smiled. You are a contributor to the Hua family. This is what you deserve. Mom, let's choose the cake. Chu Xiao finally confiscated the card. Hua Tingchun has opened his eyes, and it shouldn't take long for him to recover. Then, they will get divorced, and she will also be able to earn money to support herself. You are such a sensible child. Qin Ruffong took the card back helplessly. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went home after choosing the cake. As for Lu Song and Chu Yinran in the coffee shop next door, they were not their concern. Hua Tingchun was lying on the terrace, looking at the long-lost colorful world, and his heart was still restless. He has arranged everything, so Chu Xiao shouldn't have any problems. But he couldn't feel at ease as long as she didn't come home. It's really strange that he is concerned about a woman he has only been with for a few days. Because she could hear his inner voice? Because she helped him wake up? Yes, that's it. Hua Tingchun turned on the screen of his mobile phone. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. Why hasn't she come back yet? The Chu family hasn't dealt with it yet? Hua Tingchun's eyes were cold. Just as he was about to send a message to question Jiang Bei, he heard a woman's laughter coming from outside. Back! Hua Tingchun perked up and turned his eyes, trying to look towards the source of the sound. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn his neck yet. He was facing away from the main door, so it was useless no matter how hard he tried. Tingchun, we are back. Qin Ruffong pulled Chu Xiao to Hua Tingchun and said, you guys chat for a while. I'll put the cake in the refrigerator. Good. Chu Xiao was so nervous that he avoided looking around. Hua Tingchun, with his eyes open, was so handsome that it infuriated both humans and gods. He was also more majestic and colder than she had imagined. Moreover, it is difficult to approach. Thinking back on what he had done to him in the past few days, Chu Xiao's ears turned red. Hua Tingchun looked at her, taking in every change in her expression. She is more beautiful than when I first saw her last year. In the past, she was like a gentle and eloquent flower. Although she was beautiful, she was just an accessory of a man. Now, she can't hide her edge. Even though she seemed reserved now, she must have prepared a lot of words to retort him in her heart. Why don't you speak? Hua Tingchun asked. I'm sorry. I haven't touched that money yet. I just borrowed it and will return it to you. Your mother said that I was a contributor to the Hua family. Is it okay for me to lend you some money? Let's not talk about the cooperation on the land in the eastern suburbs. If we make money, we could just deduct 300 million from it. Chu Xiao half lowered his head, speaking the most unrefusable words in the most humble tone. Hua Tingchun chuckled. TSK, it was indeed like that. He only said one sentence, and she replied with a long paragraph. If he said he would not lend it to her again, would she immediately go and accept the thank you gift from her mother? Just then, Jiang Bei also came back. He reported his work in high spirits. Baswa, the matter has been resolved. You are now the biggest creditor of the Chu Corporation. If Chu Shuequan cannot pay back the money within 3 days, we will sue him. The chances of winning are 100%. What did you do behind my back? Chu Xiao was extremely shocked. Hua Tingchun snorted arrogantly. Jiang Bei said, Madam, Mr. Hua has taken over all the debts of the Chu family. When did it happen? Right after you left the hospital. Chu Xiao suddenly realized, I was wondering why my dad didn't call me. It turns out you guys took action. Absolute suppression. In 7 days at most, you will be the largest shareholder of Chu Corporation. Jiang Bei said. Chu Xiao, thinking that she still had 300 million in her hands, she quickly said to Hua Tingchun, I haven't touched the money yet. I will transfer it back to the company immediately. No need. Hua Tingchun's tone was full of disdain. Just 300 million. I'll get it to you as pocket money. Chu Xiao was shocked by the tycoon's generosity. 300 million, not 3 million. Chu Xiao, I'm not as stingy as you think. Hua Tingchun's face darkened with displeasure. Chu Xiao suddenly discovered that Hua Tingchun had expression today. His emotions are expressed on his face, and he is lively and energetic. especially his eyes. When he was thinking, they were as deep as an ancient pond. When he was looking at people, they were so sharp that they seemed to be able to see through everything. He is worthy of being the youngest and most promising character in Jingxing. Mr. Hua, the work report is finished. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Jiang Bei winked mischievously. Hua Tingqian closed his eyes to show his agreement. Jiang Bei retreated quickly. Chu Xiao was the only one left on the terrace facing President Hua. This man's aura was so strong that even without him saying anything or doing anything, he could make her feel unprecedentedly depressed. Chu Xiao decided to leave. Boss Hua, if nothing happens, I will. Massage. Hua Tingxian ordered. Chu Xiao. So annoying. Take a deep breath and adjust your mood. Chu Xiao went behind Hua Tingxian and gave him a massage. She has mastered the massage from head to shoulders and neck very skillfully. Hua Tingqian closed his eyes comfortably. I can't make public the fact that I'm starting to wake up. Understand. Let's talk about it when you can move and walk again. Chu Xiao nodded. Starting tomorrow, if you have any official business that you can't handle well, you can call me via video and I will give you guidance. Okay. Chu Xiao glanced at Hua Tingqian's left hand, which had been holding the phone, and the sharpness in his body gradually subsided. His hands hadn't regained their normal strength yet, and typing with one hand was strenuous and laborious, but it was the way he now communicated with everyone except her. To be honest, it's a bit pitiful. A 5-year-old could kill him. If the people in the first house knew that he was getting better, Chu Xiao's heart suddenly hung in the air. Hua Tingqian, have you told everyone? The servants at home. Mom has already told me everything. Phew, that's good. Chu Xiao felt relieved. After massaging the arms, it's time to press the legs. Chu Xiao squatted down and put his hands on Hua Tingqian's thighs. Because he is sitting now, the change makes the normal massage position closer to the lower abdomen. Chu Xiao felt something was wrong, blushed, and moved his hand down, asking in a low voice, Can I press from here? Hua Tingqian looked at her rose-like profile, and his heart was moved for a few times. Chu Xiao then started pressing, and she was very careful not to trigger sensitive nerves that should not be triggered. After all, he could see now, and she would be embarrassed if she stood up as usual. Chapter 35, Chu Xiao, who are you now? Hua Tingqian seemed to be enjoying her service calmly, but he was actually very nervous. He had been provoked by her more than once in these days. Fortunately, I don't feel anything unusual today. It was good to be able to open his eyes and see things. He could see what she was doing and predict the next step. When everything is within reach, there is no tension caused by the unknown, and the body's reflexes are reduced. Good job. Hua Tingqian praised with satisfaction. Chu Xiao exhaled softly and increased the strength of the massage. As long as Mr. Hua is satisfied. It seems that he has been able to control that aspect of his body functions and will no longer be embarrassed. Hua Tingqian, thank you for helping me today. Chu Xiao said as she pressed the button. She was really grateful for what happened tonight. Hua Tingqian didn't care. He's just cold, not heartless. Chu Xiao made a great contribution to his recovery to this extent in just 10 days. It was she who stimulated and challenged his bottom line time and time again, activating his body. He is grateful. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Hua Tingqian said. After the massage, Chu Xiao stood up. Everything in front of her eyes suddenly went dark, and she fell forward with weak legs. His hands subconsciously looked for a support point, pressing down so hard that Hua Tingqian's pupils shrank sharply. Just as he was about to scold her, she fell completely into his arms. Hua Tingqian's temple throbbed. Damn it, what did you press? Eehee. Chu Xiao answered reflexively, but his mind and body had not yet caught up with the pace. Stand up, Hua Tingqian roared, his handsome face flushed red. After dizziness, Chu Xiao came to his senses. She actually fainted in his arms? How embarrassing. Wait, her hands. Chu Xiao's pupils shrank, and he finally realized that he had pressed the wrong place. Chu Xiao, did you do this on purpose? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Chu Xiao quickly waved his hands to deny it, but because he was in the wrong, he was so scared that he kept swallowing his saliva. His eyes were so scary, as if he wanted to eat her. It's troublesome when he wakes up. He looks intimidating at every turn. It's so scary. It's better when I'm asleep. Chu Xiao complained in his heart, with a humble smile on his face. My legs were numb from squatting for too long, and suddenly my vision went dark, and I accidentally fell into your arms. Her little face was red as if blood was dripping out. She was so embarrassed about this kind of thing but she really didn't press it on purpose. Hua Tingchun looked at her thin body, and his anger gradually subsided. If you feel unwell, see a doctor. I'm fine. I'm not going to the hospital. Chu Xiao shuddered, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. In her previous life, she was dominated by the fear of having surgery without any illness, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Hua Tingchun looked at her in surprise. Was he wrong? I just asked her to see a doctor and take care of herself. Is it necessary to scare her like this? Suddenly, he remembered what she said the day she climbed onto his bed. I'm not sick. They want to take me for surgery. Please help me. A good girl, the eldest daughter of the Chu family who had attracted many young men, was almost crippled by a conspiracy. Does she have psychological trauma? Chu Xiao, you must remember your current identity. Hua Tingchun looked at her, his dark eyes like ancient ponds and unfathomable. Chu Xiao's panicked heartstrings trembled, and the new courage that he had accumulated for a long time after his rebirth collapsed at this moment. What is her current status? The mouth substitute daughter-in-law of the Hua family, the abandoned daughter who is being plotted against by the Chu family in Lusong. If Hua Tingchun drove her away now, she wouldn't even be able to protect herself. Chu Xiao, you are my Hua Tingchun's woman now. No one dares to bully you. Just when Chu Xiao was doubting himself, Hua Tingchun's voice rang out, firm and magnetic like the last string of a cello. It immediately dispelled the panic in Chu Xi's heart. She looked at his unquestionable gaze and finally straightened her back. Yes, she is his substitute for mouth, hands, and shift. She is the female CEO of the Hua group. She is an indispensable woman to Hua Tingchun. Who dares to look down on her? Confidence gathers in the heart and is revealed in the eyes. Hua Tingchun was satisfied, and a subtle smile appeared in his eyes. I see. Thank you. Chu Xiao took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his choked voice. Actually, I had no other choice when I climbed into your bed that day. But now I think it was all arranged by God. Is it arranged by God? The smile in Hua Tingchun's eyes deepened a little. It seems to be true. She rushed to his side and heard what was in his heart. All she wanted was protection, and he saved the company and awakened his body. He got much more than she did. Xiaoyu, it's time to eat. Qin Rufang poked her head out of the restaurant and shouted. Chu Xiao responded, pushed Hua Tingchun to the restaurant, and asked in a low voice, now that you have recovered to this point, do you need to eat normally? No. Then I'll take you back to your room. To the restaurant. Chu Xiao hesitated. You can't eat it. Wouldn't it be more uncomfortable just to smell the fragrance? I don't have that strong desire for food. Hua Tingchun narrowed his eyes. Oh well. Chu Xiao pushed Hua Tingchun into the restaurant. Bang! Countless colorful salute fragments fell from the sky and landed on the two of them. The music started and songs of birthday wishes filled the entire restaurant. The surprise came too suddenly, and Chu Xiao was unable to react for a moment. He stood there in a daze, as if he was dreaming. Happy birthday, Xiaoyu. Qin Rufang came over and hugged Chu Xiao. The servants also sent their blessings. Chu Xiao's eyes welled up with tears. Thank you. No need to thank us, family. Come and cut the cake and make a wish. Qin Rufang pulled Chu Xiao to the dining table. The candles are already on the birthday cake. 21. Youth is the best time of life. Make a wish quickly, or the candle will burn out soon. Qin Rufang urged. Chu Xiao clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and made a sincere wish. Congratulations, Chu Xiao, on your new life. I wish you happiness in this life, and all your wishes will come true. Hua Tingchun's wheelchair was right next to him. He looked at her face, which was red in the candlelight, and her tender skin that was as delicate as a baby's. When she closes her eyes and makes a wish with great piety, she looks as majestic and beautiful as a goddess. The wish she made must be important. Suddenly, I wanted to participate in her life and fulfill her wishes. Okay, you can cut the cake now. Chu Xiao opened his eyes, already full of energy. She gave cake to everyone, including the servants. When it was finally Hua Tingchun's turn, she asked seriously, Mr. Hua, what are you going to do? The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became serious. Oh my God, the young lady actually hit Mr. Hua in the sore spot. Isn't this courting death? Hua Tingchun disdainfully said, I'm not interested in desserts. No, that won't work. You have to do it. Chu Xiao blinked cunningly and quickly spread the cream on her finger and put it on Hua Tingchun's forehead. Everyone. Chapter 36. You can see it, but you can't eat it. A little pink on his handsome and majestic face makes him look particularly funny. Everyone was silent. It's over. Mr. Hua is going to get mad. Even Qin Rufong was worried about her beloved daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, Hu Tingqian not only did not get angry, but also smiled dotingly. Then you can have the cake too. Chu Xiao smiled happily, with the light in his eyes as bright as stars. I haven't felt this happy in a long, long time. Her past life was so miserable that in this life she hid her heart under a hard shell and dared not relax. I was afraid of falling in a nightmare again and being doomed. Until today, she felt sincerity and love again. Life is worth it. After the birthday celebration, when he returned to the room, the pink cream was still on Hu Tingqian's forehead. Chu Xiao took out his cell phone and secretly took a photo. Hu Tingqian's eyes twitched. I'm not blind. Oh, you saw it. Chu Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully and simply joined in the rhythm with him. Hu Tingqian was unwilling, but he couldn't move. The last thing I can do is close my eyes. Okay, I'll help you wash your face. Chu Xiao was contented and hummed a little tune while wiping Hu Tingqian's face with a hot towel. The cream was difficult to wipe off, so she squeezed a little cleanser and massaged in circles with her fingertips. Her movements were gentle, and her fingertips were soft yet powerful. After washing off the cream, I simply gave his entire face a deep cleansing and finally put on a facial mask. Hu Tingqian resisted. I'm a grown man. Why should I put on a mask? It will be more handsome after it is pasted. Chu Xiao smiled, patted his face, and started to apply hand and foot mask. Hu Tingqian has lived for 27 years, and this is the first time he has been treated so effeminately. He was helpless, but what could he do? Who made him unable to move? We're in sync. This is so fun. Chu Xiao opened his phone, and his smile suddenly froze. Hu Tingqian asked, what? Fine. Chu Xiao threw his phone aside and continued humming. But my mood has returned to what it was just now. Hu Tingqian pondered for a moment and asked, did Lu Song look for you? Hey, do you have x-ray vision? Chu Xiao was frightened. She can read minds, so it's no wonder he has x-ray vision. But perspective. Chu Xiao subconsciously covered her chest. What a drama. Hu Tingqian was speechless. Do you need perspective for your little thing? Chu Xiao thought about it and agreed. Hu Tingqian is so smart. Now that he can command Jiang Bei personally, he must know her background clearly. Yes, it was Lu Song who wished me a happy birthday. Chu Xiao not only admitted it, but also showed Hu Tingqian his phone. Lu Song said many sweet words and transferred 52,000 yuan to Chu Xiao to show his sincerity. But Chu Xiao was not worried. Hu Tingqian snorted, why not block it? I think he is still useful. Chu Xiao said, chew it as sugarcane residue and savor it. Hu Tingqian said disdainfully, he can kill several small characters like Lu Song with just one slap. The land in the eastern suburbs can appreciate in value. This is the inside information he got from the capital. Chu Xiao pondered, he also has a project on hand. Hu Tingqian's eyes turned cold. The inside information obtained in Beijing is that the value of the currency can really appreciate. The Lu family actually has such ability? Forget it, it's too early for that project now. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Chu Xiao waved his hand. Hu Tingqian narrowed his eyes. Do you want to start a business? Relying on the secret stolen from Lu Song? Chu Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. Not all. In the previous life, after the land in the eastern suburbs rose to tens of billions, Lu Song and the Chu family each shared billions of profits. Lin Manhwa has only one daughter, Chu Yanran, and everything in the Chu family belongs to Chu Yanran. So she invested all her money in Lu Song on the grounds that she is the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Relying on the tens of billions of assets, Lu Song invested in another mine. The abundant mineral resources brought even greater profits, and since then he has risen rapidly and won the title of Jingqing's outstanding young entrepreneur. Of course, in the end, all the money and glory went into Chu Yanran's pocket. In this life, she wants to intercept halfway and become the queen herself. Chu Xiao, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing him. You better be careful, Hu Tingqian reminded. I know. Chu Xiao smiled and didn't care much. Now that Lu Song has lost his land in the eastern suburbs, how can he have the money to buy a mine? She wants the mine. Go to sleep. You have to go to the company tomorrow. Chu Xiao yawned and crawled into Hu Tingqian's bed out of habit. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. In the past, he would close his eyes, and as long as we didn't speak, we would think he was asleep and didn't feel anything. It's different now. He can see things. She couldn't continue to get into his arms right under his nose, right? That's so embarrassing. Moreover, she was wearing pajamas, and she woke up almost every morning with her clothes untidy and her body exposed. How could he not see her naked when they slept together? I'll return the bed to you. I'll sleep on the sofa. Chu Xiao walked towards the sofa, holding the quilt. Hua Tingxian's eyes darkened, and he sneered, "Why? Are you afraid that I'll look at you?" Ahem. Chu Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Guessed it right again. Don't worry, I don't want someone like you. Hua Tingxian snorted. Chu Xiu, critical hit. She's like this? Not rare. Is she bad? Chu Xiu looked down at herself. Her breasts were her breasts. Her butt was her butt, and her waist was slender enough to be held in one hand. All men who have seen her say that she has an angelic face and a devilish figure. Why is it so bad when it comes to him? Chu Xiu held his head high and said, "What's wrong with me?" Hua Tingxian almost had a nosebleed. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said stiffly, "It's really not that good." You. Chu Xiu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. You can see it but can't eat it, so you say that. Hua Tingxian's eyes condensed and his breathing became heavier. What did you say? Chu Xiu then realized what a ruthless word he had used. I went to sleep. Chu Xiu quickly lay down on the sofa and slept with her back to him. My heart was pounding like a naughty little deer running around. Oh my God, how could she say something like that? Fortunately, Hua Tingxian can't move now otherwise. Chu Xi's ears were burning with worry, and he dared not think any further. Be careful when speaking in the future and refuse to be ambiguous. At the Chu family, Chu Yanran had just been intimate with Lu Song and leaned on his chest and asked, "A Song, did my sister still not take your money?" Forget it. Lu Song glanced at his phone. He didn't take the money and didn't reply to the message. Did Chu Xiu see the message he sent? Maybe my sister went to bed early and didn't read the news. Chu Yanran drew circles on Lu Song's chest with her slender fingers. "A Song, you must not give up." I know. Lu Song pulled down Chu Yanran's hand with other plans in mind. Today, Chu Xiu bought out Chu's debts, the amount being as high as 300 million. She also threatened to sue the debtor in court if he couldn't pay it off within 3 days. The Chu Group certainly cannot afford to pay that much money, so at least 70% of the Chu Group shares will fall into Chu Xiu's hands. It can be said that Chu Xiu will be the future ruler of the Chu family. Moreover, she also has land in the eastern suburbs. In 3 months, she will be a billionaire. Chu Xiu is now extremely rich and much more valuable than Chu Yanran. Chapter 37, Want to ruin her reputation? Dream on. Thinking of this, Lu Song let go of Chu Yanran, stood up and put on his clothes. Chu Yanran sensitively noticed that Lu Song seemed to have changed. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and looked up at him with her charming face. "A Song, my parents are not here tonight, so please don't leave." "No, I have to go to the area near the Hua family," Lu Song said unwillingly. In the past 2 years, Chu Xiu celebrated her birthday with him. He would just send her a red envelope with blessings, and she would be happy for a long time. This year should be no different. Since she didn't like to be paid, he would give her real gifts. He must win her back no matter what. "Asong, I heard a piece of news. I don't know if it's true or not." Chu Yanran bit her red lips in embarrassment, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Lu Song's heart trembled, and he asked, "What news?" "They said that my sister suddenly married into the Hua family to continue the Hua family's bloodline." "Impossible." Lu Song's expression quickly turned ugly. "Hua Tingxian is a vegetable." Chu Yanran blinked and whispered, "Maybe there's no problem with that." Lu Song was silent, his chest heaving violently. A man is a young man until he dies, and he can still have children humanely when he is in his 70s or 80s. Can a vegetative person do the same? Is it because she climbed into Hua Tingxian's bed that Chu Xiu was able to receive a gift of 10 billion worth of land? Song, I have actually consulted a doctor. As long as the woman is proactive enough, it is still possible. Stop talking. Lu Song suddenly got angry and shouted loudly. Chu Yanran was startled and pouted with tears in her eyes. "A Song, you scared me, and the baby saw the..." Lu Song took a deep breath, and it felt like a thorn was piercing his heart, causing severe pain. Chu Xiu, how can you be so shameless? When she was in love with me, she was calling out for other men, and now she's climbing into Hua Tingxian's bed. What kind of pure little white flower is this? She would rather become a vegetable than let me touch her. It's all a fake persona. The more Lu Song thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression became more and more unsightly. Chu Yanran smiled secretly in her heart. Chu Xiu, no matter what tricks you play, you will never be able to take away Ah Song's heart. Song, don't be angry. We have to consider the overall situation. Chu Yanran comforted him softly and pulled Lu Song back to the bed. Lu Song was filled with hatred. Chu Xiao is so dirty, and he caught him and Yanran talking about things. How could she feel embarrassed? Also, actually, I have thought of a way to make the whole family stop protecting her. Chu Yanran said. What method? Lu Song asked. A family like the Hua family pays the most attention to the purity of blood. If she had anything with another man, the Hua family would definitely kick her out. Hearing this, Lu Song narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Sleeping on the sofa is uncomfortable, after all. Chu Xiao didn't sleep well all night and had dark circles under his eyes. Sitting in the office, rubbing my aching waist, I felt extremely resentful. Oh, how am I going to spend the rest of my days? You can't sleep on the sofa every day, right? How about adding another bed in the room? Your flowers, ma'am. Secretary Xiao Wang came in with a big bunch of roses, estimated to be 999 roses. Chu Xiao was stunned. Mine? Yes, the floor specifically said so. Xiao Wang put the rose down, and the rich fragrance spread throughout the office. It's so beautiful. Chu Xiao felt strange. Who would send her flowers? Could be a birthday present from Hua Tingchen? It is possible. Chu Xiao felt a sweet feeling in his heart and picked up the card on the bouquet. Xiao Yu, happy birthday. No matter what, I will wait for you here. Love you, Song. Lu Song, send it to me. Unlucky. Chu Xiao's face sank, and he called Xiao Wang in. Throw away the flowers. Ah, Xiao Wang was shocked. So beautiful. Throw it away. I will refuse any flowers you send me in the future. Yes. Chu Xiao put the card into the shredder to avoid being seen and causing trouble. Lu Song was deliberately trying to disgust her so that she would become suspicious of her mother-in-law and be driven out of the whole family. Want to ruin her reputation with a bunch of flowers? Dream on. She no longer wanted anything of his. Just after she shredded the card, her uncle Hua Jianshu came over again. My niece's wife. I just saw Xiao Wang throwing a bunch of roses. Which man gave them to you? Is it related to uncle? Chu Xi's face was gloomy. As soon as Lu Song sent the flowers, his uncle arrived. They must have colluded. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and had already shredded the greeting card. Of course it is related. You are the daughter-in-law of our Hua family now, and your every word and action represent the Hua family. Hua Jianshu said, although Tingchun is a vegetable and cannot satisfy you in some aspects, you can't do anything to let him down. Uncle, please be careful with your words. Chuchi Shaote Dangridi. Hua Jianshu didn't take her seriously at all and continued. Chu Xiao, if you let our Hua family down, I have not done anything to let the Hua family down. If you think I am wrong, please show me the evidence. Chu Xiao clenched the pen in his hand tightly and managed not to stick the pen into Hua Jianshu's head. Who sent that bouquet of flowers just now? Hua Jianshu asked maliciously. I don't know. Chu Xiao looked at him coldly. Hua Jianshu said, I don't know who sent the flowers, so why did you throw them away? I won't accept anything that isn't given by my husband. Chu Xiao said, and then asked sternly, Uncle, did I throw it away in the wrong place? Hua Jianshu. Humph, you don't admit it? Then just use the card to prove it. When Xiao Wang threw the flowers, he saw with his own eyes that the card was gone. It must have been collected by Chu Xiao. Hua Jianshu stood up and wandered around the office, looking for the card. Chu Xiao guessed his intention and asked, Uncle, what are you looking for? Do you want to open the shredder and look for it? Hua Jianshu's eyes changed slightly, and he looked towards the shredder. She broke the card first. Hua Jianshu was so angry that his teeth itched. Chu Xiao, I underestimated you. Uncle has always looked down on small people like me. But the fact that he likes Lu Song shows that his taste is not that good. Chu Xiao sneered. Lu Song likes to play tricks. I hope Uncle won't be used by him. The conspiracy was exposed, and Hua Jianshu was embarrassed. I don't know any Lu Song. That's good. Chu Xiao nodded. Lu Song and I have a deep hatred. Whoever allies with him will be my enemy. I will never show mercy. The thin little body released extremely strong hatred and majesty at this moment. Hua Jianshu was shocked and asked guiltily, He's your ex-boyfriend. Why do you hate him so much? Forever. Chu Xiao took a deep breath. Uncle, please go back if you are fine. You're not supposed to come to the company according to the bet. Hey, I care about you too. Hua Jianshu walked away embarrassedly, and as soon as he left the company, he told Lu Song what Chu Xiao had said. Lu Song's face turned pale and blue, and he was extremely embarrassed. She actually treated me like this. Mr. Lu, women may act foolishly when they are in love, but once they are sober, their fighting power will double. Your cleverness is not suitable for Chu Tio, so you should find another strategy. Call me next time when you have set up the game. I am too old to follow you. Hua Jianshu patted Lu Song on the shoulder and decided to give up this chess piece that had no wisdom. Mr. Hua, aren't you afraid that she is really pregnant with Hua Tingchen's child? Lu Song asked. Hua Jianshu's face changed drastically, and he stopped. Chapter 38. Hongmin Banquet. There is medicine in the wine. Afraid? How can I not be afraid? It took a lot of effort to make Hua Tingchen look half dead. How could he give birth to a child? Hua Jianshu's expression changed unpredictably and finally turned fierce. Mr. Liu, do you have any other advice? I want to destroy Chu Tio. Please help me, Mr. Hua. The next day, a post was sent to the president's office. The Qin family, an old friend of the Hua family, held a banquet and invited Chu Tio to attend on behalf of Hua Tingchen. Chu Tio had attended many such banquets in his previous life and was familiar with the place. After get off work, he took Jiang Bei there. Mr. Qin's banquet venue is a courtyard house that is specially designed to host high-end banquets. It has a strong, ancient Beijing flavor. Chu Tio had participated in many games in his previous life, but this was his first time coming to this place. Mr. Qin is from Beijing. He made his fortune by gambling on stones, and he likes calligraphy and painting. Jiang Bei walked along the way, educating the host about his hobbies. Chu Tio memorized it silently. Mrs. Hua is here. Old Qin looked kind, but his overly shrewd eyes made Chu Tio dare not take it lightly. Hello, Mr. Qin. Chu Tio greeted with a smile. Is Tingchan feeling better? Asked Old Qin. Chu Tio looked embarrassed. It's still the same. That's really difficult for you. Old Qin sighed. I heard that you managed was very well, just like when Tingchan was still with you. Is there? Chu Tio was flattered. This is actually my first time doing this, and it was all the shareholders and senior management who gave me advice. Mr. Qin was surprised. You have never managed a company before? No. Chu Tio shook his head gently. Although I studied financial management in college, my family never let me work. Old Qin was even more amazed. Mrs. Hua is very talented and has a bright future. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Qin. Chu Ci smiled, dignified and proper. There weren't many guests present today, just over a dozen business leaders. Seeing that Old Qin thought so highly of Chu Tio, everyone came over to toast him. My wife can't drink much, so let me do it for you. Jiang Bei quickly stepped forward to block the wine. It would be difficult for a group of men to embarrass a woman, and besides, the Hua family was not someone they could afford to offend. Chu Tio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people toasting her, wouldn't she be drunk? Fortunately, there is Jiang Bei, and everyone gives us face. Outside the main hall, Hua Jianshu watched this scene with a gloomy face and felt even more taboo in his heart. If you don't drink alcohol, you're either pregnant or preparing to get pregnant. He would never allow her to give birth to a child who would cause trouble. Qin Yuan, it's your turn. Hua Jianshu said in a low voice. The woman named Qin Yuan was in her 50s, still charming. She winked at Hua Jianshu and said, Look at me. Qin Yuan held the wine in her hand and came to Chu Tio gracefully. Oh, Mrs. Hua is so beautiful. You are. I'm Qin Yuan. I'm older than you. Just call me Sister Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled charmingly. Hua Jianshu was standing outside the hall, staring in amazement. Jiang Bei immediately whispered, This is Mr. Qin's favorite little daughter. It's Sister Yuan. Nice to meet you. Chu Tio stood up and prepared to have a drink with Qin Yuan, using tea instead of wine as before. Qin Yuan glanced at her wine glass and refused to drink. Mrs. Wu looks down on me. No, it's just that I can't handle the alcohol. What's the big deal about having one drink? Qin Yuan smiled and stuffed the wine in her hand to Chu Tio and poured another glass from the table. It's okay to drink as much as you want with those stinky men, but we sisters must be serious. Sister Yuan, I promise not to drink at home. Chu Ci said worriedly. Oh, are you preparing for pregnancy? Or are you already pregnant? Qin Yuan was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. When she teased, everyone laughed too. Hua Tingchan has become a vegetable. How can he have a baby? Unless... Everyone looked at each other knowingly, and then looked at Chu Tio with tinted glasses. The Chu family's beautiful daughter, who is like a little white flower, actually took the initiative to ride a man. It's exciting just to think about it. It's a pity that Hua Tingchan didn't feel anything. If it were them, everyone smiled ambiguously, which made Chu Tio very uncomfortable. But this was the Qin family's plan, so she couldn't get angry. Whatever, it's just a glass of wine. Okay, Since Sister Yuan said so, I will have a drink with Sister Yuan. Chu Xiao held a tall wine glass and was about to drink. She suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure outside the hall from the corner of her eye. Her expression changed slightly, and she put the wine glass on the table. What? Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows, smiling on his face, but his eyes were obviously displeased. This kind of expression management made Chu Xiao even more certain that there was something wrong with the wine. She smiled slightly and said, I'll drink some soup first to fill my stomach. Qin Yuan was amused. Which daughter of a rich family doesn't know how to drink? You're really special. My family has been strict since I was young. Chu Xiao said as he scooped up the chicken soup and drank it seriously. It's really boring for two women to joke around for a glass of wine. No one took it seriously and just ate, drank, and talked about business. Chu Xiao glanced at Jiang Bei, who understood, and leaned over to Qin Yuan and said, When did Vice President Qin return to Jingxing? Our wife mentioned you the other day, saying that she had a stone and wanted you to take a look at it. Gambling on stones is a specialty that Qin Yuan is proud of, so she started chatting with Jiang Bei. While Jiang Bei was interrupting, Chu Xiao took the lead in picking up the wine glass. Sister Yuan, let's drink. Come. Qin Yuan also picked up the wine glass. Chu Xiao took a small sip and wanted to put it down. Qin Yuan said, We have to drink it all up, not just one sip. This. Chu Xiao looked embarrassed. Just drink it. One glass won't make you drunk. Qin Yuan smiled and touched the glass to him again. Chu Xiao then deliberately did it in a difficult way. Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction and pulled Chu Xiao's hand. Is this your first time here? Come on, I'll take you around. Ignore these stinky men. Okay, thank you, Sister Yuan. When Chu Xiao followed Qin Yuan out, Hu Jianshu was no longer outside the hall. She didn't dare to take it lightly and waved to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei followed quickly. Mrs. Xiaohua, I heard that you and Tingxian had a flash marriage and you didn't even know each other before. Yes. Then why did you want to marry him? I heard that you originally had a fiancé. His name was Lu something. It's just a verbal engagement between the two families. It doesn't count. Qin Yuan always liked to take the lead and order people around, but Chu Xiao didn't get angry and just answered whatever he asked. With no challenge like this, Qin Yuan quickly lost his patience. Humph. People outside say that Chu Xiao has all kinds of abilities, but in reality, he's nothing special. Just doing things under the Hua family's reputation. After a while, the two came to the rockery beside the pond. Qin Yuan stopped and said, We are tired from walking. Let's sit for a while. Ugh. Chuchi nodded worriedly. The two of them sat down to rest under the rockery. It was unusually quiet here, with not even a servant passing by. The lush, fine-leaved banyan trees beside the rockery cast a huge shadow, covering them. As the sun moves westward, the light gradually dims. Chu Xiao silently calculated the time in his mind. The figures outside the hall just now included Hua Jianshu and Lu Song. I wonder if it will be Hua Jianshu or Lu Song who will come over later. It's hot. Qin Yuan's face suddenly flushed, and he pulled at his collar. Chu Xiao immediately became alert. Sister Yuan must be thirsty. I'll go get you some water. Chapter 39, Catching a Couple Cheating, so exciting. Don't. Qin Yuan was still conscious, and he grabbed Chu Xiao and asked, How do you feel? Aren't you hot? It's hot. The after effect of your wine is too strong. My body feels like it's on fire. It's so uncomfortable. Chu Xiao shook his head. I always want to take off my clothes. Sister Yuan, are you hot? Qin Yuan was relieved when he heard this. I'm not hot anymore. I'm cold. Then take off my clothes for you. Chu Xiao put the bag on the ground, took off his coat, and put on Qin Yuan. I'm hot and you're cold, so I'll just give you my clothes. Qin Yuan. She's not cold. She's hot. The wine is really strong today. However, in order not to arouse Chu Xiao's suspicion, she put on her coat. Sister Yuan, I'm still hot. Chu Xiao pretended to unbutton his shirt, and Qin Yuan was overjoyed. It's not a sin to take off your clothes. It's easier to get things done if you take off all your clothes. When Qin Yuan thought of getting things done, he felt a current running through his body. Oops, she thought about it too. Sister Yuan, wait a minute. I'm going to wash my face to cool down. Chu Xiao suddenly stopped taking off his clothes and left after saying that. Qin Yuan wanted to stop it, but she was a little powerless. It's so hot, so uncomfortable, and I want it so badly, a man. While she was still conscious, a pair of strong hands grabbed her waist. She hugged the man without hesitation and kissed him fiercely. Chu Xiao hurriedly left the rockery, and Jiang Bei hurriedly came up to her and asked, Young madam, I'm Fina. Chu Sio's face turned pale, and he patted his chest with lingering fear. There really is something wrong with the wine. Qin Yuan has had a fit. Young madam, what happened over there? Jiang Bei had a rough guess, but he wasn't sure. This is a banquet hosted by the Qin family, and someone is causing trouble. I don't know if it's Lu Song or Hua Jianshu. The plan they painstakingly set up cannot be wasted. You better send someone here quickly. Chu Xi said anxiously. If the person who came found out that it was not her, but Qin Yuan, and ended the matter hastily, then her plan would be in vain. Don't worry, I'm good at this. Jiang Bei gritted his teeth and sneered, calling a few waiters. Mrs. Xiaohua's bag is over there in the rockery. You guys go and look for it. Yes. The waiters were unaware of what was happening and actually went to look for him over there on the rockery. If you don't look for it, you can return it. Once you look for it, it's exciting. Qin Yuan was having sex with a young man behind the rockery. Both of them worked very hard, clapping and singing at the same time. Clothes fell all over the floor, underwear, panties. It's so vivid and exciting than watching movies. The drinking party in the main hall ended in due time, and Hua Jianshu walked out with Qin Lao and others. Chu Xiao hid aside, and Jiang Bei asked loudly, Did you find it? What are you looking for? Hua Jianshu asked the question even though he knew the answer. Jiang Bei's eyes dodged. My wife left her bag behind. I'm looking for it. Really? My nephew's wife's bag is very unusual. Everyone help find it. After Hua Jianshu finished speaking, he strode towards the rockery. Everyone guessed that there might be Hua's secrets in Chu Xi's worry bag. If it was lost, everyone attending the banquet today would be a suspect. In order to avoid suspicion, they all followed Hua Jianshu's footsteps. Before I even reached the rockery, I heard the sounds of live sex. Everyone looked at each other. Who is so shameless as to do it in public in broad daylight? Someone. Hua Jianshu had already seen Chu Xiao's bag, his face full of excitement. He rushed over and raised his phone to take a picture. Who's here? Hua Jianshu shouted. The two people who were having sex finally stopped, and the man turned around and showed his face. Lu Song. Hua Jianshu was so excited that he ignored the clothes on the ground. How dare you touch the women of my Hua family? Let Chu Xiao go. Uncle is looking for me. Chu Xiao came out from somewhere, dressed neatly and with exquisite makeup. Hua Jianshu was stunned. Why are you there? I'm going to look for my bag. What happened here? Chu Xiao asked blankly. Hua Jianshu felt a sense of alarm. He drank the wine while watching Chu Xiao and Qin Yuan. She is fine. So who is the person having sex with Lu Song? Lu Song was also stunned. The woman under him wasn't Chu Xiao? Then who was she? When he turned around, he was shocked by the charming aunt's face and slid down from the woman's body. Qin Yuan. It was actually Qin Yuan. He was so passionate that he had sex with an old woman. As soon as he came down, everyone saw who the woman was, Qin Yuan. Hua Jianshu's face turned pale and blue. He quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and rushed over to cover Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan regained consciousness and looked at the scene in front of him. He finally realized that he had been tricked by Chu Xiao. She was furious, but it was obviously unwise to act now. She has been a widow for many years, so what's wrong with sleeping with a man? What does it bother anyone? Besides, Qin Yuan looked at Lu Song, whose face was ashen beside him, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his lips. Being young means having power. Let's all go. I don't know who took the lead, but everyone dispersed. Chu Xiao picked up her bag and prepared to take Jiang Bei away. The play has ended here, and the rest has nothing to do with her. Bang! Asshole! A loud slap and Hua Tingshu's roar rang out, followed by Lu Song's defense. I didn't know it was Director Qin. Are you blind and can't you see? The sound of the argument gradually faded away. Chu Xi got into the car with lingering fear, and only then did he dare to breathe deeply. Jiang Bei said angrily, Uncle is really too much. He actually colluded with outsiders to plot against his own family. Chu Xiao drank water to calm his nerves and was unable to speak. Fortunately, she was alert today and exchanged the wine with Qin Yuan. Otherwise, she would be the one making a fool of herself now. As the new daughter-in-law of the Hua family, she is hanging out with her ex-boyfriend. Not only will she be kicked out by the Hua family, but she will also become a laughingstock in Jingxing. As for Lu Song, he wouldn't treat her well at all. He did this simply to force her to come back and take the land in the eastern suburbs and return to him. Young madam, I will report today's incident to President Hua. He will definitely avenge you. Jiang Bei said, gritting his teeth. Chu Xiao drank half a bottle of water before regaining his composure. No, I don't want to add to his troubles. Young madam, this is my personal vendetta, and I will resolve it. Chu Xiao finally smiled and said, Look, I solved the problem very well today, didn't I? Jiang Bei looked at Chu Xiao's pale little face in the rearview mirror and sighed silently. How many injuries must one have suffered to become alert today? I'll take you home. Chu Xiao leaned his head against the back of the chair, admiring the scenery outside the window. Today was like a battle, and she narrowly won. Very happy, but also very tired. Lu Song still refuses to let go, and I'm afraid there will be more trouble in the future. Now she only hopes that Hui Jianshu will break up with Lu Song because of the incident of his lover being slept with. It's always better to fight alone than to be beaten by a group. Jiang Bei, did you take the video? Chu Si asked worriedly. Jiang Bei nodded. I took a few photos. Send it to me. Good. Chu Xiao saved the video and sent it to Chu Yanran. Chapter 40, she was being sentimental. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when he got home. Hu Tingchun sat by the bed, his eyes as cold as winter frost. Why are you sitting? The doctor said you shouldn't sit for long periods of time. You should go to bed at this hour. Chu Xiao put down her bag and walked over to prepare the rocking bed for Hu Tingchun to lie down. Is it fun? Hu Tingchun asked coldly. Chu Xiao looked up in surprise. What are you playing? Qin Yuan, Lu Song. Hu Tingchun glared at Chu Xiao, and the frost in his eyes was gradually replaced by anger. The raging fire of anger seemed to devour her. You already know everything. Chu Si touched his nose guiltily. Jiang Bei was really disobedient and told Hu Tingchun about it. With such a big fuss, how could you not know? Hu Tingchun raised his left hand and turned on the screen of his mobile phone. A line of big characters came into view, and Chu Xiao was shocked. Retribution in this life. Lu Song played too much, and Miss Chu was stimulated and bleeding and went to the emergency room. The accompanying picture was a short dynamic video. Although it was censored, Chu Xiao still recognized that this was the video she sent to Chu Yanran. TSK, was she stimulated to the point of having a miscarriage? After a brief shock, Chu Xiao felt extremely refreshed. It's the same thing as cheating. So why is cheating on your future brother-in-law different from your sweetheart cheating on another woman? Chu Xiao, you are too bold. Hu Tingshan was always scared when he thought about how she almost got poisoned. The Qin family and the Chu family are not familiar with each other, and today is the first time Chu Xiao attends the Qin family banquet. If she had been careless and drank Qin Yuan's wine, she would be the heroine in the video now. Hu Tingshan's chest rose and fell violently several times. If he could move now, he would definitely press her down on the bed and spank her hard. She was tricked by Lu Song into the operating table not long ago, but today she actually dared to drink other people's wine. You knew there was something wrong with the wine, but you didn't tell him. By the way, she also asked Jiang Bei to keep it a secret for her. If he hadn't read the news, he wouldn't have known that something big happened in the Qin family today. Don't worry. I became alert when I saw my uncle and Lu Song. Chu Xiao said softly, his eyes shining like bright stars. It's great that there's someone who cares about her and worries about her. I have to give him a full body spa tonight to show my gratitude. Hu Tingshun, thank you for your concern. Who cares about you? Hu Tingshun snorted. I just don't want my wife, Hu Tingshun, to be pinned to the ground and bullied. Chu Xiao's gratitude stopped rising, and she stared at him blankly with her mouth open. It turns out that what he was worried about was not her, but his own reputation. What? Do you think I'm worried about you? Hu Tingshun looked at her astonishment, feeling inexplicably happy, and his words became even more excessive. Chu Xiao, who do you think you are? Chu Xiao slowly closed his mouth, hummed a few times, and said unwillingly, You said the other day that I am your Hu Tingshun's woman. So, please play your role well. Don't embarrass me. After saying this, Hu Tingshun closed his eyes and decided not to pay attention to her anymore. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, she still goes there. Does she think she is capable? Stupid. The light in Chu Xiao's eyes dimmed. It's just a role play. She was just being too sentimental. With her background and having had a past relationship with Lu Song, how could she be worthy of the noble President Hua? Chu Xiao curled the corners of his lips in self-mockery and went to the bathroom to wash up. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Hu Tingshun opened his eyes. After saying those harsh words, he felt relieved and waited for Chu Xiao to help him wash his face and make the bed. Soon, Chu Xiao changed into pajamas and came out of the bathroom. She didn't even look at Hu Tingshun on the bed and walked straight to the sofa. Just lie down, cover yourself, close your eyes, and go to sleep. Ting-chan, he is still sitting there and hasn't washed his face or wiped his feet yet. Did she forget? Ting-chan guessed that must be the case. She was too tired today and forgot about him. So he knocked on the bedside table with his only movable left hand. Knock, knock. The person on the sofa didn't respond. Ting-chan knocked twice more and called out from the heart. Chu Seo, I haven't washed my face yet. The person on the sofa still didn't respond. Falling asleep so quickly, Ting-chan was a little embarrassed. His intuition told him that she was not asleep, but just didn't want to pay attention to him. She is angry. Why? He's doing this for her own good. Although my words were harsh, I also hoped that what happened today would teach her a lesson and that she would not put herself in danger again in the future. What reason does she have to be angry? Ting-chan was dissatisfied, but no matter what he did, Chu Seo ignored him. At first he pretended to sleep, then he really slept. And Ting-chan spent the night sitting, in the dead of night, in the hospital. Chu Yanran's crying was like needles piercing Lu Song's eardrums, again and again, without end. Song, how could you do that with another woman? And in front of so many people, where would you let me put my face? Enough. Lu Song growled in frustration. Chu Yanran was so scared that she stopped crying and looked at Lu Song in disbelief. A song? You yelled at me again? Ah, you never spoke to me loudly before. Recently, you have yelled at me twice. Chu Yanran's voice became sharp. A song? Do you dislike me? I don't. Lu Song was going crazy. What happened to the Qin family today didn't just bring shame to Chu Yanran. Now Lu Song is being laughed to death by his brothers. A promising young man of 23 years old was actually having an affair with an older woman in broad daylight and was caught red-handed. The men watching today are all well-known figures in the business community. And Qin Yuan was the youngest daughter whom Mr. Qin loved the most. He couldn't even put the blame on Qin Yuan. The old man Hua Jianshu slapped him several times, leaving his face swollen, and it still hurts when he talks. It was clearly something that everyone planned together. But in the end, he was the only one who had to bear all the consequences. The more Lu Song thought about it, the angrier he became. His face was filled with gloom, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Chu Yanran had never seen Lu Song like this, and was terrified. She swallowed and said carefully, Okay, I don't blame you. Ah-song, don't be angry. I've been tricked, Lu Song said, gritting his teeth. Who plotted against you? Chu Yanran asked in a low voice. Lu Song recalled that when the incident happened, there was not only Chu Xiao's bag, but also her coat at the scene. If he hadn't seen her coat clearly, how could he have pounced on her without even looking at her face? A song, please say something. It's Chu Xiao. Lu Song closed his eyes and tried his best to suppress the urge to strangle Chu Xiao. She was the one we were plotting against today, and she figured it out. She gave the drugged wine to Qin Yuan and put her coat on him. That's why I admitted my mistake. Lu Song finally sorted out the whole thing and put all his grievances and hatred on Chu Xiao. But Chu Yanran felt disappointed. It turns out that the person Lu Song wants to sleep with today is Chu Xiao. He is still thinking about Chu Xiao. In the past, Chu Xiao and Lu Song were disdainful of each other. They barely even kissed each other, let alone sleeping together. But now, he wanted to sleep with her? No, she would never allow it. Chu Yanran looked down, staring at Lu Song's crotch. Chapter 41. How to comfort my lovely wife when she is angry. Lu Song finally sensed something was wrong. He looked down and saw Chu Yanran staring at his key parts. He was startled and subconsciously reached out to cover them. Why are you looking at me? Ah-song, did you wear a condom with Qin Yuan today? Chu Yanran asked. Lu Song frowned. No, he thought it was Chu Xiao at the time, so he rushed over without caring. He even thought it would be better if Chu Xiao could get pregnant with his child. If Chu Xiao was kicked out of the Hua family, it would be natural for him to take her in. If not, then let Chu Xiao give birth to his child in the Hua family and let him directly inherit the Hua family. Because of these selfish motives, he worked very hard. Facing Chu Yanran's questioning at this moment, he lied guiltily. Of course I wear it. That's good. Chu Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that Lu Song has not yet reached the point where he wants Chu Xiao to give birth to a child for him. Perhaps what he did today was just for revenge. Ah-song, I don't mind what happened today, but there can't be a next time, otherwise I will cut off your little brother. Chu Yanran hooked her arms around Lu Song's neck and said half-jokingly. She smiled sweetly, but Lu Song felt horrified. But at this time he had not realized that Chu Yanran was actually a cruel and ruthless woman. One day in the future, I will point a pair of scissors at him. Chu Xiao slept on the sofa all night, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When she got up in the morning, she saw Hua Tingchun sitting on the bed and asked curiously, "Why did you sit up?" Hua Tingchun sneered. The damn woman made her sleep sitting up on the bed all night, and now she is pretending to be confused? "I'm not going to the company today," Chu Xiao said as he was getting ready. Hua Tingchun couldn't hold back his anger any longer and said, "You don't serve your husband and don't go to the company. Do you want a rebel? I've been taking care of you." Chu Xiao frowned. "Wash your face and massage it every day." He paused. "I didn't wash his face last night. It seems that I haven't put the bed down for him yet." "Oops." Chu Xiao blinked guiltily and tried to explain. "I forgot last night. It's clearly a deliberate revenge." Hua Tingchun sneered, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, looking like they were about to spit fire. It's a pity that he can't make many expressions now and can only express his anger with his heart and eyes. Of course, she can choose to listen to it or not. No one else knows anyway. Just like last night, no matter how he shouted, she ignored him. So angry. When he recovers, I must let her know the serious consequences of abusing him. "Why should I take revenge on you?" Chu Xiao asked as he laid Hua Tingchun flat on his back. "I scolded you a few words. Is that training? That's education." Before Hua Tingchun could finish his words, Chu Xiao interrupted with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Hua, for your advice. Since I am Mrs. Hua, I will play this role well and make good use of the convenience it brings. I will not take risks easily again." Chu Xiao was eloquent and spoke a long paragraph in one breath, which completely blocked Hua Tingchun. "Just lie down for a while. I'll get a towel." Chu Xiao really took a towel to wipe his face and hands, just like she always did when taking care of him. He still tried his best, and his movements were gentle, but Hua Tingchun just felt something was wrong. She was obviously still angry, but he couldn't find any evidence. After finishing the cleaning work, Chu Xiao went downstairs to have breakfast. She didn't change her clothes and didn't bring her bag. It seemed like she really didn't plan to go to the company today. Whatever, something like that happened yesterday. Hua Jianshu will definitely go to the company to make trouble today. It will be good for her to rest at home. Hua Tingchun picked up the phone with great effort and sent a message to Jiang Bei with one hand. "Was the car accident going?" "It has been confirmed that Hua Zhongjia is involved and he will be arrested soon." Jiang Bei replied quickly. "Hua Tingchun, don't arrest him for now. Please ask your uncle and his family to go on vacation abroad." "Yes." After everything was arranged, Hua Tingchun closed his eyes tiredly and began to catch up on his sleep. God had mercy on him. He was forced to sit all night and had almost no sleep. Just as I was about to go to sleep, I heard a clear laugh coming from under the window. "Wow, so white and smooth." Hua Tingchun woke up in shock. "What is so white and smooth? What is Chu Xiao doing?" "Mom, can I sleep with it from now on?" Chu Xiao's voice came again. Unlike the businesslike manner in which she dealt with him in the morning, she seemed particularly happy. Qin Rufang smiled and said, "That won't work. Tingchun will be angry. Don't worry about him." Chu Xiao snorted. "I will sleep with Xiaoling from now on. Only Xiaoling can make me happy." "Okay, since Tingchun is not convenient right now, let Xiaoling accompany you." "Thank you, Mom." "Xiaoling, come here, let's kiss Mua." Hua Tingchun's face turned black. "Xiaoling? White and smooth. Sleeping in my arms? Pleasure?" "Mu. My mother found a male lover for Chu Xiao." "Are you crazy? Just because their uncle pushed them so hard, they actually came up with another way to have a baby?" Bang! Hua Tingchun was so angry that he punched the bedside table. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who were playing with the kitten on the terrace on the first floor, were stunned at first when they heard the noise. Then they were horrified and ran upstairs. There was such a loud noise. Could it be that Hua Tingchun fell off the bed? "Oh my God, please don't break it." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law came to the bedroom as quickly as possible, only to see Hua Tingchun taking out his anger on the bedside table. His left hand, the only hand he could move, was slapping the bedside table repeatedly, while the rest of his body lay stiffly on the bed. This scene made Qin Rufang burst into tears, and she asked hurriedly, "Tingchun, what's wrong with you?" Hua Tingchun's eyes widened with anger, and he pointed at Chu Xiao with his left hand. "You looking for me?" Chu Xiao came over holding the cat and asked. Hua Tingchun looked at the little white cat in his arms and was stunned. "What is it?" "Xiaoling, this is the pet my mom gave me." Chu Xiao stroked Xiao Bai's smooth back and showed off. "How is it? Isn't it super cute?" Hua Tingchun. It turned out to be Xiaoling. It was indeed white and smooth. "Well, you misunderstood." "Tingchun, did your hand hurt?" "Let me see." Qin Rufang took Hua Tingchun's hand, feeling distressed. Oh, it's all blue. Shall you? Bring me some medicine. Good. Chu Xiao found some medicine and sprayed Hua Tingxian's blue elbows. He asked in confusion, "You can call me if you want to. Why do you have to shoot the cabinet?" "That's right. I finally healed my arm. How can I get injured again?" Qin Rufang also complained. Hua Tingxian was speechless. He couldn't say that he was jealous of a kitten. "Just tell me what you need," Chu Xi said worriedly. Hua Tingxian closed his eyes sullenly, not wanting to pay attention to her. Chu Xiao shook his head helplessly. "I'm not in good health, but I have a bad temper." "Shall you? Tingxian has this temper. You have to bear with him." Qin Rufang was also angry. "Now that you can talk to your wife, you should practice speaking more. If you always turn a sour face and ignore others, are you feeling that you haven't been able to hold back enough?" "Mom, it's okay. He didn't sleep well last night and is in a bad mood today," Chu Xiao said. Qin Rufang seemed to understand something and called Bai Jing in front of the two of them. "Tingxian has kidney deficiency. Please send some medicine." Ahem. Hua Tingxian was choked by his own saliva and coughed. Although the voice was weak, it was a miracle for him who had not been able to speak for 3 months. Chapter 42, I'll dig your mother's grave. His vocal cords are back. Can he speak? Chu Xiao was so happy that he forgot to be angry. He rushed over to help him breathe and encourage him. "Cough a few more times, cough a few more times. Use force." Qin Rufang looked at them with an indescribable look. "Will I choke again if I cough again?" Hua Tingxian finally stopped coughing, glared at Chu Xiao unhappily, and asked from the heart, "What did you say to Mom that made her misunderstand?" "Don't worry about that. Try your throat." Chu Xiao stared at Hua Tingxian's throat. "This is the first time I feel that a man's Adam's apple can be described as beautiful. As expected, when I'm in a good mood, everything looks good to me." Hua Tingxian also hoped that he could speak, and he tried to pronounce with his vocal cords with anticipation. Chu Xiao and Qin Rufang looked at him nervously, waiting. However, there was no sound. "It still doesn't work." Hua Tingxian drooped his eyelids in frustration. He clearly felt his vocal cords and Adam's apple moving when he coughed just now. So why isn't it happening now? "It's okay, take your time." Chu Xiao and Qin Rufang were also disappointed, but they knew that the patient's emotions needed more care. Almost in an instant, they put away their disappointment and comforted them with a smile. Their behavior made Hua Tingxian feel even more uncomfortable. However, the domineering president's mental strength was strong. He quickly adjusted his mood and asked Chu Xiao, "Are you disappointed? Diseases come like a mountain falling and go away like a thread being pulled out. There's always a process. Many vegetative patients will never wake up in their lifetime, but you're already conscious and can move, which is great." She really knows how to comfort people. Hua Tingxian's mood improved a little, and he talked more. "Don't worry, Uncle won't bother you again these days." Chu Xiao didn't know what he had done and didn't want to ask. Whenever Mr. Hua makes a move, it is bound to be extraordinary. What she is more concerned about now is the Chu family's equity. Qin Rufang couldn't hear Hua Tingxian's voice, but only heard Chu Xiao talking, and sighed silently. This daughter-in-law is so patient. Soon, Bai Jing came in with the medicine in his hand, and as soon as he entered the room, he shouted, "Chu Xiao, can you control yourself a little? Have you never slept with a man in your previous life?" Ugh. The sound was muted, and Qin Rufang glared at Bai Jing. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Aunt Qin." Bai Jing immediately backed off. I mean, Brother Chun is not in good health right now, so he has to be restrained in that aspect." Chu Xiao's face turned red with embarrassment, but she couldn't say in front of Qin Rufang that she had never slept with Hua Tingxian. Although, she had never slept with a man in her previous life. It was not necessary to force a vegetative person to do so. He was fine when I came last time. How come he suddenly suffered from kidney deficiency? Bai Jing raised his voice and glared at Chu Xiao angrily. Who can you blame for Tingxian's poor health? Qin Rufang snatched the medicine from Bai Jing and drove him away. "You can go back now." Panting and sweating Bai Jing. In the end, it was Chu Xiao who smoothed things over. "Mom, since Dr. Bai is here, why don't you check Tingxian while you're here?" Yes. I'll check Brother Chun." "Hurry up." "Yes." Under the pressure of Qin Rufang, Bai Jing dared not to confront Chu Xiao again. After a round of inspection, Bai Jing smiled like an auntie. "Brother Chun is very strong. Then you can go." Qin Rufang is really like a person who destroys bridges after crossing them. Chu Xiao wanted to laugh when he saw Bai Jing, who was feeling aggrieved and dared not speak. Bai Jing glared at her and waved quietly. Chu Xiao followed him out and asked, "Dr. Bai, is there anything else you want to tell me?" I know what your aunt meant when she asked you to marry Chun. But he is a vegetable after all, so don't bully him. Giving birth to a child doesn't necessarily require physical labor. Bai Jing said with a red face, trying to be as obscure as possible. Alas, it's really embarrassing to discuss this kind of thing with a woman. He and I are innocent. Chu Xiao said. Bai Jing was stunned. You guys aren't. No. Chu Xiao shook his head. I'm not so crazy as to force a man who can't move. Bai Jing. It turned out that he had misunderstood everything from the beginning. As a doctor, is this considered a misdiagnosis? Bai Jing was extremely embarrassed. But my mother-in-law must not know about this, understand? Chu Xiao glanced at Bai Jing. Bai Jing nodded fiercely. I understand. I will never say anything nonsense. It was widely rumored that Chu Xiao abandoned her ex-boyfriend and married Hua Tingchen in order to have a child and become the Empress Dowager of the whole family. It was also said that she was shameless and rode on men. Now it seems that he was short-sighted. How can you believe rumors? Chu Xi is concerned about justice. He is willing to bear the infamy to protect Brother Chen's dignity. He must get along well with her in the future. The 3-day deadline has come, and Jiang Bei personally went to the hospital to find Chu Xuequan to collect the debt. Mr. Chu, you owe the Hua family a debt. I don't have any money. Chu Xuequan lay on the hospital bed with a hopeless look on his face. He failed to steal the chicken, but ended up losing the rice. He ended up becoming the fish on someone else's chopping board. 300 million in debt. Even if he sold everything he had, he couldn't pay it back. I can only cheat. Could they still force him to death? No matter what he says now, he is still a relative of the Hua family. In this case, we can only resort to legal means. Jiang Bai smeed. Chu Xuequan was not afraid of hot water. Go back and tell Chu Xiao that if she really dares to sue me, I will die in front of her. That's not necessary. The young lady had already explained it to me before I came here. Any choice made by Mr. Chu has nothing to do with her, including the choice of life. She is a traitor. Chu Xuequan was so angry that he sat up. The scar on his back that had just healed was pulled, and the pain made him grit his teeth. This evil creature, does she really want to force me to death? She will be struck by lightning. Jiang Bei said, Boss Chu, this is Hua's decision and has nothing to do with the young lady. Isn't the whole company in her hands? Chu Xuequan didn't want to play Tai Chi with Jiang Bei, the smiling fox, so he picked up the bottle of water on the bedside table and threw it at him. Jiang Bei dodged, straightened his clothes elegantly, and left. Before leaving, he left a piece of advice. Boss Chu, the young lady is just a puppet in charge and does not have any decision-making power in the whole family. Roll. After Jiang Bei was driven away, Chu Xuequan felt pain in his back and headache, and all his internal organs ached. Puppet executive? Does Chu Xiao really have no real power? He doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it. Ouch, it hurts. Chu Xuequan's face suddenly turned pale, and he cried out in pain, covering his chest. Chu Yanran, who had just finished the discharge procedures from the obstetrics and gynecology department and came to visit Chu Xuequan, was frightened by the scene. While pressing the emergency bell, she asked, Dad, what's wrong with you? My chest hurts. Chu Xuequan fainted before he could finish his words. The ward was in chaos, and soon after, a message appeared on Chu Xiao's phone. Dad was so angry at you that he had a heart attack. If anything happens to Dad, I will dig up your mom's grave. Chapter 43. Strike first and counter the Chu family. It's better not to have a father who can plot to send his daughter to the grave. But Mom, Chu Xiao's heart felt like it was being grasped by an invisible hand, tight and painful. A high fever when I was 3 years old erased my mother's memory. After 2 lifetimes, she still doesn't know who her mother is. As a daughter, how could she let Chu Yanran dig up her mother's grave again? But she was unwilling to let Chu Xuequan go. Chu Xi walked back and forth on the balcony in annoyance. Hua Tingchen woke up from his nap and saw Chu Xiao pacing back and forth on the balcony, contrary to his usual quietness, and asked, What's wrong? The Chu family threatened me. Chu Xi said sadly. What are you threatening me with? Chu Xuequan refused to give up his shares in the Chu Corporation and threatened to die. His good daughter, Chu Yanran, wanted to dig up my mother's grave. Hua Tingchen smiled. That's it. Isn't it serious enough? Chu Xiao asked back. She was too young to fulfill her filial duties when her mother was alive, so how could she let her mother not rest in peace after her death? Chu Xiao, remember, don't have weaknesses. Hua Tingchen said, once you have weaknesses, you will be controlled by others. Chu Xiao bit his lower lip and said awkwardly, Everyone knows the truth. But who doesn't have weaknesses? Even if you have it, you have to hide it. What does she do if you don't accept the threat? What Ting-chan said. Chu Tseo's eyes lit up. Yes. If I don't accept the threat, she will be helpless. If she really digs up my mother's grave, I can just follow her to find the cemetery. Not too stupid. What Ting-chan snorted. Yes, Mr. Hua, you are smart. Chu Tseo was in a good mood and started his second task of the day, massage. From head to toe, I pressed it carefully. President Hua was very satisfied. His eyes narrowed slightly and asked, "Do you have to get shoes?" Not necessarily. I can start my own business if I want. But the Chu family made their fortune with my mother's things. Even if I destroy the Chu family, I can't let it fall into the hands of Chu Yanran and her daughter. Then change from passive to active and strike first to gain the upper hand. Understand. Chu Tseo understood immediately and sent a screenshot of Chu Yanran's message to Chu Shuequan with a note. What will happen if Chu Yanran's threat is exposed? Chu Shuequan had just recovered and was thinking hard about countermeasures with Lin Meihua in the ward. After seeing the message, he immediately fell back and lay down. Husband, what's wrong with you? Lin Meihua was horrified and was about to press the emergency bell. Chu Shuequan held her hand and said weakly, I'm so mad at you. I'm so mad at you. That evil creature. Is it Xiaoyu? Lin Meihua reacted immediately and checked Chu Shuequan's cell phone. When she saw what Chu Yanran said, her head buzzed. Stupid. How can such a threat be literal? Chu Ci is now very worried. He is even afraid of being recorded when he makes verbal threats, but Yanran actually goes straight to text. Husband, Yanran is young and naive. Please don't be angry. Lin Meihua helped Chu Shuequan up and stroked his chest to help him calm down. Chu Shuequan slowly recovered, but still felt hatred. How did this evil creature become like this? Could it be that there is someone behind the scenes directing us? Lin Meihua also found it strange. She raised Chu Tseo, and she knew very well how naive he was. There shouldn't be such a big fight with your family just because of Lu Song's betrayal, right? Master? Who? Chu Shuequan's scalp tingled. Could it be that Yao and's family came looking for him? No, that's impossible. When he met Yao and she was alone, in a disheveled state, and remembered nothing. Like a fool, I was wandering on the street dragging my suitcase. That box is filled with treasures. If he still had relatives, why did no one come to look for him until Yaoan died? Husband, didn't you hear Yaoan mention anything during those years? Lin Meihua also became uneasy. If someone from the Yao family comes to our door, we will be in trouble. She knows nothing. She has completely lost her memory. There has been no movement for 4 years. There must be no one left. Chu Shuequan gritted his teeth and said firmly. Lin Meihua still felt uneasy. Why did she suddenly change her temper? Maybe it's the Hua family's advisory group. Chu Shuequan sighed again. How can a small Chu family defeat the Hua family? Chu Tseo didn't care about his life or death, and he had Chu Yanran's leverage over him. He has no more cards in his hand. Honey, do you think Xiaoyu has any weaknesses? Lin Meihua asked. Chu Shuequan said unhappily, You don't know. How can I know? Lin Meihua was left speechless. The couple were both worried and distressed, but foolish Chu Yanran still felt that she had done something great and happily took Lu Song's arm to take credit for it. Dad, don't worry. Chu Tseo doesn't dare to touch the Chu family anymore. How dare you say that? Chu Shuequan got angry when he saw Chu Yanran and turned his back without looking at her. Chu Yanran was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Meihua anxiously. Lin Meihua sighed. Yanran, please discuss this with your family before doing anything next time. What happened? She wants to expose your threat to Chu Tseo to the media. Chu Yanran's head buzzed and she was stunned. How dare she? Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. You have pissed her off. Lu Song spoke slowly, looking at the delicate and beautiful woman beside him with disgust. Just a shell, but no brains at all. How had he fallen for her in the past? Digging up people's ancestral graves is too immoral. Once it's exposed, we will all become villains. No one in Jingxing will cooperate with us anymore. Moreover, you will be guilty of threatening. Lin Meihua was speechless as she looked at her daughter. Yao and cemetery is Chu Tseo's only weakness now. There could have been a better way, but Chu Yanran messed it up. Mom, when Chu Yanran heard about the crime, she was scared and wanted to shrink into Lu Song's arms. She leaned to the side again and again, but couldn't get the support of that strong arm. When she turned around, she found that Lu Song was at least 1 meter away from her. Her heart sank, and she felt that Lu Song's attitude towards her was becoming colder day by day. Was it because she had done something stupid? Or was it because his brief encounter with Qin Yuan yesterday had given him other ideas? Chu Yinran didn't dare to think too much. She only knew that she had to hold on to Lu Song tightly. She stroked her belly and walked towards Lu Song. A song, why don't you ask your family to help us? Our children can't live without Grandpa. Auntie, here are 20 million, which is all my savings. Lu Song handed a card to Lin Meihua. Lin Meihua didn't answer. It was only 50 million, far from the 300 million debt. The Lu family's strength could actually make up for all their debts. Judging from Lu Song's current attitude, he doesn't intend to care about the life or death of the Chu family. Song, 50 million is not enough. Chu Yinran said. You don't know, although I am the heir of the Lu family, the family's money is in the hands of my father. The only 50 million he can use. Lu Song sighed. If Chu Yinran wasn't stupid, why would he need to clean up the Chu family's mess? Giving him 50 million is already quite generous. But where can we raise another 200 million in such a short period of time? Lin Meihua was very worried. Chu Yinran bit her lip and thought for a moment, then said, Kidnap Chu Xiao and let the Hua family settle this debt. Chapter 44, Risking One's Life. Yes, tie her up and then threaten the Hua family. Lu Song also became excited and agreed loudly. He was so excited when he thought that Chu Xiao would soon be under his control. I didn't get to sleep with her yesterday. Let me try again today. He must get her and let her taste his power. If you can't get it, destroy it. Chu Yinran got Lu Song's support and felt that she would not make the same mistake again this time. She happily threw herself into Lu Song's arms and continued to express her opinions. Doesn't the Hua family still expect her to give birth to a child for Hua Tingxin? Whether for the sake of face or for Chu Xiao, the lawsuit will be withdrawn and the debt we owe will be wiped out. Only Chu Xuequan felt something was wrong and frowned uneasily. Every time they plotted against Chu Xiao, they ended in failure. Can they succeed this time? Dad, call her and bring her to the hospital. Chu Yinran's eyes were shining with excitement. Chu Xuequan smiled bitterly. I wanted to call her, but she blocked me a long time ago. Well, Chu Yinran tried her cell phone, but couldn't get through. Lin Meihua and Lu Song also hurriedly followed suit and tried it. Not surprisingly, they were all blocked. In the end, Chu Xuequan had to borrow the nurse's cell phone to make the call. Xiaoyu, Dad is dying. Dad knows that I have hurt your heart, and Dad does not ask for your forgiveness. I just want to tell you everything about your mother before I die. Under the speakerphone, Chu Xiao curled her red lips in disdain, her eyes cold. She didn't even believe the punctuation marks in Chu Xuequan's words. The villain's mental strength is very strong. This little difficulty can't defeat him. He must be planning another big move. Xiaoyu, please come to the hospital. Dad will talk to you properly. If you're any later, I am afraid there will be no chance. Chu Xuequan pretended to be very weak and finally got the response he wanted. Okay, I'll do it now. Okay, Dad will wait for you. Chu Xuequan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He pinched his thigh to control his emotions and continued to perform. Don't worry, I have sent your aunt and the others back. Today, let's talk about your mother. Chu Xiao hung up the phone with a stern face and prepared to change clothes and go out. Hua Tingxin didn't know what was going on. Seeing her answering the phone silently and leaving, he got angry. Chu Xiao, I need to go to the hospital. Chu Xiai collected the things with a gloomy face, recording pen, alarm. Where did she get all those messy things? Hua Tingxin felt something was wrong and knocked on the table. Chu Xiao, you are not allowed to go. Don't worry, I've thought of a plan. Chu Xiao wanted to smile to let him know that he could rest assured, but after thinking about it, he retracted his smile. It was true that he was offering advice, but his concern was not for her. She just came to the Hua family to play the role of a qualified Mrs. Hua, so she should stop being so self-indulgent. So, Hua Tingxin saw half a smile, the kind that was stopped in an instant before it was fully opened. He felt something was wrong and became even more worried. Tell me first, what's the matter? Chu Xuequan won't pay, and he doesn't want to sell his house or shop to coax me to go to the hospital. Chu Xiao thought about what happened in Qin Garden yesterday and roughly guessed the outcome. This time, it will be the Hongmen banquet, which will be even more cruel than yesterday's. But she is not afraid. Chu was forced to such a point that she had only one last option left. Kidnap her and force Hua to give up debt collection. The crime of kidnapping is much more serious than Chu Yinran's verbal threats. If she gets a little broken and bleeds again, they'll just have to wait until they get to jail. What did you promise me last night? Hua Tingxian's face sank, his chest heaving violently. Did you forget what you said last night about not taking any risks after you had a good night's sleep? Don't worry, Hua Tingxian. I won't bring shame to the Hua family. I can deal with them. Chu Xiao smiled lightly, picked up her bag, and left calmly. Hua Tingxian was furious. Is he afraid of losing face? He is afraid that she will be bullied. Chu Xi is worried. Chu Xi is worried. The sound of high heels gradually faded away, and Hua Tingxian stared in frustration. What a stubborn woman. She is so disobedient. Could he watch her risk her life? No. Hua Tingxian picked up his phone with difficulty and sent a message to Jiang Bei. She went to the hospital and is in danger. An hour later, Chu Xiao arrived at the hospital. As expected, Chu Xiao was the only one in the ward. Seeing her coming, Chu Shuequan was overjoyed. Xiaoyu, you are finally here. I see you're in good spirits. Chu Xiao leaned against the door and looked at him coldly, not intending to go in. Chu Shuequan coughed a few times and said, maybe this is my last burst of energy. Tell me, where's my mother's grave? Chu Xiao asked. Your mother? Alas, your mother is a miserable person. When I met her, she was alone by the river and wanted to commit suicide. I felt sorry for her, so I took her home and gave her some careful guidance. Later we fell in love and had you, and then we got married. But she always refused to talk about her own affairs, and gradually I stopped asking. Anyway, the past is not important as long as we live a good life as a family of three. Chu Shuequan kept talking and talking, but he didn't say where Yao and was buried. Chu Xiao asked impatiently, so, where's my mother buried? Xiao you cough cough. Chu Shuequan started coughing violently at this moment and reached out to the bedside table tremblingly. Water, water. The play had to reach this point, and if Chu Xiao didn't go in, the play would not be able to continue. She looked at the nurse's station, and a male nurse wearing a large mask smiled at him. Chu Xiao took a deep breath and finally walked into Chu Shuequan's ward to get him some water. Thank you. Chu Shuequan looked flattered. Can you tell me now? Chu Xiao urged while looking around the ward. There are no other residents in the independent VIP ward, and no one can be seen. She secretly felt strange in her heart. Did Chu Shuequan really send everyone away? What on earth did he want to do? You wouldn't really ask her to play the emotional card and then do nothing else, right? Didn't her plan fail? Just when Chu Xiao began to feel disappointed, a knife was pressed against her waist. Don't move. Don't shout. It's Lin Manhwa. Chu Xiao was quite disappointed. The whole family is full of capable people. So why did they send the most worthless one to be the kidnapper? Have the Hua family pay off the 300 million debt immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to go back today. Lin Manhwa said in a vicious tone. It was her first time as a kidnapper, but she was not panicked at all. Chu Xiao smiled. That's impossible. Really? Then you'll have no choice but to see some blood. Lin Manhwa said. Okay, Chu Xiao said as he moved closer to the blade. The clothes on the waist were still cut, and a trace of blood seeped out. Lin Manhwa's hands were so weak that they were shaking, and she secretly hated in her heart. Little bitch, you want to compete with her in cruelty? Okay, she will fulfill her wish. Chapter 45 Kidnapping all at once. Lin Manhwa held the knife tightly and refused to give in, competing with Chu Xiao. Of course, Chu Xiao couldn't really hurt herself. She just wanted to inflict some flesh wounds to aggravate the kidnapper's crime. She cried out in pain. Ouch. Are you scared? Send a message to the company and ask them to cancel the debt immediately. Lin Manhwa threatened viciously. Chu Shuequan, who had just reappeared a moment ago, finally revealed his true colors. Xiaoyu, we are father and daughter. Don't force Dad. Dad, don't kill me. I'll listen to you. Chu Xiao took out his cell phone with a trembling voice. I'll call right away. No phone calls, you text. Chu Shuequan had an idea, which was exactly what Chu Xiao meant. She obediently sent the text message, but her hands were shaking so badly that she only typed a few words after a long time. Chu Shuequan was annoyed by what he saw and snatched the phone to send the message himself. Chu Xiao watched silently without resisting. After sending the text message, all that's left is to wait. Chu Shuequan and Lin Manhwa were very anxious and kept asking Chu Xiao, why is there no news yet? I don't know either. I am just a puppet in the Hua family and have no real power. In fact, they don't care about my life or death. Chu Xiao felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and tears began to fall. Chu Shuequan and Lin Manhwa exchanged glances and decided to use the final trick. In short, the debt must be paid off today. Xiaoyu, Just then, Lu Song rushed in hurriedly. Seeing Chu Xiqing being held hostage, his face was full of anxiety. Uncle Chu, what are you doing? Lu Song asked in shock. Lin Meihua said, if Wu doesn't wipe out the debt today, I will kill her. No, don't. Lu Song said hurriedly. Xiaoyu is still the daughter of the Chu family after all. Don't hurt her. Lu Song, are you crazy? What gives you the right to speak well of her? Chu Xuequan asked. Lu Song looked at the two elders in embarrassment and said with determination, Xiaoyu is my fiancé. Chu Xi was so worried that he almost vomited. The acting is not good at all, ugh. Xiaoyu, come with me. Lu Song looked at Chu Xiao affectionately. Chu Xiao was in a trance for a moment. In her previous life, she fell into his false feelings time and time again, and finally lost her life. Now he wants to continue lying to her. First he planned to kidnap her, and when that failed, he acted as a hero to save her. Haha, she's in love, not stupid. Seeing Chu Xiao in a trance, Lu Song thought she was wavering, so he reached out to hug her again. Let's go. Don't touch me. Chu Xiao slapped his hand away. Lu Song was stunned. Xiaoyu, you're not here to save me. You're in the same group as them. You're just acting. Chu Xiao pointed it out mercilessly. The faces of the three people suddenly turned ugly. Wu had received the text message, but had not responded yet. It seemed that Chu Xiao's words were really unreliable. What to do? Lu Song, are you doing this to Yanran? Lin Meihua asked loudly. I'm sorry, I still love Xiaoyu the most. Lu Song said. Yanran and I were wrong. But Yanran is pregnant with your child. We can compensate. Lu Song said. Lin Meihua sneered. It sounds nice, but how can I compensate you? Lu Song looked at Chu Xiao, who had a stern face and didn't say anything. Lu Song was in a state of anxiety, and he said tentatively, Xiaoyu, why don't you settle their debt and we can run away together? It can't be settled. Chu Xiao sneered. Even if I die here today, I still won't have the right to make decisions for the whole family. Xiaoyu, you can do it. Try once, and we will be free. Lu Song encouraged affectionately. Chu Xiao suddenly pushed Lin Meihua away and stood up. Lin Meihua was caught off guard and fell to the ground with her, and the knife fell to the side. Chu Xiao ran away. Lu Song, I don't care about you. Lu Song's face suddenly darkened, and he completely lost his patience. If soft tactics don't work, then try hard tactics. He made a sudden move, pulled Chu Xiao in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her. Then I'll see if the Hua family still has any shame. Strip her clothes off. Lin Meihua shouted excitedly, holding up her cell phone. Completely destroying Chu Xiao can not only pay off the debt, but also prevent future troubles forever. Lu Song wanted to sleep with Chu Xiao yesterday, and after failing to succeed, his desire became even stronger today. He threw Chu Xiao onto the sofa, took off his coat, and walked forward. Don't move. Chu Xiao took out a knife from somewhere and pressed it against Lu Song's lower abdomen. Lu Song was horrified. Swords have no eyes. Chu Xiao sneered and knocked on the table next to the sofa. Knock! Knock! The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open and Jiang Bei rushed in with the police. Don't move. Lu Song and the Chu couple's faces turned pale. Mrs. Xiaohua, were you the one who called the police? The leading police officer asked politely. Chu Xi adjusted his clothes and stood up gracefully. It's me. Chu Xuequan shouted in disbelief. We are a family together. Why are you calling the police? Mr. Chu, Mrs. Xiaohua called the police and said someone kidnapped her. Chu Su-gun. Chu Xiao hadn't touched a cell phone since he entered the ward, and the only text message he had sent was from him. What did she call the police? Take them all away. Also, I want to check your injuries. Chu Xiao showed the wound on his waist. So much time has passed that the wound has long since healed, leaving only a dried blood stain. Jiang Bei's pupils shrank sharply. It's over. He is going to be tortured to death by Mr. Hua. Officer, that's not the case. Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua tried to explain, but unfortunately no one paid any attention. Lu Song looked back at Chu Xiao and asked sinisterly, You had expected this a long time ago, right? Chu Xi was worried but smiled without saying a word. The three of them were taken away. Jiang Bei stepped forward with a bitter face. Young madam, why didn't you wait for me? Wu Tingxian asked you to come. Chu Xiao smiled brightly. Jiang Bei nodded, yeah. Then thank him for me. Chu Xiao felt a little warm in his heart. Even if it was just icing on the cake, it made her very happy. But you were injured. I did on purpose. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing. Chu Xiao picked up the bag and handed the recorder inside to Jiang Bei. Here are all the recordings of their crimes. Please go to the police station again. Have you been ready for this? Jiang by Stund. Of course. I'm not as stupid as your whole family thinks. Chu Xiao showed off her bag. It contained not only a recording device, but also a small dagger and anti-wolf spray. Before coming, she had anticipated the consequences, kidnapping and humiliation. In order to prevent what happened to Qin Yuan from happening again, she also called Bai Jing to be ready to detoxify her at any time. Chu Xiao walked gracefully towards the only male nurse in the room. Dr. Bai, I'm sorry to bother you today. My sister-in-law has great wisdom and courage. Bai Jing took off his mask and for the first time willingly called her sister-in-law. Chu Xi smiled worriedly and went to check his injuries. The scumbag dad, stepmother, and the scumbag were all dealt with in a short while. So cool. Chapter 46. Trying to fall in love with Hua Tingqian? The atmosphere in the Hua family was extremely solemn. Hua Tingqian sat in a wheelchair in the living room, with Qin Rufang beside him. As a mother, Qin Rufang had to look into her son's eyes from time to time. There was no other way. Her son was very angry, and Chu Xiao was in trouble. The clock moves slowly, and every minute and every second seems very long. Finally, a string of messages came in on Hua Tingqian's phone. Then, his expression softened a little. Qin Rufang breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously advised, Tingqian, Jiang Bei just needs to handle matter. Don't be angry. Hua Tingqian blinked. No. Oh. Qin Rufang stopped persuading her. Her son has been stubborn since he was young, and once he makes up his mind, nothing can change it. Let Chu Xiao fend for himself. Alas, why haven't you come back yet? It's been more than an hour since Jiang Bei sent the message. Is he seriously injured? Hua Tingqian's heartstrings were tense, and he also wanted to know how badly Chu Xiao was hurt. But why hasn't that woman come back yet? After waiting for more than half an hour, Chu Xiao finally came back, holding 2 cups of milk tea and a small cake in his hands. With her eyebrows flying and a smile on her lips, she's like a blooming rose, beautiful and dazzling. Just one glance can attract people's attention. Even Hua Tingqian, who was furious, was amazed. Mom, I'm back. Chu Xiao greeted happily. Qin Rufang smiled and went to meet him. Why did you come back so late? Hua Tingqian, they had agreed to get angry together and for her to teach Chu Xiao a lesson. So why did the situation change? Mom, I bought you milk tea. Chu Xiao smiled brightly, and her gentle tone carried a hint of coquettishness. Qin Rufang's daughter-slave nature was instantly aroused. Oh, and my milk tea? Mom, please try it. The milk tea here is delicious. I waited in line for half an hour. Chu Xiao placed the milk tea and cake on the coffee table and asked Qin Rufang to pick a cup first. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quickly entered the afternoon tea state, drinking milk tea and enjoying cake. The forgotten Hua Tingqian's eyebrows twitched violently, and he was very angry. Chu Xi, worry. Oh. Chu Xiao then noticed Hua Tingqian's presence and quickly responded. Qin Rufang didn't know that the way she and Hua Tingqian communicated was through their hearts, so she asked in surprise, What's wrong? Does the wound hurt? Mom, my injury was intentional and only caused superficial damage. Chu Xiao pulled up his clothes. Thick gauze was revealed on the snow-white waist, and Qin Rufang and Hua Tingqian's eyes narrowed at the same time. So badly injured. SS. The moment Chu Xiao pulled off the gauze, both of them gasped reflexively. As a result, there was only a thin line of blood under the gauze. Look, this little bit, which I deliberately pushed against Lin Meihua's blade, has healed. Hua Tingqian and Qin Rufang then relaxed. Hua Tingqian became even angrier. Since it was just a minor injury, who was he trying to scare by wrapping it like that? Bai Jing said the wrapping should be more complicated. Chu Xiao put down his clothes and covered the wound. Qin Rufang was surprised. Bai Jing is here too? Well, I was afraid they would drug me, so I asked Dr. Bai to come over. Qin Rufang was very happy. How clever! Hua Tingqian's eyes became even colder. Knowing that she might be drugged again, she still went to the police station alone. I'm fully prepared and will never bring shame to the Hua family. Chu Xiao said, looking at Hua Tingqian provocatively. Hua Tingqian glared at her angrily, but couldn't say a word. I have to admit, she was indeed well prepared. Not only did she get away with it, she also sent her scumbag father, stepmother, and the scumbag to the police station. But, as Hua Tingqian's wife, why does she need to do everything herself? There are many ways to deal with those scum. Xiao Yu is awesome, just like a member of our Hua family. Qin Rufang's eyes flashed with sadness. If Ting Fong were still alive, he would be as powerful as Chu Xiao. Mom praised us. Let's do one. Good. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law toasted with milk tea. Chu Xiao would show off to Hua Tingxian from time to time. Hua Tingxian snorted. Junk food. Mom, did Tingxian drink milk tea before? Chu Xiao asked. Qin Rafang thought for a moment and said, I drank it when I was in high school. Wow, so the young masters of top wealthy families also eat junk food. Chu Xiao was extremely shocked. Hua Tingxian takes a deep breath. You have to drink with the little girl. Qin Rafang laughed. There were so many girls chasing after him at that time, and he couldn't finish the milk tea he received every day. Tisk, just bring it back to share. No, he gave them all to his buddies. Oh, the best friend in the world. Hua Tingxian, the irony is so obvious. Mom, are there any little girls chasing after us? Chu Xiao acted like a spectator. Hua Tingxian felt bitter. Mom, don't tell anyone about all the embarrassing things. Yes, a girl came to my house crying. Guess what? Because Tingxian threw the milk tea, she gave him into the trash can. Well, there was also a little girl who came to make trouble, and the school called her parents. I'm going to go there. Ow! When I served milk tea, I wanted to touch Tingxian's hand, but of course he refused. He spilled the milk tea, and I felt so bad that the little girl's new skirt got dirty. Ha! Chu Xiai was full of sorrow and joy, and it was unexpected that the cold and aloof Mr. Hua had such a funny and embarrassing experience during his student days. She wanted to dig out more while her mother-in-law was in high spirits so that she could laugh at Hua Tingxian later. Enough! Chu Xiao, come here for a massage. Hua Tingxian roared in unbearable pain. If his face could show any expression, it would be as black as the bottom of a pot at this moment. Chu Xiai glanced at him worriedly, pretended not to hear, and continued gossiping with her mother-in-law. Hua Tingxian felt dizzy. This daughter-in-law is amazing. She can make him angry and wake him up, or she can make him die of anger. Mom, does he have a premature love relationship? No. Qin Rafang looked at her son and said tactfully. Chu Xiao was disappointed. He is so handsome, smart, and rich. How could he not fall in love early? Have you ever been in love early? Hua Tingxian snorted. She had some taste. He was handsome, smart, and rich. My family is strict, so I've never had a premature love affair. A sad look flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. The only person he had ever dated was Lu Song, so he was easily deceived and ended up hurting himself. Fortunately, she is alive again. Lu Song, Qin Rafang asked tentatively, testing the edge of gossip. As a mother-in-law who doesn't want her daughter-in-law to have a clean record, I was deceived by the blind date arranged by my family because I had no experience. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth. Fortunately, I have seen his true face, and it's not too late. Qin Rafang patted her head with satisfaction. Try with my family, Chun. I guarantee you won't be cheated. Well? Chu Xiao blushed and wanted to say no. As the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, it was a bit unreasonable for her not to have a relationship with her husband. It's really against my will to say yes. Besides, President Hua doesn't think highly of her. Xiaoyu, you don't want to? Qin Rafang frowned. Does Chu Xiao dare to say he doesn't want to? Gritting her teeth, she nodded, I do. Oh, Hua Tingxian sneered. Chapter 48, Who is shouting? Chu Yanran, you are looking for death. Chu Xiao was extremely angry and was about to fight with Chu Yanran to a win or lose when a Ferrari drove over. Mrs. Hua, long time no see. Qin Yuan opened the car door and got out. The tight, high-slit Chong Sam set off her curvy figure in a seductive way, and her fragrance enticed people wherever she went. Although she is middle-aged, she still has charm. Not to mention men, even women can't help but take a second look. Qin Rafang signaled Chu Xiao to be careful with his words and actions, and said with a businesslike smile, Qin Yuan, why are you here? I'm here to pick up Miss Chu Air. Qin Yuan smiled charmingly, her eyes slowly falling on Chu Xiao. Oh, Mrs. Hua is here too. I didn't see her just now. Director Qin. Chu Xiao suppressed his anger and greeted him coldly. Qin Yuan also participated in the Qin family banquet yesterday. However, she didn't plan for her and ended up losing herself. Normally, she should be angry and ashamed. But today, she seemed very proud. Could it be that Lu Song is young and strong, so she doesn't feel ashamed but proud? Since both Mrs. Hua are here, I'll just say it straight. Qin Yuan smiled charmingly. I'm here to pick up Miss Chu too. Qin Rafang pondered and said, Qin Yuan, when did you have any contact with the Chu family? Yesterday. Qin Yuan said while looking at Chu Xiao in an ambiguous way. Mrs. Xiao Hua knows. Chu Xiao thought he was very eloquent in this life, but now he was speechless because of Qin Yuan Lei. There are such shameless people in the world. Mrs. Xiaohua, is this okay? Qin Yuan asked. Chu Xiao took a deep breath and said, of course. Well, thank you very much. Qin Yuan smiled, twisted her waist, and walked towards Chu Yanran in a charming manner. Second miss, let's go. Chu Yanran doesn't like Qin Yuan. This woman slept with Lu Song yesterday. She is her love rival and her cuckold. But now her situation is worrying, and she has to follow Qin Yuan. Bye, Mrs. Hua. Qin Yuan waved and drove away in a dashing manner. Qin Rufang explained worriedly. Xiaoyu, it's not that Mom doesn't support you. Old Qin has some friendship with the Hua family. I can't but give Qin Yuan face. Mom, I understand. Chu Xiao said. Qin Yanran is pregnant, and I really can't do anything to her today. Well, I'm glad you understand. Qin Rufang smiled. I heard about what happened yesterday. Her life will not be easy in the future. Mom, Qin Yuan is your uncle's lover, but she came to pick someone up for Lu Song today. She must have taken a fancy to Lu Song. Chu Xiao had actually guessed something, but Qin Rufang's words still made her feel incredible. Since she is Hua Jianchu's lover, how dare she flirt with Lu Song? Your uncle's family was arranged by Tingchan to go abroad, so she might be lonely, Qin Rufang said. No wonder my uncle didn't participate today. Chu Xiao suddenly realized and felt very uncomfortable. Hua Tingchan has a strong desire to protect others, and he takes every step carefully for the so-called face. I wonder if his wife will feel happy or exhausted in the future. Xiaoyu, who is shouting? Qin Rufang asked casually as she walked home with Chu Xiao's hand. Chu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he said, I don't know any Xiao Ting. That was made up by Chu Yanran. As a sister, it's despicable that she destroys your reputation like this. Qin Rufang immediately expressed empathy, but still had some doubts in her heart. Can Hua Tingchan keep his wife in this state? Chu Xiao knew in his heart that Chu Yanran's nonsense today had already made Qin Rufang feel resentful. But she really didn't know any Xiao Ting, so they could go and investigate. By the way, you and Tingchan have been sleeping together for a while now. How do you feel about it? Qin Rufang was both expectant and nervous. I really hope Chu Xiao is pregnant, but I'm also afraid that the child she's carrying is Xiao Ting's. So conflicted. I don't feel anything. Chu Xiao half lowered his head with a guilty look on his face and played with the fruits in the fruit bowl. How could I get pregnant if I haven't even slept with her? Try it. Qin Rufang immediately took out 2 early pregnancy sticks and said, use tomorrow morning's urine to test. Test 2. Mom. Chu Xiao was in a state of confusion, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The pregnancy test stick is ready. How much does she want to have a grandson? Let's test first. If she's not pregnant, we'll find another way. Chu Xiao shuddered with worry. She doesn't want to experience that kind of drug effect again. It's getting late. Go take care of Tingchan. Good. Chu Xiao had no choice but to take the pregnancy stick back to her room. After being teased by Chu Yanran, his good mood was gone, and he still had a cold face when he returned to the room. Hua Tingchan sat on the bed, looked at Chu Xiao expressionlessly, and then tapped his phone. Jiangbei, check Chu Xiao's past. I want to know who Xiao Ting is. Hua Tingchan, what should we do now? Chu Xiao put the pregnancy stick on the bed and sighed. Hua Tingchan raised his eyelids and asked, what do you think? We didn't sleep together. How could we possibly get pregnant? But your mom said she's going to find another way if she's not pregnant. Chu Xiao is so sad. Hua Tingchan, why don't you get well soon? Hua Tingchan's eyes twitched, and his attitude was indifferent. Don't I want to recover? Then, do you have an ex-girlfriend, a childhood sweetheart, or something like that? What? Hua Tingchan became alert. If you have someone you like, ask her to give birth to your child. Chu Xiao said. Hua Tingchan's eyes suddenly turned cold. What did you say? Hua Tingchan, if you can't recover, you have to have a child. Chu Xiao sat by the bed and discussed with him seriously. It's impossible for the two of us, so let the woman you like give birth to a child for you. Chu Xiao. Hua Tingchan was angry, and a strange emotion surged in his heart, slightly sour and astringent. Don't be angry, I'm serious. Last time I used Chinese medicine, I almost stripped you alive. Chu Xiao's ears turned red, and he dared not recall the madness of that night. I know you look down on me, so I won't force you. But we have to deal with your mother. Hua Tingchan's chest rose and fell violently twice, and he closed his eyes. I don't have a favorite woman. Chu Xiao was so worried that he became stupid. Mr. Hua, who is handsome, smart, and rich, and was drowned in milk tea by a female classmate in junior high and high school, actually has no woman he likes? So what about the slightly pleasing female? Hua Tingchan still closed his eyes. No. What about someone who can be more intimate? Chu Ci thought worriedly. There should be one. He is already 27 years old this year. Even if he has high standards, if he hasn't met someone who matches him spiritually, he should still have physical needs. No. Chu Xiu. Nothing at all? How is that possible? Unless. Chu Xiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and she covered her mouth. Hua Tingchen slowly raised his eyes and looked at her strangely. What's your expression? No, nothing. Chu Xiu put down his hand and shook his head vigorously. Hua Tingchen, there's something wrong with her. Hua Tingchen, no matter what, you have the responsibility to continue the Hui family's lineage. If it doesn't work, find a professional to come back to your life. You don't need to do anything, just donate the seeds. Chu Xiu was already thinking about where to find a suitable woman. It took Hua Tingchen a minute to digest her words, and he flew into a rage. Chu Xiu, what are you thinking about? I miss the child. Chu Xiu looked at Hua Tingchen sympathetically. As long as you have a child, you are free now, and in the future, you can do whatever you want. Subtext, do whatever you want with your boyfriend. If he wanted, she could even be his nominal wife for life and keep an eye on his love. Of course, the remuneration cannot be less. Chu Xiu, you are simply unreasonable. Hua Tingchen's handsome face turned red with anger, and the only hand he could move raised twice in the air. Chu Xiu suspected that he was going to hit her, so she quietly dodged to the side. Don't worry, I definitely don't mean to look down on you. Chu Xiu held his chin and asked, Is it Bai Jing? He looked gentle and polite, but was extremely hostile towards her, and always looked as if she had ruined his brother Chun. Chu Xiu looked at the box of kidney tonifying medicine again. She is basically in the company during the day, and Bai Jing comes during the day. In the name of a doctor, she is alone with Hua Tingchen for a long time. It turns out that this is the reason why Hua Tingchen became weak. Chu Xiu opened the kidney tonifying medicine, pressed a dropper, and fed it to Hua Tingchen. Hua Tingchen was almost mad at her and shouted in his heart, I'm not sick, I won't eat. Your quality determines the quality of your child. Be good and take the medicine. Chu Xiu coaxed him patiently and softly, her mind full of thoughts on how to persuade him to have a baby so that she could escape the danger of being drugged by her mother-in-law at any time. Hua Tingchen's lips could not open and close freely yet, so she successfully pressed one end of the dropper into his mouth. Just as he was about to press the medicine in, Hua Tingchen suddenly tilted his head. Chapter 49. A man's heart is like a needle in the sea. The dropper came out, and the liquid medicine was all over him. Both Hua Tingchen and Chu Xiu were shocked. Can he tilt his head? Hua Tingchen, turn a little further and see. Chu Xiu was surprised and delighted, staring at him intently, afraid of missing a millimeter. Hua Tingchen was also excited when he looked at the scenery outside the window. He finally stopped looking straight ahead and could see things to the sides. The osmanthus trees are as tall as the windows, with lush green leaves that dance like butterflies in the breeze. Hua Tingchen turned around quickly. Chu Xiu began to worry when he saw that he hadn't moved for a long time. He can't turn back? Oh my God. Maintaining that posture for a long time will tire your neck, and it will also make you look ugly. Like a crooked tree. Hua Tingchen. Chu Xiu anxiously put down the medicine, and her soft and boneless hand slid behind his neck, trying to help turn his head. Take your hand away. Hua Tingchen shouted coldly and turned his head around. It's okay. You can move now. Chu Xiu happily withdrew her hand, her pretty little face filled with smiles. Hua Tingchen had just looked at the green trees outside the window, and when he turned around, he saw the delicate flowers in front of him, and his mood suddenly improved. Hua Tingchen, you are amazing. It has only taken a short time, but your head and hands can move. Hua Tingchen, you have to keep working hard. Stand up quickly. Chu Xiu was very sincere. His eyes were shining. Hua Tingchen felt warm in his heart, but unfortunately he didn't speak well. Do you want a divorce early? Then live together with shouting. Ah! Chu Xiu was stunned. The light in his eyes dimmed a little. I don't care. You can leave when you are better. Humph! Hua Tingchen closed his eyes and ignored her. Chu Xiu was confused. Why are you angry again? Shouldn't you be happy that you can move? A man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Chu Xiu felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at the medicine stains on his chest and had to find clothes to change. Hua Tingchen closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but suddenly realized that she was undressing him and opened his eyes. You, don't be nervous. I'm just helping you change your clothes. Chu Xiu half bent over and unbuttoned his clothes one by one. From Hua Tingxin's perspective, he could not only see her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her small nose tip, but also the ravines on her chest. Hua Tingxin's mouth was dry, his Adam's apple slid twice, and he quickly closed his eyes again. The wonderful touch of her softness filling my palm is still lingering in my mind, and I can't hold it in one hand. Chu Xiao didn't notice his discomfort and quickly stripped him naked. As usual, it's easier to undress than to dress. She put on one sleeve first, then pulled him up with great effort, letting him lean against her and reach behind his back with her other hand to pull the clothes up with difficulty. In order not to be crushed by him, she used all her strength to support herself. Their shoulders were against each other, their chins resting on each other's necks, their breaths intertwined. Hua Tingxin, have you gained weight again? Chu Xiao complained laboriously. Hua Tingxin, he is very thin now. Before he was injured, he was very strong, with a body full of lean muscles and clear barriers. Why is it so difficult to get dressed today? Zhu Xiao Gomlai. During the movement, Hua Tingxin clearly felt her breasts rubbing against him and pressing down. Although the movement was not large, it was still stimulating. Forced to be ambiguous. His Adam's apple slid a few more times, and he swallowed. It's finally okay. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, put his arms around his shoulders, and slowly put him back on the bed. The body pulls away, the heat cools down, and the ambiguity is gone. Hua Tingxin felt a little lost. Hua Tingxin, you should move more and try to get out of bed and walk as soon as possible. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just changing his clothes made me so tired that I broke out in a thin layer of sweat. There was a blush on her cheeks, and the redness in her whiteness made people want to pinch her. Hua Tingxin glanced at it for a few times and turned his head away gently. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a shower. You can go to sleep first. By the way, that medicine... No. Hua Tingxin was annoyed again. Chu Xiao stuck out his tongue and slipped away to take a shower. Hua Tingxin lay on the bed and moved his neck left, right, left. Very good and flexible. It has only been half a month since he was discharged from the hospital, but he has recovered to this extent. I believe it won't be long before he'll be able to get out of bed and walk around. Clatter, clatter. The sound of water came from the bathroom, and a faint fragrance floated in the air. The scent of cassia bark is elegant and warm. It is the scent of her shower gel. Hua Tingxin's mind, which had just calmed down, began to waver again, and he couldn't help turning his head to look towards the bathroom. The graceful figure behind the frosted glass is so charming and alluring. A fire rose in my lower abdomen, and my whole body felt hot. Hua Tingxin quickly retracted his gaze and looked out the window. The uncontrollable heartbeat is like a deer hitting my chest. He couldn't accept it and murmured to himself, "What's wrong with me?" Even though there was no physical contact, I was still aroused by her. Is it because I haven't had a woman for too long? The phone buzzed twice, and he picked it up. Jiang Bei said, "Mr. Hua, Qin Yuan is looking for a lawyer to bail out Lu Song. Do you want to interfere?" Hua Tingxin's eyes suddenly turned cold. No need. On the other side, Chu Yanran had an attack after she got away from the Hua family in Qin Yuan's car. "Stop the car, I want to get off." "Miss Chu Air, I promise to take you home." Qin Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand, and his driving posture was very cool. The whole car was filled with the smell of her perfume. Although the scent is very high-end, but Chu Yanran doesn't like it. When she thought of the old woman who had enjoyed sex with Lu Song, she felt so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. "Qin Yuan, don't think that I will forgive you just because you come to pick me up today," Chu Yanran said with a stern face. Qin Yuan smiled. "Forgive? What do I need you to forgive me for? You and Asong. Oh, that's the fate between him and me. What does it have to do with you?" Chu Yanran was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Do you have any shame?" "My face is still there." Qin Yuan looked in the mirror deliberately. "It's still as beautiful as ever." Chu Yanran was so angry. "He is my man. Are you married?" "Engaged." "Then why do you say he is your man?" "I." Chu Yanran was so angry that she stuttered. "We both have children." Qin Yuan sneered disdainfully. "Who doesn't know how to give birth to a child? As long as I'm willing." "Shut up." Chu Yanran was completely panicked. This old woman actually wants to give birth to a child for Asong. You are old enough to be his mother. How can you be so shameless? What about you? You even climb into your own brother-in-law's bed. Chu Yanran was choked and unable to refute. "Miss Chu, I advise you to see the situation clearly. If it weren't for me today, would you be able to escape from the Hua family unscathed?" "Of course I can." Chu Xiao is just making a lot of noise, but doing nothing. She doesn't dare to touch me at all. He, Qin Yuan handed over makeup mirror. Look at yourself. Chu Yinran saw a red and swollen face, swollen on the left and right. Chu Xiao was beaten. Her arrogance was immediately dampened. Do you want Lu Song to come out? Qin Yuan asked. Of course. Chu Yinran answered without hesitation. Qin Yuan raised the corners of her lips in a charming and seductive angle. Then let's make a deal. Chapter 50 Lu Song is released on bail. Lu Song was released on bail, and Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua were extremely envious. Yinran, when can we go out? Chu Xuequan asked. Dad, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to save you. Chu Yinran sobbed. Her parents had taken care of her since she was young, and she couldn't save them. This feeling of powerlessness made her depressed. How did Ah-song get out? Lin Meihua asked. Chu Yinran hesitated and lied. Of course the Lu family will protect him. Chu Xuequan's expression turned ugly, and he cursed. Lu has no conscience, he only saved his own son. Husband, we have all been fooled by Chu Xiao. Now someone must bear the consequences. Although Lin Meihua looked haggard, she was extremely sober. Fortunately, Yinran was not present when the plan was set up, otherwise their whole family would have to come in. The most important thing right now is to save Yinran. Yinran, don't cry. Listen to your mother. Lin Meihua said, from now on, don't worry about us. Go find Lu Song and marry into the Lu family. Mom, kidnapping is a serious crime. You must protect yourself in the future. But Mom, what should I do without you? Chu Yinran was panicked. She doesn't know anything. How can she survive without a father giving her money and a mother taking care of her? Apart from the debt, the Chu family still has 10% of the shares left. From now on, let Chu Xiao make money for you to spend. Do you understand? Lin Meihua's face was stern. Chu Xuequan was shocked. Those shares are mine. Husband, transfer the shares to Yinran, said Lin Meihua. Although Chu Xuequan loves his youngest daughter, he loves money more. Money is safe only when it is in your own hands. We are destined to go to jail. What's the point of holding the shares? Doesn't Chu Xiao want the company? Get to her. With the strength of the Hua family, the Chu family will be even stronger than in your hands. If you give the shares to Yinran, she will be the second largest shareholder. She will have a share of the money made by the Hua family. Lin Meihua analyzed the current situation calmly and spoke very quickly. Chu Xuequan and Chu Yinran looked at each other, and finally Chu Xuequan decided to let go. Yinran, Dad will transfer the shares to you temporarily. When I get out of prison, you can return them to me. Okay, Dad. Chu Yinran wiped the tears from her face and asked Lin Meihua unwillingly, Mom, my shares are less than Chu Xiao's. She will bully me. No way. You can only endure it. Lin Meihua was reluctant to see her beloved daughter suffer any injustice, but there was no other way now. Yinran, remember what your mother said. Mom, please tell me. From now on, don't go against Chu Xiao anymore. Take a detour when you see her. Mom, Chu Yinran screamed in disbelief. She has harmed our entire family. Why should I give in to her? Because you can't beat her now. Lin Meihua sighed. All of us combined are no match for her. Chu Yinran bit her lower lip unwillingly, unable to utter a word for a long time. Yes, their whole family combined cannot beat Chu Xiao. Talk about the power of the back mountain. Who made her Lu Song not as capable as Hua Tingshan? What you have to do now is to marry into the Lu family. Lin Meihua looked at Chu Yinran's belly. You must become the mistress of the Lu family by virtue of your son. Do you understand? I understand. Chu Yinran nodded. The original plan was to let Chu Xiao marry Lu Song first, take away Yao An's inheritance, and then kill Chu Xiao, and then she would marry into the Lu family. But now, Qin Yuan's appearance made her feel full of crisis. She wished she could marry into the Lu family tomorrow and become Mrs. Lu. Okay, you can go back. Don't let Ah-song wait too long. Lin Meihua made all the arrangements and breathed a sigh of relief. All she wanted in her life was for her daughter to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy eternal prosperity. As for Chu Xiao, let her be proud for the time being. How long can Hua Tingshan, a living dead, protect her? When Hua Jianshu takes over the power of the family, Chu Xiao will be beaten back to his original form. Mom, I'll listen to you. I'm leaving. Well, go ahead. Watching Chu Yinran leave, Lin Meihua comforted Chu Xuequan, who was extremely depressed. Hubby, we have to live well. Only by living can we have a chance. Oh, I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and let her stay. I should have strangled her to death as soon as she was born. Chu Xuequan said hatefully. Who could have thought that Yao would suddenly wake up and make such a crappy will? Lin Meihua also sighed. No matter how much you plan, you will always fail by one move. Is this my fate? Chu Yinran walked out of the police station sobbing, while Lu Song leaned against the Ferrari with a dejected look on his face. But Qin Yuan had disappeared. Asen, Chu Yinran threw herself into Lu Song's arms aggrievedly. A song. You are the only one for me from now on. Don't cry. I will protect you. Lu Song patted her back and comforted her softly. A song. Can I go home with you? I don't dare to go back to the Chu family anymore. Ju Jiandan sopbet sopti. Lu Song did not agree immediately. His brows were tightly furrowed. His silence made Chu Yinran feel disappointed. Awesome. The doctor said I might be pregnant with a boy. Real. Lu Song was surprised and happy, and all his melancholy just now disappeared. Yeah. Chu Yinran nodded. But the fetus is not very stable. The doctor said we have to take good care of it. Lu Song thought about it for a while and finally agreed. Let's go home. Chu Yinran burst into laughter and followed Lu Song into the car. The Ferrari still smelled of Qin Yuan's perfume, and she felt a little sick. She asked, a song, is this car Aunt Qin's? Lu Song frowned. Auntie? That doesn't sound nice. When you see her in the future, call her sister, Lu Song said. It was all her help that enabled me to be released on bail this time. Oh, okay. Chu Yinran secretly hated him, but didn't dare to show it on her face. After all, she no longer has her parents to protect her. As soon as they left the police station, Hua Tingchun received the message. Boss Hua, Lu Song has been bailed out by Qin Yuan. Chu Shuequan is willing to sign the transfer of equity, and the formalities will be completed tomorrow. Hua Tingchun was sleeping. Chu Xiao saw the phone screen light up and leaned over to see the content of the message sent by Jiang Bei. Her face suddenly changed. Lu Song was released on bail. You peeked at my phone? Hua Tingchun opened his eyes and looked at Chu Xiao coldly. This woman is getting bolder and bolder. She even dares to peek at his cell phone. Did you agree? Chu Xiao stared at Hua Tingchun. Hua Tingchun did not deny it and said, Qin Yuan wants Lu Song. He is my enemy. Chu Xiao raised his voice in anger. What does it have to do with me? Hua Tingchun snorted. If you have the ability, go and stop Qin Yuan yourself. You. Chu Xiao's chest rose and fell violently, and she gritted her teeth secretly. Hua Tingchun, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Hua Tingchun ignored her and snatched the phone back with his only movable left hand. Fortunately, the screen was locked, and she only saw this message. With his bony fingers, he slid quickly and deleted all the chat records with Jiang Bei. It is not appropriate to let her know about her relationship with Xiao Ting. Hua Tingchun, I know you are powerful, but don't underestimate me. Chu Xiao said, picked up the bag and rushed out. Do you want Chu Yinran to marry Lu Song? Hua Tingchun asked. Chu Xiao paused. What do you mean? Chapter 51. Touch him. Don't stop until you figure out the plan. Now that the Chu Corporation has collapsed, Chu Shuequan will definitely give the remaining 30% of the shares to Chu Yinran. If she marries into the Lu family with shares, it means that the Lu family will participate in the management of the Chu family. Do you think you're a rival to the entire Lu family? Hua Tingchun said slowly. Chu Xiao's face was grim, and his slender white fingers unconsciously grasped the strap of the bag. In her previous life, she had been the daughter-in-law of the Lu family for 3 years and knew the characters of Lu's father and mother very well. On the surface, they're from a scholarly family, showing off their culture everywhere. In fact, they're the type who eat people without leaving any bones. They enjoyed the benefits she brought to the Lu family, but they also slandered her everywhere, saying that she was not a woman, was disabled, and could not have children. As a result, she was despised wherever she went. Later, Chu Yinran married him with her illegitimate child, but they praised her to the heavens and on earth. No snowflake was innocent during the avalanche. They were all the murderers who forced her to death. No, I don't want that. Chu Xiao's eyes flashed with intense hatred. Hua Tingchun narrowed his eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. How much she must love Lu Song to have such a strong hatred for his love being stolen. Suddenly, I didn't want to help her anymore. Hua Tingchun, what new tricks do you have? Chu Xiao turned back and asked. I'm sleepy, go to sleep. Hua Tingchun closed his eyes. Chu Xiao, playing hard to get? You little bastard. Chu Xiao blinked cunningly and had an idea. Hua Tingchun was not sleepy. He just simply didn't want to pay attention to her. As he closed his eyes and thought, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen. A soft, boneless hand rubbed and teased his abdomen. Chu Xiao. Hu Tingshun couldn't help but tense his body. His abdominal muscles were visible, and he felt better. Chu Xiao touched it twice before stopping. Tell me what you want to do. Hu Tingshun was furious. Damn it, he actually threatened him in this way. He doesn't accept it. Hu Tingshun said nothing, just held her hand with his left hand. You don't want me to touch you? Then just tell me your plan. Chu Xiao used his hands and legs to easily suppress Hu Tingshun's left hand and continued to touch him randomly. She won't give up until she figures out the plan today. Normally, you can't see your abdominal muscles when you're lying down, but how come I can feel them? Hu Tingshun, are you nervous? Hu Tingshun, my breathing became increasingly rapid, and my body became more and more tense. Damn it, she had made him so aroused with just her hands that he couldn't control himself. If she did something out of the ordinary again, wouldn't Hu Tingshun's handsome face turned red visibly, and his anger was about to overflow from his pores. Chu Xiao was a little scared, so she shrank her hands, but continued to act mischievously. Can't control your body instincts again? Then just tell me. Hu Tingshun had had enough. His breathing was so rapid that his chest was heaving violently. But he will never give up. You still haven't said it? Then I won't be polite. Chu Xiao half knelt beside the bed, her legs tightly clamped around his left hand, preventing him from resisting. She supported herself on the bed with one hand and lifted up his clothes with the other. Seeing the solid 8-pack abs in front of him, Chu Xiao couldn't help but swallow. Oh, she has to restrain herself. Not only did she fail to seduce him, but she also ended up making herself distracted. Hu Tingshun, if you don't say anything, I'm going to touch you down. Chu Xiao said happily, and his little hand slid down little by little. It's like a feather tickling your nose, making you feel itchy and unbearable. Also, her legs are closed so tightly. Hu Tingshun was going crazy. He suddenly pulled his hand out, hugged her waist, and pressed her against him. Before Chu Xiao could react, he fell on Hu Tingshun. What was even more embarrassing was that her little mouth was accurately pressed against his pectoral muscles. This. Hu Tingshun took a breath. He just wanted to scare her out of instinct. Who knew this would be the result? I want her more. I wish it could happen right now. Right now. Hu Tingshun, are you crazy? Chu Xiao was frightened and retreated to the bed in a hurry, his little face flushed red. Hu Tingshun took a few deep breaths, barely suppressed his desire, and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at her blushing face and eyes as tender as spring water, I finally felt balanced. He laughed in his heart. Aren't you trying to take advantage of me? I've done as you wished. Who wants to take advantage of you? Chu Xiao's face turned even redder, and she stared at him in shame and annoyance. Just what? Hu Tingshun is aggressive. Chu Xiao stamped his feet. You know it. I just want to force you to tell me your plan to deal with Lu Song. I don't know. Hu Tingshun snorted coldly. I only know that there's a woman who can't bear the loneliness and touches me randomly. I am really very charming. He is actually narcissistic. Chu Xiao was so angry that he mocked back. Yes. A charm that cannot be moved. It looks good, but is useless. Hu Tingshun. What? You're not convinced? Then get up. Chu Xiao challenged without any scruples. Anyway, his body hasn't fully recovered yet, so there's nothing to worry about. Hu Tingshun stared at her straight, and a malicious smile suddenly appeared, his eyes filled with anger and lust. Yes, I can't move. Then you move. Chu Xiao was stunned for 3 seconds before he understood what he meant. She just felt her head buzzing, and all the blood in her body rushed to her face. Hu Tingshun, you are shameless. A woman with some dignity won't touch a man randomly. Shut up. Chu Xiao couldn't argue with him, so he simply pulled up the quilt, covered him tightly, then slammed the door and left angrily. Bang! The door shook loudly. Hu Tingshun pulled down the quilt and was in a very good mood. Next time she teases him, he will tease her back. Let's see who can beat who. His eyes swept over the 2 brand new pregnancy test sticks on the bedside table, and his eyes darkened again. Chu Xiao had too much influence on her. Before, his body couldn't move, there was nothing he could do. Now his hands and head can move. If she takes drugs and has sex again, he might not be able to hold back. We need to find a way. The next morning, Qin Rufang came to the door and waited, urging from time to time. Xiaoyu, is the test result? Chu Xiao woke up from the sofa in shock, looking at the 2 pregnancy test sticks and feeling overwhelmed. She looked at Hu Tingshun, who had woken up and was reading the current affairs news on his phone. What should I do? Test. It will be exposed as soon as it is tested. Chu Xiao was extremely sad. I haven't slept yet. What can I test? But if the result cannot be detected today, her future life. Chu Si trembled with worry. She doesn't want to have sex again after taking the drugs. Hu Tingshun, why don't you tell your mother that you don't want children for the time being? Chu Si said worriedly. Will my mother give up? Won't. Yes. Then, I'll tell your mother that you can't have children. Hu Tingshun almost passed out. If you can't have a baby, it's you who can't. That won't do. If the rumor gets out that I, a virgin, can't have children, I won't be able to get married in the future. Chu Seo objected sharply. She had been hurt too much in her previous life by not being able to have children. In this life, she will never take the blame again. Hu Tingshun frowned and looked at her. She's still a virgin. That's it, you can't give birth. Chu Seo made the final decision. Anyway, Hu Tingshun can't speak, so whether it is red or white is up to her, the mouth substitute. Hu Tingshun's eyes twitched, and he called her. I'm ready. You take it. What? Pregnancy test stick on the coffee table. Chu Seo looked carefully and found that there were indeed 2 used pregnancy test sticks. 2 red lines, one deep and one light. Isn't this the standard for early pregnancy? Chu Seo was shocked and felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. Where did you get it from? Chapter 52, Reclaiming the Chu Family. You don't have to know. Hu Tingshun continued to look through the news on his phone, not even glancing at Chu Seo out of the corner of his eye. The sour feeling in Chu Seo's heart became more intense. He has a secret lover, and she's pregnant? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could the pregnancy test stick arrive so promptly? So you've been prepared for this. No wonder you're not worried at all. Chu Seo pretended to be indifferent and laughed as usual. Hu Tingshun remained silent. Is it the elder sister or the younger sister? Chu Seo asked again. What? Hu Tingshun looked at her strangely. Can you see this on the pregnancy stick? Well, what I mean is, Xiaoyu, are you done with the test? Let Mom see it. Qin Rufang couldn't wait any longer and pushed the door open while shouting. Chu Seo had no choice but to use the pregnancy test stick in her hand to get through. 2. She's pregnant. Aha! Qin Rufang was so excited that she shed tears. May God have mercy on us. Our whole family has an heir. Chu Seo felt very uncomfortable. My mother-in-law is very good, and Hu Tingshun is not bad either. Living here makes me feel safer than living in my own home. But now all these good things are gone from her. It's a bit sad. Chu Seo lowered his eyelids to hide his mood. Xiaoyu, thank you. You are really our lucky star. Qin Rufang hugged Chu Seo tightly, crying and laughing. Chu Seo glanced at Hu Tingshun awkwardly. He still said nothing and watched like an outsider. Chu Seo had no choice but to hold back her reluctance and prepare to tell the truth. Mom, actually the one who is pregnant is not. Chu Seo, shut up. Hu Tingshun's angry voice sounded, and Chu Seo was stunned. She looked at him in confusion and blinked. Your woman is pregnant. Do you still want to let her wander around? You are Mrs. Hua, and you're the one who is pregnant. Hu Tingshun glared at Chu Seo. Stupid woman. He has prepared everything for her, but she can't handle it. Chu Seo was even more shocked. He actually asked her to take the blame and pretend to be pregnant? Xiaoyu, what did you want to say just now? Qin Rufang let go of Chu Seo, stared at her face nervously, and asked. Chu Seo looked at her, then at Hu Tingshun, and said with gritted teeth, Mom, is it a good thing to be pregnant now? Why not? This is a great thing. Qin Rufang breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, Mom knows that the company is busy, and Tingshun's current situation depends entirely on you. But having a baby cannot be delayed. Oh, Chu Si lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look directly at Qin Rufang. Hu Tingshun has been lying in a vegetative state for 3 months, and no strangers have been allowed to touch him during this period, especially women. And after she came to him, no other woman appeared. Presumably, the sister, who was already pregnant, was someone he had known before the accident. Maybe it's a one-night stand, or maybe it's a long-lasting underground relationship. Maybe he was looking for a tool to have a child in order to hide his sexual orientation. In short, it is a good thing for the Hua family to have an heir. But why did she feel so bitter and painful in her heart? Qin Rufang told her many things to pay attention to during pregnancy, but she didn't listen to a word she said. She didn't even notice when Qin Rufang left. Chu Seo, what are you daydreaming about? Hu Tingshun looked at her inquiringly. No, nothing. Chu Si's face was pale, and he forced a smile. I'm going to the company. After saying that, she picked up her bag and left the bedroom as if escaping. Hu Tingshun was puzzled. He helped her solve the dilemma. Why was she still unhappy? He caught a glimpse of the discarded pregnancy test stick from the corner of his eye and thought, did he think he had a pregnant lover outside? Was he jealous? Hu Tingchun raised the corners of his lips in a good mood. A few days later, Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua were sentenced to 5 years in prison, and Chu's share certificate was sent to Hu's president's office. Chu Xiao happily picked up the share certificate. With the 30% of shares in her hands, her share now reaches 80%. Chu Corporation is hers. Although this was a company founded by Chu Xuequan, the startup capital all came from Yao and things. Without Yaoan, how could there be the Chu family today? She couldn't let Chu Xuequan and Lin Meihua live happily on their mother's corpse anymore. Mom, I took your things back. Chu Xiao murmured and opened the share certificate. When she saw the signature on it, she was stunned. Hu Tingchun, the new boss of Chu Corporation, is Hu Tingchun. This, madam, Mr. Hu said that you are not yet a master and cannot run the company alone. Zhang Bei explained. Is that what he meant? Chu Xiao threw the share certificate on the desk, very angry. Zhang Bei just smiled and said nothing. He's really awesome. Chu Xiao was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was Hu Tingchun who paid the money, so he could give Chu's to whoever he wanted. Not giving it to her is understandable. Young madam, Chu Yanran wants to see you as the second largest shareholder. Zhang Bei said, why do you want to see me? Hu Tingchun is the major shareholder. Let her go see Hu Tingchun. Chu Xiao's not going li. Looking at the desk full of business, I just wanted to go on strike. Jiang Bei smiled and said, Madam, isn't what belongs to Mr. Hui yours? No. Chu Xiao took a deep breath. Hu Tingchun was reminding her that she was just a puppet, and she could be sidelined at any time as long as he disagreed. Good, very good. Chu Xiao took 2 deep breaths again. Let Chu Yanran come in. Sister, please help me. Chu Yanran looked haggard, contrary to her usual arrogance. No, you're my sister. Chu Xiao sat behind the desk, looking at him coldly. Chu Yanran choked, covered her belly and sat down, crying, I was bullied. What does it have to do with me? The fighting spirit in Chu Xi's heart relaxed. I'm not here to quarrel. Who bullied you? Qin Yuan is shameless. She pestered Ah Song and even made out with him in front of me. They are so excessive. Chu Yanran's heart was bleeding every time she recalled that scene. Can you help me deal with Qin Yuan? Ah. Chu Xiao laughed. When you were close to Lu Song, did you ever think about my situation? Chu Yanran was stunned, feeling too guilty to cry anymore. It was retribution in this life. The harm she had once inflicted on Chu Xiao was now being doubled by Qin Yuan. Chu Yanran, how dare you come to me and cry? You are the only relative who can help me. Even if bones are broken, tendons are still connected. If you don't help me, who will? Chu Yanran pursed her lips and was about to cry again. It seemed as if it would be against the will of heaven if Chu Xiao didn't help her. Even Chu Xiao, who is elegant and dignified, couldn't help rolling her eyes. Chu Yanran, please understand the situation. There is no family relationship between you and me. We are enemies. If you don't help me, I'll tear this apart. Chu Yanran took out a diamond bracelet from her bag and threatened. That was the token of love that Lu Song gave to Chu Xiao, and it was once treasured. For the sake of the bracelet, Chu Xiao will definitely help her. As long as Qin Yuan is dealt with, Lu Song will still be hers alone. Chu Xiao sneered disdainfully. It's just a bracelet. Tear it off. Chapter 53, Chu Xiao is pregnant. You don't want it anymore? Chu Yanran couldn't believe it. This is Chu Xiao's most precious thing. It represents the love between Lu Song and her. I was blind before and mistook fish eyes for pearls. Chu Xiao sneered. I don't want anything in the house anymore. You should throw it away or burn it, and don't use it to bother me anymore. Chu Yanran stared at Chu Xiao, as if trying to find a flaw on her face. Is he really so ruthless that he has no attachment at all? Are you still not leaving? Do you want me to call security? Etc. Chu Yanran changed her attitude to a humble one and whispered, I went to see my parents a few days ago. They regretted it very much and have already signed the equity agreement. From now on, you'll be the major shareholder of Chu Corporation, and I will never get in your way. Please rest assured, you just need to pay me dividends on time. Wrong. The major shareholder of Chu Corporation is Hu Tingchun, not me. Chu Xiao picked up a document and showed it. After seeing the signature clearly, Chu Yanran was stunned. It's not you. I said before that I am just a puppet executive of the Hu family. The Hu family's money and power are not in my hands. No matter what, you are Mrs. Hu, which is very glorious. Chu Yanran said this, but she felt much more comfortable in her heart. It turns out that she is really a puppet. Haha, who knows, she might be kicked out of her family one day. It is foolish and pathetic to try to climb a high branch when it is difficult to climb. It would be better for her to be like her, hold Lu Song firmly, and be the mistress of the Lu family. Get out! Chu Xiao sent the guest away coldly, not wanting to look at Chu Yanran for even a minute longer. I'm leaving now. Chu Yanran put the diamond bracelet next to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took the bracelet and threw it directly into the trash can and handed it to the cleaning staff to throw away immediately. Chu Yanran finally believed that Chu Xiao really had no feelings for Lu Song anymore. From now on, I will do as my mother said. Stay away from worries and wait for the right opportunity. Xiao Yu. Just then, Qin Rufang came. Mom, why are you here? Chu Xiao stood up, and a gentle smile appeared on his face, which had been cold just now. Xiao Yu, are you hungry? Come and eat. Qin Rufang put the thermos bucket on the coffee table. There were 3 dishes and a soup, each of which was very exquisite. Mom, there's a cafeteria in the company, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. How can the cafeteria be as good as home? This is cordyceps chicken soup. Try it. Thank you, Mom. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along like mother and daughter, without any grudges between them. Chu Yanran was stunned. Qin Rufang is a real noblewoman, arrogant and unkind. How could she get along so well with Chu Xiao now? Xiao Yu, what's that smell in your office? Qin Rufang suddenly sniffed in disgust. Chu Xiao was confused. Mom, what do you smell? Stink. Chu Xiao was surprised. The office smells quite nice, not smelly at all. Just as she was about to ask someone to come in and check, Qin Rufang slowly turned to Chu Yanran and said, Oh, I was wondering why the office smelled so bad. It turns out there's a shameless person staying here. Chu Yanran was stunned. Then her face flushed. Aunt Qin. Don't try to make connections. I don't want to have anything to do with bedbugs. Qin Rufang had a cold face, looking so noble that she was unapproachable. Chu Yanran felt embarrassed and wronged. Who is the bedbug? She is the second daughter of the Chu family and the sister-in-law of the Hua family. The precious and beautiful girl who was pampered by her parents. Chu Xiao didn't expect that the bedbug Qin Rufang was talking about was an insult to Chu Yanran. He curled his eyebrows in amusement and felt warm in his heart. It feels so good to be protected by others. This mother-in-law made her reluctant to leave. Sister, don't you want to do something about it? Chu Yanran looked very aggrieved. I told you, don't call me sister anymore. Chu Xiao warned with a look. Chu Yanran shuddered, stomped her feet, and ran away. Qin Rufang, in contrast to her previous cold attitude, smiled lovingly. The air is better now, Xiao Yu. Drink the chicken soup quickly. Thank you, Mom. Chu Xiao finished drinking the chicken soup, and then ate all the food Qin Rufang brought. Qin Rufang smiled happily. Look, her appetite has increased. It's different when she's pregnant. Xiao Yu, you are now in a double body, so you must take care of your rest. If you can postpone the company's affairs, let Jiang Bei and others do it. Yes, I will. Then you can come back from get off work early, and Mom will make you some bird's nest in the evening. Good. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and agreed, saying, Mom, I haven't sat down yet. Please don't spread the word. Don't worry, Mom knows her limits. The eldest wife hates us the most, so we have to keep this a secret until you're pregnant. It's best to wait until Tingqian gets better before making it public. Yes, let's cover it. Uh-huh. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law reached an agreement, and Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew that Chu Yanran had come back and heard the conversation clearly outside the door. Chu Xiao is actually pregnant? Oh my god, what Tingqian is like that. Can they still have children? Chu Xiao is really trying too hard to maintain her identity as Mrs. Hua. On the way home, Chu Yanran felt very uncomfortable. Although she promised to listen to her mother and not cause trouble for Chu Xiao anymore. But she had hope in her heart. Wait until the Hua family no longer needed puppets. Wait until Chu Xiao was kicked out. At that time, she will trample on Chu Xiao as Mrs. Liu. But now, Chu Xiao is pregnant. 10 months later, the mother became more honored because of her son, and Chu Xiao's high branch was so stable. Yanran. Lu Song's voice woke Chu Yanran from her emotions. Have you seen her? What did she say? Lu Song asked anxiously. Chu Yanran looked at him with complicated eyes and played the recording of her communication with Chu Xiao. A song. She really doesn't want you anymore. How could it be? Lu Song's face turned pale and his hands clenched into fists. How could she do this? Throwing away the most precious engagement token as trash. A song, let's give up. Find another way out, and one day we'll be able to make a comeback. Chu Yanran held Lu Song's hand. Let's not rely on her anymore. Lu pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. No, he won't give in. Chutio is his. The antique worth 200 million is also his. And the land in the eastern suburbs should also be his. Asong, she is pregnant with Huatingshan's child. Zhujiandan Sai. Lu Song's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Rufang said it herself. Chu Yinran sighed again. In fact, we should have thought of it earlier. This is the only way for Chu Xiao to consolidate his position. Lu Song was silent. His hands were clenched tightly, and veins on the back of his hands were throbbing. He finally realized that Chu Xiao would never come back to him. No, you can't. Chu Xiao is his. She will always be his. Even if he doesn't want her anymore, she can only be a worn-out shoe thrown away by Lu Song. Asingwi, get lost. Chu Yinran wanted to persuade him again, but was pushed away by Lu Song. She screamed, ah, and fell to the ground, looking at Lu Song in disbelief. A song? You push me? Chapter 54. Chu Xiao must not be allowed to give birth to a child. Ah. Lu Song looked at his hand and was also frightened. He hurried to help Chu Yinran. Yinran, I didn't mean it. Chu Yinran cried, feeling very aggrieved. Lu Song was doing it on purpose. He was so impulsive because Chu Xiao was pregnant, and he still cared about Chu Xiao. But she can't say it yet. Some things cannot stand up to scrutiny, just like Lu Song and Qin Yuan's fleeting romances. Once you get to the bottom of it, it will become like a bayonet stabbing her. She is so scared, afraid that Lu Song would suddenly say that he didn't love her anymore and didn't want her anymore. Asong, you almost hurt our child. Chu Yinran complained while sobbing, not daring to say anything else. Okay, stop crying, let's go home. Lu Song carefully carried Chu Yinran into the car, but a bold idea popped up in his mind. Chu Yinran was already 3 months pregnant, but she couldn't stand his pushing and shoving. Chu Xiao is not in a stable position right now. If she falls... Chu Yinran finally showed honesty for once and did not show up again. The scumbag Lu Song also disappeared. Life is much happier without that annoying family. Chu Xiao goes between home and company every day. She works diligently at the company and serves Huatingshan wholeheartedly at home. All the things in my past life finally faded away, like waking up from a nightmare and nothing happened. Everything was still in time, and everything was developing smoothly under her control. I sleep on the sofa every night, and my lower back hurts a lot. Chu Xiao decided to save himself. Buy another bed. Anyway, she is pregnant now, so it is reasonable for her not to sleep in the same bed with Huatingshan. After work that day, she went to the furniture market to buy a bed. You're blocking my way. A familiar voice shouted behind him, and then gravity pushed Chu Xiao, who was caught off guard, to the ground. Ah! Chu Xiao was in so much pain that he saw stars and sat on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. How dare you block my way? Ouch! How could it be you, my nephew's wife? Hua Jianshu screamed and reached out to help Chu Xiao. Seeing him, Chu Xiao immediately became alert and asked, Uncle, why are you here? I just returned to China and was planning to change the coffee table at home. Hua Jianshu said nicely, but his sinister eyes wandered to Chu Xiao's belly. Nephew's wife, why are you here too? I'm here to buy a bed. Chu Xiao held on to the furniture beside him and managed to stand up. Hua Jianshu's eyes flickered. Qin Rufang agreed to let them sleep in separate rooms. Isn't that evidence of pregnancy? Fortunately, Lu Song informed him of the news, allowing him to return home early. He would never let Chu Xiao give birth to Huatingshan's child. No, no woman can give birth to Huatingshan's child. Nephew's wife, are you okay? Hua Jianshu asked. Chu Xiao originally wanted to say it was okay, but she noticed that his eyes were always moving towards her abdomen. She immediately understood a little bit and rubbed her belly and said, the fall was pretty hard, and my stomach feels uncomfortable. Then I'll take you to the hospital? Hua Jianshu wanted to pull Chu Xiao without saying anything. Chu Xiao was horrified and waved his hand away. No need. Rongyu will take me there. Rongyu is here too? Hua Jianshu was frightened and retracted his hand. Yeah. Chu Xiao took out his cell phone and made a call. Sister Rong, why haven't you come back from the bathroom yet? I'm going home. Yeah, I'm at the bed sales area in Area D on the 3rd floor. She spoke so seriously that Hua Jianshu believed her and said quickly, since Rongyu is following you, I'll leave first. After saying that, Hua Jianshu left quickly. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his face while sitting on the bed in the exhibition area. Half of it was painful, and half of it was scary. It was a close call. If she hadn't scared Hua Jianshu and was taken to the hospital by him, her fake pregnancy would have been exposed. Maybe Hua Jianshu would follow Lu Song's example and remove her uterus once and for all in the name of misdiagnosis. Thinking of the misdiagnosis, a strong sense of fear came over her, making her feel confused. After a new life, she escaped the schemes of the Chu and Lu families. But is her fate really in her own hands? Chu Xiao once thought so. Now, she has no confidence. The evils of society still exist everywhere. She must be more careful in the future. Young madam. Ronyu hurried over with a serious expression. Seeing Chu Xiao sitting there alone, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, Madam, are you okay? Fortunately, I was just pushed down by Hua Jianshu. When Chu Xiao saw Ronyu, his eyes reddened as if he saw a relative. Ronyu was a few years older than her and whispered, Hua Jianshu returned home early. I'm afraid that your pregnancy has been leaked and he won't give up easily. Take me with you when you go out next time. But is that convenient? Chu Xiao felt embarrassed. Ronyu was very responsible in protecting her at the company. After get off work, was she still going to waste her private time? It's convenient. Ronyu carefully supported her. Madam, I'll take you to the hospital. No, I'm fine. Chu Xiai lowered his head guiltily. Ronyu was so good to her, but she had to hide the secret from Ronyu as well. She felt so ashamed. Then I'll take you home. Thanks. This time is the rush hour after get off work, and the bustling city is crowded with cars and people coming and going in a hurry. Chu Xiao leaned against the car window and watched, slowly calming down. What's the point of being afraid? The more you retreat, the more passive you become. We have to find a way to solve the problem. Hua Jianshu is protected by old Madame Hua. She can't shake him, but Hua Tingshan can. When he got home, Chu Xiao told Hua Tingshan what happened today. He's back. Hua Tingshan's eyes were grim. According to the plan, Hua Jianshu would not be able to return to China until the end of April at the earliest. And now it was only early April. Hua Tingshan, you better think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, my fake pregnancy will be exposed sooner or later, and your mother will be very angry if she finds out. Are you okay? Hua Tingshan leaned against the head of the bed and looked at Chu Xiao. She looked very bad. Her face was very pale. Fortunately, she's not really pregnant. Otherwise, she would have definitely fallen and died. Chu Xiao sighed and finally understood why Hua Tingshan hid the pregnant sister in the dark. No matter who is pregnant with Hua Tingshan's child, they can't escape Hua Jianshu's clutches. I'll let Bai Jing come and take a look at it for you. Hua Tingshan said as he sent a message on his cell phone. Chu Xiao waved his hand. What's the point of seeing a doctor? You have to find a way to deal with your uncle. It's almost time. He won't be at large for long. When he finished speaking, Hua Tingshan's message was also sent. His left hand was becoming more and more flexible, and his brain was also working better, but the rest of his body was still unable to move. When will I be fully healed? He felt very uncomfortable seeing her being bullied because of him. Chu Xiao felt melancholy in her heart. The Hua family was a mess. As long as she was still Mrs. Hua, she would not be able to escape from danger. The best way is to divorce Hua Tingshan. But now that she's gone, how can he support the Hua family in his current state? Are you scared? Hua Tingshan raised his eyes, his gaze soft and with a hint of pity. Chu Xiao nodded, feeling a little aggrieved. How can I not be afraid? I'm so scared that I want to divorce you. Chapter 55, want to destroy the bridge. After crossing it? Divorce? Hua Tingshan was shocked. He seemed to have never thought about divorce, but he felt very uncomfortable when she suddenly brought it up formally. Having been forced to get married, would he be forced to divorce? No, he won't allow it. Chu Xiao, are you scared of this? Weren't you quite bold when you climbed into my bed? Hua Tingshan's cold voice came. Chu Xiao blushed and stammered. I was desperate at the time. You could just climb into bed with me? Hug a strange man at will. Chu Xiai was so worried that he had no words to say. There was a reason for this. At that time, I dare not even hug him, let alone sleep with him. But she didn't dare say it. Mr. Hua is in a bad mood right now, so don't mess with him. Chu Xiao, this marriage is something you can get married and divorce whenever you want, right? Hua Tingshan's tone became worse, and his eyes became stern. Chu Xiao was shocked and stammered. Not really. What is that? Your family situation is too complicated and dangerous. Destroy the bridge after crossing it. Hua Tingshan tapped the table with his bony left hand. Knock, knock. Each hit the perfect rhythm of Chu Xiao's heartbeat, making her feel flustered. It's not like I'm destroying my bridges, right? I've helped you a lot. Chu Xiao defended himself in a low voice. The title of Mrs. Xiaohua helped her get rid of the entanglement between the Chu family and Lu Song, and she also helped him to temporarily keep the family business. All in all, he has the better deal. She went out early and came back late every day to work for him. What about him? He just moves his mouth. No, he doesn't even need to move his mouth, and his wish comes true. Oh, you've gotten rid of Lu Song and want to fly high. Hua Ting-chan seriously suspected that she wanted to find Xiao Ting. The title of Mrs. Xiaohua is so tempting that many women are flocking to it. Even if he was lying there unable to speak or move, as soon as he relaxed, a bunch of women would still throw themselves at him. Chu Xiao wants to divorce him. Only for love will one give up the glory and benefits. The Chu family is yours now too. Chu Xiao said seriously, I will not take anything that belongs to you away. Hua Tingxin laughed. Look, if it's for love, you can give up everything. He just wouldn't fulfill her wish. Chu Xiao, give up on this idea. I won't divorce you until I recover. Chu Xiao was filled with worry and anger, and suddenly thought of the way he was communicating with the outside world now, which was mainly through her mouth. She thought for a moment and said, even if we get divorced, I can continue to work for you and be your mouthpiece. But you have to pay me. Don't think about it. Just go to bed. Hua Tingchun closed his eyes and waited for Chu Xiao to help him lay the bed flat. After waiting for a long time without any movement, he opened his eyes, only to see that Chu Xiao had left. Hua Tingchun, hateful woman, bullying him and making his life unbearable. Tomorrow he will ask someone to replace the bed with an automatic lift bed, and he will do it himself with a remote control. Yes, right here. Go slowly, don't bump into anything. There was a noise, as well as the voices and footsteps of strangers. Hua Tingxin's face changed slightly. He closed his eyes and stopped moving. Okay, move this sofa away and put the bed here. Zhu Xiao Gongman. Hua Tingxin listened with his ears perked up in confusion. What's she doing with all this noise? After a long time, the room returned to silence. Hua Tingxin asked, is everyone gone? No response. He opened his eyes and was speechless. Chu Xiao was gone too, but the place where the sofa was originally placed became a single bed. She bought a bed? She was quite thoughtful. Sleeping on the bed was more comfortable than sleeping on the sofa. Wait, was she never going to sleep in his bed again? Hua Tingxin's face darkened. Just then, Chu Xiao came back humming a little tune, looking very happy. Seeing Hua Tingxin staring at her, she shrugged, pretending not to see it, and walked towards her new bed. Oh, it feels so good. Chu Xiao deliberately exclaimed loudly and flipped the pages happily. Hua Tingxin snorted coldly. I'm not afraid of falling. Don't be afraid. If you fall, you can climb back up. Hua Tingxin gritted his teeth and picked up his phone, ready to order a new bed. Order a fully automatic one. I can raise and lower the height by myself in the future without asking her for help. Are you angry? Chu Xiao lay on the bed, looking at Hua Tingxin lazily and comfortably. She has changed into home clothes, and the flesh-pink silk fabric makes her look more gentle and lovely. But where's she gentle? Where's she lovely? She is the kind of person who would destroy the bridge after crossing it. There was an unknown fire rising in Hua Tingxin's heart, especially when he thought about her and shouting living together. He felt even more suffocated and uncomfortable. He wanted to curse at people, to beat people up, but none of those things were something he could do right now. Did your self-esteem get hurt because I asked for a divorce? Chu Xiao asked carefully. Since they couldn't get a divorce, they had to live in peace. She was willing to bow her head first. You think you can hurt me? Hua Tingxin sneered. Chu Xiao nodded. Then I feel relieved. Hua Tingxin tightened his handsome face and warned in a deep voice. Chu Xiao, if you dare to cheat on me during marriage, I will make you and that man wish you could neither live nor die. Then you can rest assured, I'm not interested in men. Chu Xiao said. Hua Tingxin doesn't believe it. If it wasn't for the man, would she give up her identity as Mrs. Hua and the benefits that were within her reach? How can a man be as successful as a career? I want to be the heroine. Chu Xiao's eyes were full of confidence. As long as the land in the eastern suburbs appreciates in value, she can sell it and get 4.5 billion. She will start her own company, make money with money, and become a wealthy woman. Chu Xiao began to draw a blueprint for the future in his mind. The light of setting sun shone through the window on her face, and her beautiful face was full of longing for the future. In Hua Tingxin's opinion, this was a manifestation of her greed for love. His mood got worse. Unprecedented irritability filled his body, but he couldn't vent it. Until someone knocked on the door. Brother Chun, I'm here. It's Bai Jing. Chu Xiao quickly got out of bed and prepared to open the door. You're meeting people like this? Hua Tingchan sneered. You're not wearing any underwear, are you? It's all bulging. Chu Xiao's ears buzzed, and he turned his head and glared at him. Don't look around. It's so obvious that anyone with eyes can see it. Hua Tingchan sneered. Chu Xiao looked down at herself, blushing as she ran into the cloakroom. Bai Jing, wait a moment. Okay. Bai Jing stood outside the door with an indescribable expression. It's not even dark yet, so it's inconvenient for these two to meet guests. I still have to take Brother Chen's kidney tonifying medicine. Soon, Chu Xiao came out in decent clothes to open the door and asked politely, Why are you here so late? Sister-in-law, it's not too late now. Bai Jing looked at Hua Tingqian on the bed. His hair was disheveled and his breathing was erratic. Bai Jing shook his head and sighed, then handed the diagnosis of threatened miscarriage to Chu Xiao. Threatened miscarriage. Chu Xiao's face changed drastically. Hua Tingqian's child was in danger. Chapter 56. Say goodbye to husband. This is not a good thing. Chu Xiao held the test report and asked Hua Tingqian, Is it serious? Hua Tingqian was confused. What? I think what is written above is quite serious. Is it possible that the child cannot be saved? Chu Xiao asked worriedly. Bai Jing didn't know what the two were talking about, so he said, Don't worry, sister-in-law. This is just a literal meaning. Any movement of the fetus is a sign of miscarriage. Oh, I was so scared. Chu Xiao patted his chest, still feeling frightened. Hua Tingqian has been unable to recover, and the eldest wife is watching with eager eyes. It's not easy to have a child to look forward to, and if something happens, it will not be good for anyone. She sincerely hoped that the sister's belly was healthy and that she could give birth to the baby smoothly. Sister-in-law, this is a fake certificate. It's for you, Bai Jing said with a smile. Me? Only then did Chu Xiao see the patient's name. It was indeed herself. She breathed a sigh of relief and came up with an idea. I'll put this list on my desk tomorrow and let Hua Jianchu take a good look at it. No, I'm going to take the list to the old house to file a complaint. Bai Jing said according to Hua Tingqian's prior instructions. Chu Xiao was stunned. Why? In this way, the eldest house will not dare to touch you again. Hua Tingqian snorted. Stupid, you can't even understand this little bit of reason. Chu Xiao suddenly realized, I understand. With this list, even if I don't get pregnant in a few months, I can let the first wife take the blame. That's right. Bai Jing nodded. Now that I'm here, I'll help Hua Tingqian check his body. He's recovering well, but his liver qi is stagnant. Bai Jing pinched Hua Tingqian's pulse and frowned. The syndrome of liver qi stagnation and female head hemiplegia. How could Hua Tingqian, a grown man, be depressed? Are you worried about Chu Xiao? Bai Jing looked at Chu Xiao, then at Hua Tingqian, imagining a lot of dramas in his mind. Do I need to take medicine? Chu Xiao asked worriedly. Hua Tingqian seriously suspected that he was angry because she asked for divorce, but she did not admit it. No need, sister-in-law. You should spend more time talking to Brother Chun and basking in the sun. Once your mood improves, your depression will disappear. Okay. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be difficult to coax him, right? Sister-in-law, you stay with Brother Chun. Aunt Qin and I will go to the old house now. Okay. After Chu Xiao sent Bai Jing out, she started to coax her husband. Hua Tingqian, if you don't want a divorce, then let's not divorce for now. It's not too late when you recover. You are now in the critical period of physical recovery. Getting angry will hinder your recovery. Hua Tingqian watched her performance coldly. She just wanted him to recover quickly so that she could get a divorce. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Hua Tingqian ignored her. He relies on nutritional injections almost every day to maintain his body, and he doesn't need to eat or drink normally. All in all, I haven't eaten or drunk anything for more than 3 months. I miss my mom's cooking. The sun is gone now. Let me take you to see the sunset. Chu Xiao said again. Hua Tingqian still didn't say anything. His face was expressionless and extremely cold. Let me give you a massage. I'll give you a full body spa today. Chu Xiao rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Not to be refused. To create the atmosphere, she played soft music and lit a scented candle. The breeze jasmine is fresh, elegant, and soothing. The beauty's soft and boneless hands kneaded her body, and the depression in Hua Tingqian's heart gradually dissipated. The evening light outside the window gradually dimmed, and the twilight gradually enveloped us until it became pitch black. The room was lit entirely by the flames of scented candles. The dim candlelight flickered from time to time, and the light and shadows in the room flickered with the flickering of the candlelight. The shadows are hazy and very romantic. Hua Tingxian's heart softened, and his eyes became unconsciously gentle as he looked at Chu Xiao. Her face was so small and delicate, probably not even as big as his palm. Her eyelashes are long and curled, and when she blinks, they look like butterfly wings fluttering. When massaging seriously, all the sharpness fades away, leaving only the gentle beauty of concentration. Hua Tingxian's thoughts were flying, and his heartstrings were trembling uncontrollably. Hua Tingxian, I'm afraid to go to the hospital. If it weren't for Rongyu today, your uncle would have taken me to the hospital. With his cruelty, he would have cut off my uterus even if I wasn't pregnant. Chu Xiao spoke softly. The incident has passed, but I still feel scared when I think about it. But since you have decided to continue being married to him, you should make things clear so that there will be peace. Hua Tingxian retracted his thoughts and half closed his eyes. Let Rongyu protect you closely in the future. Chu Xiao thought so too. But how did her uncle know that she was pregnant? Her pregnancy was kept a secret, and only Qin Rufang mentioned it when she went to the office to deliver food. That day, Chu Yanran came to see her. It's her again. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and unconsciously exerted force with his hands. Hua Tingxian felt pain and asked, Chu Xiao, do you want to murder your husband? Huh? I'm sorry. Chu Xiao quickly let go and looked at the nail marks on Hua Tingxian's arm guiltily. Just an apology is enough. Hua Tingxian looked at her coldly. She had been pressing it nicely, but suddenly she became violent. What was she thinking? Then what are you going to do? Bandage it up. Chu Xiao's eyes twitched, and he stood up to look for some alcohol and a Band-Aid. So pretentious. There was no skin breakage and no bleeding. So could she still send him to the emergency room? Hua Tingxian squinted his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then said, Please help me visit an old friend. Okay. Chu Xiao agreed without any hesitation. Give me your name and phone number. I'll go to the company for a meeting tomorrow and then take Jiangbei with me. No, you have to go alone. This matter must be kept secret. Chu Xiao seemed to hear the sound of an alarm and immediately perked up, and the Band-Aid in his hand fell to the ground. It's easy to tell that he wants her to help look after the child's mother. Although he had been mentally prepared when he saw the pregnancy test stick, Chu Xiao's heart was still stabbed hard by something. It hurts a little. Why? Don't want to. Seeing that she didn't speak, Hua Tingxian's expression changed, and he began to look dissatisfied. No, I'm willing to do so. Chu Xiao nodded quickly. It was just a visit to her sisters, no big deal. She wouldn't stay in the position of Mrs. Hua for too long anyway. Wait until Hua Tingxian recovers and divorce immediately. If her sisters are dissatisfied, she can give up her seat in advance. However, she is magnanimous and tolerant, but her sisters may not think so. If the sisters do something when they meet, won't Hua Tingxian kill her? Pay attention. Be on guard against any possible accidents. Chu Xiao picked up her phone and searched Baidu. What can pregnant women eat? What are the dietary precautions during pregnancy? When Hua Tingxian glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, his heart felt like it was stabbed by a sharp weapon, and his face changed instantly. Is she really pregnant? Shouting Seed, Chapter 57. Get out of the Hua family? Okay, get out now. Hua Tingxian felt that the top of his head turned into a green grassland. Damn it. She was having an affair with another man while still married to him, and even had a child with him. Hua Tingxian was furious, his chest heaving violently. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Xiao was confused and put her hand on his chest. He's breathing so hard, could be a heart attack. Take your hands away. Hua Tingxian shouted angrily from the bottom of his heart. Chu Xiao was frightened and retracted his hand reflexively. What's wrong with you? What do you feel uncomfortable? Chu Xiao, you are awesome. Hua Tingxian stared at her and took a deep breath. Did a dog eat her conscience? She actually bullied a plant that couldn't move or speak. It's in vain that he always considers her. What's wrong with me? Chu Xiao was confused. Are you angry? Angry at me? Hee. Hua Tingxian closed his eyes and tilted his head to one side. Hey, are you being reasonable? I promised to help you visit your old friend, and you're still angry. Hua Tingxian turned his head again in anger. Is this the same thing? No. Chu Xiao became even more confused. How'd she touch his sore spot to make him so angry? Please, it's hard to find a wife as generous as her even with a lantern. Chu Xiao, you can go away. Now, right now, immediately. Hua Tingxian said coldly in his heart. The resentment was so real that it made Chu Xi's scalp tingle. He wasn't kidding, so why was that? From now on, You are no longer my wife, Huatichun. Get out of the Hua family. Chu Xiao blinked violently in disbelief. Her long eyelashes flickered, looking particularly charming against the flickering candlelight. Even in his rage, Huatingshan had to admit that Chu Xiao was a great beauty. It's a pity that behind such beauty, there is a heart that is no longer pure. Can't you hear me? I told you to get out of the Hua family. Huatingshan roared again. Chu Xiao couldn't get an answer after asking again and again, and he was a little annoyed. Okay, I'll leave. I'll leave now. After saying this, she really picked up the bag and left quickly. Bang! As the door was slammed shut, Huatingshan was the only one left in the room. In the dim candlelight, the air was so quiet that he could hear his own rapid breathing. Suddenly, I felt frustrated. He was a high-ranking, favored child of heaven, but he fell into a quagmire because of a deliberately caused car accident. Not only do you have to endure the pain, you also have to wear a green hat. Chu Xiao, you've gone too far. Huatingshan roared again in his inner voice. Unfortunately, Chu Xiao is gone. No one can hear his joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness anymore. He picked up his phone and wanted to inform Jiangbei to send Chu Xiao away. But halfway through typing the message, his left hand became weak. After shaking a few times, his hand dropped uncontrollably and the phone slid to the ground. Well, now I can't contact anyone. Huatingshan was so angry that he was going crazy. His emotions had fluctuated so much today that his mental state had reached a critical point. Now I'm so angry that I'm in a coma. On the other hand, Chu Xiao didn't really leave. She sat alone in the living room downstairs, reflecting on which part had angered Huatingshan. The servants brought her fruit and snacks. Everyone was gentle and polite, and even the TV was playing her favorite costume drama. Chu Xiao pursed her lips gently. She likes it here. Everyone is very kind, and she can live with an open heart without worrying about being plotted against in her sleep. It feels more like her home than the Chu family. During the days she spent at the Hua family, her past life's wounds have been healed a lot, and she was full of confidence and hope for the future. She didn't want to leave so soon. However, she probably won't stay here for too long. With Huatingshan's temper, he would soon give instructions to Jiangbei to have her invite away. I really can't bear to. Chu Xi was worried and felt melancholy. She had nothing when she came, and she had nothing to take with her when she left. From now on, she was alone again. Young madam, this is a pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Aunt Wang brought the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Chu Xiao felt bitter and said, let it go. Good. Mother Wang put the bowl down and left. Chu Xiao looked at the pregnancy-preserving medicine and frowned slightly. Ever since she handed over the pregnancy test stick, Qin Rufang had the servants boil pregnancy-preserving medicine every night. Of course, she couldn't really drink it, so she always had it sent to the bedroom and finally poured into the bathroom. What to do today? She couldn't enter the bedroom. So, could she take the pregnancy-preserving pills to the bathroom to drink them? Chu Xiao thought about it, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Huatingshan. Since I'm leaving, can you stop pretending to be pregnant? No response. After waiting for a while, Chu Xiao sent another message. Mr. Hua, give me a word, and I will get out of here faster. Still no response. Chu Xi thought worriedly that he should have tacitly agreed to this. Very good, then I won't pretend. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, reluctantly stood up and left the place where she had lived since her rebirth and walked into the night. There are trees on both sides of the road in the villa area. When the wind blows, the trees rustle and shatter into pieces. The dim street lights attracted flying insects, and those tiny lives circled and danced around the lampshades. Although humble, I'm still living my life to the best of my ability, even if it's like a moth flying into a flame. Although April in Jingsheng was already the end of spring and the night wind was no longer chilly, she still felt cold. Huatingshan was right. Now that she had lost the title of Mrs. Hua, she was nothing. No house, no car, no relatives to rely on. Apart from the business she only had a few tens of thousands of dollars left over from her time as a daughter of the Chu family. Wait, money. Thinking of money, Chu Xiao's eyes lit up. She has money in her card, a full 300 million. That was a huge sum of money that Huatingshan used his power to allocate from the Hua family in order to acquire the Chu family. Later, Huatingshan said that it was pocket money for her. Should I return this money to him? Chu Xiao's heart was itching to move, so he picked up his phone to check the message. The information is empty. Missed calls are also empty. Huatingshan didn't mention the money, nor did he ask Jiangbei to come over for the handover. Great, she has money. Mr. Hua has a lot of money. and a mere 300 million is not worth mentioning. But it's different for her. 300 million in cash, the beginning of a rich woman's life. The more Chu Xiao thought about it, the happier he became, and his steps became lighter. After leaving the villa area, she took a taxi to the most upscale hotel in Jingqing. Fine wine, coffee, and a little barbecue, lying in the bathtub and overlooking the night view of most of Jingcheng through the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows. Chu Xiao enjoyed a wonderful night. She had no idea that the whole family was in turmoil because of her disappearance. What? Xiao didn't come back all night. Qin Rufang's scream made Hua Tingqian's face even gloomier. Damn, that woman really left. Mom! Hua Tingqian called out with great effort, but no sound came out of his mouth. While Qin Rufang was calling Chu Xiao, she asked Hua Tingqian, "Did you quarrel with her? Do you know where she went? Why is her phone turned off?" Chapter 58. Xiao runs away from home and encounters danger. Faced with his mother's continuous questions like firecrackers, Hua Tingqian, who couldn't speak, could only signal with his eyes. "Mom, my phone is on the ground. Can you help me pick it up?" Qin Rufang was so concerned about Chu Xiu's safety that she didn't notice the look in her son's eyes at all. "My baby must not get into any harm. No, I'm going to call the police." Qin Rufang's voice trembled with panic. Hua Tingqian had no choice but to raise his hand and knock on the table. The noise finally caught Qin Rufang's attention, and she asked, "Tingqian, what are you doing?" Hua Tingqian pointed under the bed. "What?" Qin Rufang walked over and finally saw the cell phone on the ground. "Oh, how can my son communicate with her without a mobile phone?" She quickly returned the phone to Hua Tingqian. When Hua Tingqian opened WeChat, he saw the 2 messages Chu Xiao sent last night. He was stunned. "Since I'm leaving, can you stop pretending to be pregnant? Mr. Hua, give me a word, and I will roll away more smoothly." False pregnancy? She's not pregnant? Hua Tingqian's handsome long eyebrows slightly gathered, and he read her message twice from beginning to end. "Xiaoyu didn't take the pregnancy-preserving medicine last night. We thought she came up to take care of you, but it turns out she wasn't home." Qin Rufang kept chattering anxiously. Hua Tingqian's mind finally cleared up. She is not pregnant. He misunderstood. The depressed mood turns into joyful in a second. "Tingqian, please talk to Mom quickly." Qin Rufang urged anxiously. Hua Tingqian took a deep breath and changed the page to type, "I told her to get out." "Are you crazy? Xiaoyu is alone and helpless. Where do you want her to go at night?" Qin Rufang shouted in dissatisfaction before Hua Tingqian finished typing. Hua Tingqian had a headache and typed faster. "We had a fight. You can't just kick someone out for a fight, can you? She's still pregnant with your child." Hua Tingqian, "Mom, she won't go far. She'll come back after a little coaxing." "Oh, do you think women are so easy to please?" Qin Rufang sneered. "Let me tell you, when your dad pissed me off, I didn't go home for 3 years." Hua Tingqian was immediately ashamed. Chu Xiao has a gentle temper, so she probably won't learn from her mother. Suddenly panicked. If Chu Xiao ran away abroad in a rage, who would be able to communicate with him smoothly? Who would go to the company to work for him? Hua Tingqian quickly replied to Chu Xiao, "Where are you? I'll be back soon." There was no response. Because Chu Xiao was worried at this time, and was still having sweet dreams in his deep sleep after a hangover. "How is it? Does Xiaoyu care about you?" Qin Ru asked nervously. Hua Tingqian's expression began to become serious. "No. What should we do then?" "Try to find." Of course Qin Rufang knew how to find it. The question was how to find it. Jingcheng is so big. If Xiaoyu deliberately tries to avoid him, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hua Tingqian said calmly, "Mom, I will take care of this. You go and do your thing." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Qin Rufang gritted her teeth and warned, "If you can't coax Xiaoyu back, I will sever the mother-son relationship with you." Hua Tingqian. Qin Rufang left angrily, and Hua Tingqian sent a message to Jiangbei. Soon, hotels throughout Jingcheng began searching for the person. Only half an hour later, Hua Tingqian got an accurate answer. "Mr. Hua, the young lady is staying at Fenghua Hotel." Hua Tingqian breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I am still in Jingxing." "Boss Hua, the young lady ordered 2 bottles of red wine and a bunch of barbecue last night and has not left the house since then. Now her phone is off and there is no response when I knock on the door. I guess she is still drunk and has not woken up yet." Hua Tingqian was silent for a moment and said, "You guard the door and bring her back immediately when she wakes up." "Yes." The morning sun is bright and brilliant, illuminating the room with golden light. There were a few birds perched on the tree outside the window, chirping. Hua Tingqian couldn't see the full view outside the window, because of his lying position. It is really torturous to be unable to take care of oneself. When will I ever recover? While waiting for Chu Xiao to come home, the new fully automatic bed that Hu Tingqian ordered yesterday was delivered. He could finally decide whether to lie down or sit, but his heart was as empty as this house. Missing is the sorrow of Chu Si. Look at the time. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Xiao should be awake by now, right? At this moment, Hu Tingqian received another message from Jiang Bei. Mr. Hua, the young lady doesn't want to go home. She said you have divorced her. Really holding a grudge. Hu Tingqian gritted his teeth. Which Civil Affairs Bureau is still accepting business in the middle of the night? Let her come back quickly. Jiang Bei, you don't need to ask for permission. He and I are really over. He said so himself. Chu Xiao leaned against the door and said lazily, it's so comfortable to not have to go to work or serve others. Young madam, please don't make things difficult for me. Let's pack up and go home. Jiang Bei smiled humbly. Chu Xiao snorted. I have nothing to do with him anymore. The divorce procedures haven't been completed yet. How can it be okay? Jiang Bei said with a smile. It's okay. My mother-in-law will take care of it. We don't even have to be there in person for the wedding, let alone the divorce. Chu Xiao closed the door after he finished speaking. Jiang Bei, if you keep guarding my door, I'll call the police. Jiang Bei touched his nose and had to leave first. He is not afraid of being called to the police, but he is afraid that the divorce will become known to the whole city. Just after Jiang Bei left, the door of the room opposite opened. Lu Song, wearing his pajamas, looked at the room opposite, secretly surprised. Chu Xiao and Hu Tingqian divorced? He finally waited for this day. Lu Song's eyes lit up, and he was excited. Seeing that there was no one at either end, he walked over and knocked on the door. Chu Xiao thought it was Jiang Bei and shouted impatiently, if you knock again, I will call the police. Lu Song is not afraid. Keep knocking. It will be better to let everyone in Panorama City know that Chu Xiao and Hu Tingqian are getting divorced. I'm so annoyed. Jiang Bei, do you believe that I will fire you today? Chu Xiao opened the door angrily and met the ecstatic Lu Song. Xiaoyu, it's really you. Lu Song pounced directly on him. Chu Xiao's face changed drastically, and he quickly closed the door. But it was too late. Lu Song pounced on her like a hungry wolf and knocked her to the ground. Lu Song, you bastard. Get out of here. Chu Xiao used both his hands and feet. The natural physical strength difference between men and women made it impossible for the pampered Chu Xiao to resist. Help! Help! Chu Xiao struggled and shouted towards the door. While Lu Song held her down, he freed one foot to kick the door shut. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu, I won't hurt you. You'd better not touch me. I'm Mrs. Hua. Chu Xiao threatened loudly, feeling extremely panicked. This is the most upscale and expensive hotel in Jingxing. You can't go to the presidential suite without a room card. Why is Lu Song here? He stalked her? Lu Song smiled. I heard the conversation between you and Jiang Bei just now. You and Hu Tingqian have fallen out. Chu Xiao didn't expect it to be so coincidental and secretly complained in his heart. We just had a quarrel. Didn't you see that he sent someone to coax me back home? But you didn't go back. Lu Song's eyebrows flew, looking at Chu Xiao under him like a hunter looking at his long-planned prey. Xiaoyu, I know you still love me. One day you will come back to me. Chapter 59, I want money, and I want her too. No, I don't love you anymore. Chu Xiao spoke sternly, imitating Hu Tingqian's manner and trying his best to make himself look powerful, hoping this would scare Lu Song away. I'm the daughter-in-law of the Hu family. Let me go immediately. Otherwise, the Lu family will not be able to stay in Jingxing. Xiaoyu, you've become a bad person and are now threatening others. Lu Song shook his head and stroked Chu Xiao's cheek with one hand. Women should be gentler. Ah? You dare to bite me? Lu Song screamed in pain. There was a row of teeth marks on the back of his hand, and blood beads were oozing out from the teeth marks. Lu Song, I'm no longer the Chu Xiao I once was. Chu Xiao shouted, get out of here. Jiang Bei will bring someone to pick me up soon. Haha, that's even better. Lu Song slowly became crazy. Let them take a good look at the loving scene between you and me, and the whole family will give you a divorce certificate immediately. Chu Xiao was half frightened. It turns out that this is Lu Song's purpose. He wants her to be kicked out of the Hua family. Lu Song, you're not a human being. Even so, the Hua family will not let you go. Chu Xiao spat angrily. It doesn't matter. I just want you now. Lu Song suddenly lowered his head and bit Chu Xiao's neck. Chu Xiao cried out in pain and struggled with his hands and feet. Help! Help! Her struggle made Lu Song more excited. Scream, scream. It's so beautiful. Tingshan, the living dead, cannot move, so he must not have let you have a good time. Today I will help you. I will let you know what a real man is. There was madness in Lu Song's eyes, and he tore Chu Xiu's clothes with great force. Why didn't he realize how beautiful she was before? Just the thought of her tearing off her clothes made him extremely excited. When you really have her, that feeling, Lu Song trembled. He couldn't bear the mere imagination. Qin Yuan is right. Not wanting and not being able to get are two different feelings. He really loves her now. Today he must kill her. Kill her hard. Hiss. Most of the spring beauty on her chest was exposed, and despair surged like a tide, almost drowning Chu Xi's sorrow. Is she really going to be ruined here today? No, you can't. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and Chu Xiu asked loudly, "Do you want money?" 300 million. Let me go, and I will give you 300 million. What? Lu Song finally stopped and asked. Lu Song, you are right. Tingshan really can't make me interested. But he is rich. You don't know. He gave me 300 million pocket money. Chu Xiu tried her best to stay calm and delay time, hoping that Jiang Bei could come back and save her from the dire situation. Sure enough, after hearing Qian Lu Song's gaze, he became a little more sober. He looked at the weak and helpless woman beneath him and asked, "Really? Otherwise, how can I afford to stay in such an expensive hotel?" Chu Xiu asked back. Lu Song thought it made sense. Fenghua Hotel is not ordinary expensive. Even he, the young master of the Lu family, only came here occasionally to spend a night of love when he was in love with Chu Yanran. After losing the land in the eastern suburbs, he has been unable to find a new project to make money, and his family has tightened their control over his finances. The reason I'm here today is all thanks to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan said that it was exciting to play with the curtains open on a high building where no one could see. Who would have thought that he would meet the lone Chu Xiu here? Lu Song, let me go and you'll get the 300 million immediately. Chu Xiu's heart was in his throat. Of course, Lu Song wants money. He wants money, fame, and profit more than women. If it weren't for the antiques worth 200 million left by Yaoan, how would he have known Chu Xiu? But Lu Song's eyes lingered on Chu Xiu, and he pressed one of her breasts wickedly. It's the same if I take the money after I get it from you. No, the same. Chu Xiu screamed in horror. If you dare to touch me, I will never give you money even if I die. Yeah. Lu Song laughed sinisterly twice, picked up Chu Xiu's phone that fell on the ground, and turned on the camera function. If you don't get the money, tonight's live porn will be posted online. Chu Xiu's face turned pale. How could people be so evil and shameless? He is trying to force her to death. In her previous life, she was forced into a desperate situation by him and Chu Yanran. Can't she change her fate in this life? Tingshan. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden loud banging sound outside the door. Lu Song, who was just about to kill Chu Xiu, was startled and shrank a little. Help! Help! Chu Xiu hurriedly called for help. Shut up. Lu Song grabbed a corner of his nightgown and stuffed it into Chu Xiu's mouth. Xiaoyu, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you. Lu Song pulled at his underwear under his pajamas, pressed down, and decided to end the battle quickly. He not only got Chu Xiu, but also had a trump card to hold her hostage. How nice. The person is his, and the money is his too. Whoa. Chu Xiu's mouth was stuffed into his nightgown, and he could only make pitiful whimpers. Swish. The electronic lock turned, and the door opened. Jiang Bei rushed in with his men and grabbed Lu Song away. Chu Xiu was in despair when he saw an acquaintance, and tears welled up in his eyes. Fortunately, she was saved. Jiang Bei quickly brought a bath towel and covered Chu Xiu with it, blaming himself and apologizing. I'm sorry, madam. I'm so scared. Chu Xiu struggled to sit up, wrapped tightly in a bath towel, and burst into tears. She was almost bullied by Lu Song. Madam, I'm sorry. Jiang Bei was very annoyed. Fortunately, President Hua was serious today and asked him to come back to Chu Xiu to get back the 300 million that she had transferred from the company earlier. Otherwise, he didn't succeed, Chu Xiu said while crying. Jiang Bei was stunned and felt even more upset. He didn't know how to respond. She was still immersed in fear and was anxious to prove her innocence. She cares a lot about her reputation. Madam, take a rest and change your clothes. I will take you home. Good. Chu Xiu sobbed, forgetting that she was angry with Tingshan. She is in urgent need of a safe and warm harbor. Jiang Bei ordered someone to bring new clothes and waited at the door. As for Lu Song, he was being beaten by several bodyguards. Ah, stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. Lu Song curled up on the carpet in the corridor, his head and face covered in blood. He couldn't believe that someone dared to beat him to death in public. If you hit me again, I'll die. Lu Song howled and shouted towards his room. Yuan, save me. Save me. No one answered him. The bodyguards kept beating and beating until Lu Song became numb. Finally, someone shouted, stop. Xiao Yu. Lu Song suddenly came to his senses. This is Chu, Sio's voice. She came to save him? Great. He knew that she still had feelings for him. Let me. Chu Sio slowly walked towards Lu Song, her pretty face tense and her eyes filled with hatred. Chapter 60, if you do it again, I will cut off your offspring. As his feet rose and fell, Lu Song screamed, ah. The men present were also frightened by Chu Sio's brutal behavior, and their anus tightened. Who would have thought that the gentle and elegant wife of the president would actually step between Lu Song's legs? Ah. Lu Song covered his lower abdomen and twisted it in pain. He's going to be trampled to pieces. If you do it again, I'll cut you into pieces. Chu Sio gritted his teeth. If it wasn't illegal to injure someone and draw blood, she really wanted to give Lu Song a pair of scissors and cut off his offspring. I don't dare anymore. I won't dare to do it again. Lu Song was scared to death and begged for mercy. Chu Sio had already washed and dressed neatly and changed into new clothes. When he looked down at Lu Song from above, his whole body was filled with extreme hatred and murderous intent. She's so strange and cold. If he hadn't seen clearly with his eyes, Lu Song would have suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Jiang Bei whispered, young madam, let's go. Chu Sio finally left with his men, and Lu Song was thrown in the hotel corridor like a drowned dog, left alone. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, but not a single waiter came to help. Finally, Lu Song got up and went back to his room, looking for Qin Yuan for help. Yuan, please help me. What can I do for you? Qin Yuan sat on the bed. The nightgown slid down freely, revealing smooth shoulders and half of her roundness. When she glanced at him from the side, she was charming and alluring, but the smile on her lips was cold. He didn't care about Lu Song's injuries at all. Yuan, I was almost beaten to death. Didn't you hear anything? Lu Song complained and fell onto the bed. I heard you. I don't want to save you. Qin Yuan said lazily. Lu Song, you have Chu Yanran at home and me outside. Why are you still thinking about Chu Sio? Qin Yuan smiled lightly and asked calmly. Lu Song felt nervous and finally realized that his behavior today not only offended the whole family, but also offended Qin Yuan. Yuan, listen to me. I don't still have feelings for her. I just want to teach her a lesson. You want to sleep with her? Qin Yuan shrugged and sneered. On the day my father held the banquet, you slept with me thinking I was her. When you saw her today, you were seduced again. Lu Song, how can you be worthy of my investment again? Yuan is really not like that. She stole my land in the eastern suburbs. I hate her. I want to take the land back. Land in the eastern suburbs? Qin Yuan frowned. Go on. Lu Song endured the pain in his body and said, I have inside information that the value of that piece of land will soar to 10 billion in 3 months. Chu Sio may have heard my plan and used his hands to seize the land. A big project that made 9 billion in just 3 months. How can I not hate it? Making money like this. Qin Yuan looked at Lu Song thoughtfully. The Lu family is not even a top family in Jingxing. So how could Lu Song have such great inside information? I usually underestimated him. Yuan, that piece of land is in her hands. I thought if I slept with her, the whole family would definitely kick her out. I will use the nude photos to force her to give me the land. I make money, so won't you enjoy it too? After Lu Song's repeated persuasion, Qin Yuan finally believed it. She finally got up and poured Lu Song a cup of hot water, and then she became gentle again. Drink some water first. I'll call a doctor to see you. Yuan, thank you. Lu Song breathed a sigh of relief. While enduring the pain and waiting for the doctor, he also re-examined his relationship with Qin Yuan. From a casual relationship to a lover, Qin Yuan doesn't seem to be satisfied. The weather is fine and the sky is clear. Hua Tingchun was waiting in a wheelchair, feeling extremely anxious. Qin Yuan said that Lu Song had taken action against Chu Sio and hoped that Jiang Bei would arrive in time and not make a big mistake. Qin Rufang had no idea what was going on. She only knew that her son had angered his beloved daughter-in-law and ran away. So she took him to the living room and ignored him. He didn't even have a servant left for him. The waiting process was too torturous. Every minute and every second was like roasting Hua Tingxian on a fire. Finally, the sound of a car was heard outside the door. Hua Tingxian's heart trembled, and he pricked up his ears and stretched his neck to look outside. Chu Xiao came back accompanied by Jiang Bei, but the clothes she was wearing were no longer the same ones she wore when she left home last night. She had changed into new clothes. It goes without saying that the clothes no longer need to be worn. What exactly did she go through? Hua Tingxian's heart skipped a beat, and he regretted chasing her away last night. Mr. Hua, the young lady was just frightened. Nothing serious. Jiang Bei said tactfully. After making sure that she was not hurt, Hua Tingxian felt relieved and motioned Jiang Bei to wait outside. When he and Chu Xiao were the only ones left in the living room, he started to speak in his heart. Now you know the consequences of leaving the Hua family, right? Chu Xiao's heart fell into the icy lake in an instant, and he answered stubbornly. Today was just an accident. She thought that since he saved her and let her go home, he would at least show some concern for her. She didn't expect that what was waiting for her was ridicule. What a heartless man. Chu Xiao, without the protection of the Hua family, you can't beat Lu Song at all. Be good in the future, and don't make me angry again. Hua Tingxian's voice gradually slowed down, and he looked at her red and swollen eyes and couldn't bear to blame her anymore. However, his words had deeply hurt Chu Xiao. She raised the corners of her lips in a mocking tone. Be good? Am I your pet? That's not what I meant. Hua Tingxian was stunned for a moment, frowning slightly. Hua Tingxian, you are too conceited. Yes, I am protected by your Hua family. I first came to the Hua family to get your protection. But I have also made contributions to the Hua family. I'm not just taking money without working. Without me, who would you communicate with? Would your hands and brain regain mobility so quickly? Can you successfully drive away your uncle and keep your family business? Chu Xiao angrily uttered several sentences, and every word made sense. Hua Tingxian was speechless. He just wanted to protect her. Why was he angry again? Well said. Qin Rufang clapped her hands and came in from outside. Xiao Yu is right. Mom. Chu Xiao was arguing with great passion, but when he suddenly saw his mother-in-law, his arrogance subsided a lot. Xiao Yu, Mom is on your side. Qin Rufang gave her a hug. This time it's all Tingxian's fault. Men should be generous and tolerant, especially to their wives. How can you kick your pregnant wife out when you have a quarrel? Hua Tingxian was embarrassed by his mother's criticism, and he pursed his thin lips into a line without saying a word. Chu Xiao was not pregnant. He had misunderstood last night. But if Qin Yuan hadn't tipped off her today, and if Jiang Bei hadn't arrived in time, she would probably have really become pregnant with someone else's child. He really shouldn't have kicked her out. Xiao's eyes are so red, she must have cried a lot. Hua Tingxian, it's all your fault. Qin Rufang kicked Hua Tingxian in the wheelchair. Hua Tingxian, my mother was willing to kick him for her daughter-in-law. He is still a patient now. Xiao Yu, don't be sad. Mom loves you. Qin Rufang coaxed her lovingly. The sincerity doesn't seem fake, and the main point is that an old mother loves her daughter. Chu Xiao hadn't felt such motherly love for a long, long time. The grievance in my heart suddenly surged up, and tears fell again. Mom, cry. Everything will be fine after you cry. Mom promises you that no one will chase you away again. Qin Rufang said, glaring at Hua Tingxian again. Hua Tingxian sighed helplessly and coaxed with his heart. Chu Xiao, I am sorry for you this time. I apologize to you. Chapter 61, Cold War. See who can do without whom. Woo-woo. Chu Xiao cried, even louder. Hua Tingxian's eyebrows twitched violently, not knowing what he had said wrong again. Poor Xiao Yu, she's so scared. Qin Rufang was unaware of the true situation and hugged Chu Xiao with pity to comfort her. In a trance, he thought of his daughter who disappeared at a very young age, and felt even more pity for Chu Xiao. Hua Tingxian had a headache and simply stopped talking. Well, she'll stop crying when she's tired of crying. Chu Xiai was not only sad about today, but also about the persecution he had suffered in his previous life and his longing for his deceased mother, all of which were triggered. It was the first time she cried so hard after her rebirth. By the end, his eyes were red and swollen, his breathing was gasping, and he looked so pitiful. Not to mention Qin Rufang felt distressed. Even Hua Tingxian felt a pain in his heart when he saw it. I even began to doubt myself. Has he really gone to this extent? Okay, everything will be fine after you vent. Go back to your room, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. Qin Rufang said. Chu Xiao nodded and went upstairs sobbing. Ignore Hua Tingxian completely. Humph. Didn't he say that she couldn't live without him? Then she would see if he could do without her. Chu Seo? No response. Hua Tingchun watched her leave, disheveled in the wind. In the end, Qin Rufang arranged for the servants to send him back to his room. Chu Seo had already used up all her strength when she was frightened by Lu Song today. She cried for a long time when she got home and was now exhausted. After a quick shower, she lay down on the small bed to sleep. Hua Tingchun tried to talk to her several times, but never found a chance. After playing with his phone for a while, Hua Tingchun lay down to sleep. He naively thought that everything would be fine once she woke up. Little did they know that Chu Seo had a stubborn temper and was not so easy to appease. That night, Chu Seo slept very uneasily. She whimpered from time to time and always woke Hua Tingchun up immediately. Hua Tingchun woke her up, but she couldn't hear him. It was as if it blocked telepathy and rejected his signals. Hua Tingchun was a failure. He slept and woke up all night. The next day, he successfully wore black circles under his eyes and was listless. Chu Seo still felt refreshed and looked good. Hua Tingchun quickly asked, "Did you have a nightmare last night?" Chu Seo glanced at him sideways, then produced a pair of headphones from somewhere and put them on. Hua Tingchun, there is no need to do so. He is speaking from his heart and has nothing to do with his ears. Chu Seo packed himself up in the shortest possible time and went downstairs. Hua Tingchun, who continued to be ignored, finally realized that she was in a cold war with him. Taking a deep breath, he patiently sent her a message. "Your bag is still in the bedroom." Chu Seo, "I don't go to work, so I don't need a bag." She went on strike. Hua Tingchun was speechless again. The company has been very busy recently, and there are many things waiting for her to deal with. So, he sent another message. "I didn't go to work yesterday, so I have to go today." "That's your company. What the hell does it have to do with me?" Hua Tingchun's chest rose and fell fiercely twice, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "What happened yesterday was not arranged by me. What do you want?" Chu Si glanced at him worriedly, sneered, put down his phone, and didn't reply. If the boss likes to be angry, then let him be angry. What does it have to do with her? First, she was not his pet, and second, she was not a daughter that had to depend on him to survive. Now she is more mature and has a certain ability to protect herself. Meeting Lu Song yesterday was an accident, and she was careless. She will be more cautious in the future and try to stay away from danger. "Xiaoyu, are you feeling better today?" Qin Rufang asked with concern, glancing at Chu Xiao's lower abdomen from time to time. The mood of pregnant women is very important. "It's fine now." Chu Xiao smiled softly, beautiful and well-behaved. "Mom, I won't go to the company these few days." Yes, yes, yes. Take good care of yourself at home." Qin Rufang nodded vigorously. "Yesterday, Bai Jing and I went to the old house and criticized your uncle severely." "Yeah." Chu Xiao became interested. "Uncle is always unreasonable." "Did you really win the fight, Mom?" "Of course. I slapped the threatened miscarriage slip in front of your grandma, and she immediately got mad." Qin Rufang chattered on, telling about the family fight that happened in the old house yesterday. Chu Xiao had nothing to do, so she started gossiping. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted happily. Hua Tingchun was left hanging in the bedroom, waiting and waiting, but he didn't get a reply after almost an hour. He was anxious and wanted to find someone to talk to, but he didn't know where to start and was surrounded by frustration. Just at this moment, messages from Jiang Bei came in one after another. "Boss Hua, why didn't the young lady come to work? The meeting is about to start. Mr. Hua, has the cooperative young lady from Feng County reported to you?" Mr. Hua. Hua Tingchun was overwhelmed. He finally realized that he couldn't leave Chu Xiao yet. She is his perfect substitute for mouth, hands, and body. It was also Mrs. Hua who temporarily suppressed the ambitions of the eldest wife. So, he sincerely apologized again. Chu Xiao's phone vibrated twice. He opened it and saw that it was a transfer information. Mr. Hua transferred 1 million to her. Why transfer money for no reason? Did you transfer it to the wrong person? Chu Xiao wondered and accepted it. Once money is poured in, there is no reason to give it away again. Just when I was about to put down my phone, another transfer message came in. Still 1 million. Chu Xiao frowned and couldn't help but ask back what. It would have been fine if she didn't reply, but once she did, a reply popped up automatically. The so-called reply was to transfer money. This means that she can earn millions every time she replies to a message. What a good deal. Chu Ci was sad and happy and began to reply. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A thank you 1 million. The screen was full of thank yous and transfer red envelopes intertwined. Hua Tingchun put down his phone. stroked his eyebrows with his left hand, and took a deep breath. 1 million can only be exchanged for 2 words from her. This deal is not worth it. Xiaoyu, why does your phone keep ringing? Qin Rufong came over and was happy to see her son constantly transferring money to his daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu, he's trying to show his affection to you. Go upstairs and see if he needs anything. Chu Xiao didn't want to go, but due to Qian He's and her mother-in-law's eager gaze, she had to go back to the bedroom. Chu Xiao, you finally came back. Hua Tingshan felt relieved. Chu Xiao leaned against the door and glanced at him. What's the matter? Let's reconcile, Hua Tingshan said. This time he controlled his attitude. Be gentle, be gentle. I can't do without you. Chu Xiao sneered. Hua Tingshan took a deep breath and admitted the fact somewhat aggrievedly. I can't do without you either. In the future, we will benefit each other. When will we get divorced? Chu Xi asked worriedly. The topic jumped too much, and Hua Tingshan was stunned. What? Don't worry, I will never rely on you. This marriage will end sooner or later. Chu Xiao said coldly. Before that, I can continue to be your mouthpiece, but you have to pay me. Okay. Hua Tingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He gave her 300 million without blinking an eye. So what's a little salary to him? My abilities are unique, so I want a daily salary of 5 million. Chapter 62. Wife is a good job. Hua Tingshan, 5 million a day, and he doesn't even have such a high salary. The settlement has to be made on the same day. Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Hua Tingshan. If you don't agree, I wouldn't be Mrs. Hua. Okay. Hua Tingshan agreed. If he could speak, he could bite his back teeth to pieces. Chu Xi, however, smiled with a worried look on his face. 5 million a day, 150 million a month. How cool. From then on, she treated being Mrs. Xiao Hua as her job. I have transferred 17 million today. Isn't that an apology? Hua Tingshan, I know, Mr. Hua, you can't say a sincere apology with your noble mouth, so you use money to express it. Is that right? Chu Xiao blinked her watery eyes, pursed her lips cunningly, and asked. For the first time in his life, Hua Tingshan felt control. Really, he's been in the business world all his life and has always manipulated people. But how could he have ever been manipulated like this? But due to the current situation, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and say, if you say so, then so be it. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, you're in poor health and prone to liver qi stagnation. Don't hold your anger in the future. Please vent on me. For the sake of money, I am willing to be your punching bag. Rich Mr. Hua. Excuse me. What are Mr. Hua's instructions now? Chu Xiao even bent down to show the employees respect for the boss. Hua Tingshan was not happy at all and felt like a sucker. And I feel like I made them all myself. A good couple is no longer like a couple, and now they're neither like a couple nor like employees. If Mr. Hua doesn't give any instructions, I will. You didn't go to the company yesterday. Go today. Okay. Chu Xiao quickly changed into a professional suit, picked up her bag, and went to the company. Hua Tingshan frowned in depression. This is not the feeling he wants. Suddenly he thought of something, and his handsome face darkened. Wait. Chu Xiao looked back in cooperation. You give your instructions. You? Hua Tingshan was going crazy, and forbearingly said, I told you the day before yesterday that there's an old friend who needs to be visited. Oh sure, I'll go have to get off work today. A feeling of bitterness flashed across Chu Xi's heart and soon disappeared. Buy more gifts. Okay, Chu Xiao agreed, already thinking about what to buy. Maternity clothes? Baby products? Nutritional supplements? Hua Tingshan looked at the well-behaved and obedient employee in front of him and felt a headache. He waved his left hand, not wanting to fight with her anymore. Go. Yes. Chu Xiao left with her bag. Hua Tingshan felt angry and decided to vent it on someone else. Jiangbei, it's time for the Liu family to change its heir. At the Liu family, Chu Yanran looked at Liu Song, who had not been home for 2 days and was covered in wounds when he returned, and she cried with heartache. Song, why are you like this? Who hit you? Zhu Xiao. Liu Song said through gritted teeth. Chu Yanran was stunned, then unhappy. You went to see her again? Didn't we agree to stay away from her? We met by chance in the hotel. Liu Song had contusions and bruises on many soft tissues on his body. 1 rib is broken and 3 are fractured. Now even breathing hurts. And his little brother was almost crippled and couldn't be used for several days. Beat him whenever you meet him? Chu Xiao is too cruel. Chu Yanran complained while helping Liu Song lie down. Liu Song lay on the bed groaning, and a women's earring fell out of his suit pocket. What's this? Chu Yinran picked it up and her face suddenly changed. You went to fool around with Qin Yuan again? No, we're talking about business. Official business? Then tell me, what benefit did you get from this physical action? Chu Yinran felt a chill in her heart and asked with a cold face. Lu Song was covered in wounds and felt aggrieved. When Chu Yinran questioned him, he exploded in anger. Are you done yet? Everything I do is to earn money to support my family. What about you? What else can you do besides spending money? You yelled at me. You despised me. Chu Yinran threw the earrings at Lu Song in despair and ran out covering her face. Lu Song just felt tired. Yinran used to be so sensible. Why has she become like this now? Mrs. Lu rushed in anxiously. A Song, what happened to you? Mom, what's wrong? Lu Song felt nervous. Was Chu Yinran having a miscarriage again? Your grandfather wants to bring Lu Jie back. What? Lu Song almost fainted. It's over. His family is going to deprive him of his inheritance rights. A Song, what did you do to anger Grandpa? Lu Song was confused. I didn't do anything. Who did you fight with? You look so ugly now. Mrs. Lu looked at her pig-headed son with wide eyes and finally realized. Lu Song is in big trouble. Lu Song felt guilty and didn't dare to say anything. Mrs. Lu slapped him and shouted, Evil creature. Why don't you tell the truth? I may have offended the whole family. Lu Song whispered, his fists clenched and hatred overflowing. Mrs. Lu's face quickly turned pale. Hua family, Hua Tingchun, have you offended Chu Xiao again? Again? Lu Song's face darkened and he pursed his lips, unwilling to admit it. Speak. Mrs. Lu slapped him again. Lu Song's already injured face became even more swollen. He covered his face and told what happened yesterday. Mrs. Lu was so angry that she fell backwards. You are really crazy. Mom, I'm sorry I was wrong. Lu Song finally realized the seriousness of the matter and got out of bed and knelt on the ground. Once I kneel down, the pain on my knee becomes even more intense. Lu Song gasped and knelt down and moved forward despite the pain. Mom, I know I was wrong. Please help me. If it was the whole family who put pressure on me, what could I do? Mrs. Lu scolded angrily. You are so ignorant. We can't afford to marry Chu Xiao now. We can't afford to offend her. Mom, what should I do now? Lu Song asked. Mrs. Lu thought for a moment and said, Chu Xiao is now the head of the whole family. She is soft-hearted and easy to manipulate. You should humble yourself and coax her and beg her to let you go. I tried to coax her, but it was useless. Lu Song smiled bitterly. I even knelt down before her. Mrs. Lu was shocked. Mom, there's no way to coax her back. I've tried everything, soft and hard. She hates me, but she has no grudge against you. Maybe she can even give you some face. Go and beg her. Mrs. Lu's expression suddenly became as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. Chu Xiao has always been the one trying to please her, so why would she ask Chu Xiao for help? You want me to beg her? Mom, this is the only way. You don't want Lu Jie to take the position, do you? Mrs. Lu fell silent. She is the mistress of a real wealthy family and comes from a scholarly family. How could she condescend to a junior? But looking at her son, whose face was bruised and weak, she still agreed. Okay, I'll go see her. Fortunately, she still has a trump card in her hand that can control Chu Xiao. Chapter 63 Yao ends relics.